Prospect comes up with a kill with the help of Exodial, and now they can put themselves on the points. It's up to Crocs to really stay alive, gain some more time, but Team Peps finding a team kill and still holding on to that point. Very, very messy engagements. They really break down by the end of it. And you can see Crocs just trying to run for the hills and help his supports. But even sometimes they're also too nimble, trying to get away from the Orisa and trying to get away from that Annihilation too.
Especially if you're going to have like Tread and FD God stacking on top of each other, you could also just walk past the Orisa and start to go after everybody else and group up around Crocs. But Keo is going to hit this overclock, try to open things up for the Impero as they move back in. And they're up against the clock now, Jaws. It's going to be a last fight territory for Team Peps to take this first map.
Feels like Keo should have got a bravery medal there for peeking from low to high with an overclock. Still manages to snipe Crook from across the map, however. That was dangerous if FD got there, booping Keo up to a decent position to snipe him out. Keo just get ascended on the height, but Team Peps do end up losing the point. It's 98% for Team Peps. They're still in this fight too. I mean, it's been so scrappy, Rose, that Naga might just be able to open this up with a pulse bomb. They're just permanently touching, trying to check China now on the left-hand side, trying to force the recall. Get anything out of China is perfect. Recall force, Naga looking to go for the re-engage, as they did spot China out. 1 HP on the Tracer. Is he going to be able to get away? And in fact, yes, he does. EGS managed to heal him up just in time to be effective in this fight. Terror Surge comes in. There's the lamp. He's going to save people that were just left in that Orisa ult. But now comes the rush on the point. And with level 1 Crook dead, this damage onto Team Peps might as well be permanent, with FD God's AoE healing not being enough to sustain them through this fight, as D Impero finished this one with a cap and a sound barrier to spare.
Wow, that was just so scrappy. Even Tread being able to come back on the Doomfist felt like it was going to give them at least a little bit more firepower in terms of just burst damage on the field. But Team Peps, they've got to go back to the drawing board, because now it really is the last fight. Tread back on the Orisa. At least they have the Amplification Matrix as a zoning tool here to try to push the Impero back. But the Impero still have point presence and point control. But Crocs is by himself.
Small engagement sound barrier there from D Impero, but maybe not an engagement, maybe there was a disengagement from that window, but Naga's already dead again. They do end up trading it for Crocs, and now, well, Tread just sits on the points. They have an overclock to defend against the oncoming attackers. There's no way the Lucio gets away, surely. There you go. Quick off the mark as Exodial, spotting Keo as well, jumping up into the high ground. Oh, what a shot onto China. Team Peps with a 2-1 finish on Nepal. They find their first map win of the day.
This was a very close map. I mean, even out of the gates, it felt like D Impero had a really good read on how to break down what Team Peps were going for. But as soon as Team Peps went back to basics with the Orisa comp, it felt like they knew how to play that matchup, and we finally got a chance to see what this team was made of.
Yeah, looking real clean there. That was a very good first round from D Impero as well. 100-0 on Sanctum. Hollywood is our next map coming up, and a lot of variation here in terms of compositions, which is quite nice. A little bit of dive, a little bit of Ram, a little bit of Orisa. I like to see it, but Exodial now is finding the pacing, right? It's like, okay, a little bit of a warm-up game versus Space Station Gaming. It's quite hard to kill Sparker, quite hard to kill anybody on the side of Space Station, so it feels like Exodial's well and truly locked in now. Same could be said for China as well, a little bit, but I think Exodial had their number. It's really a tale of two like upcoming titans in the DPS slot.
Yeah, it is. I think Exodial, certainly one of the hit scans that everybody's been looking at to be that next up-and-coming hit scan player. And likewise, on the other side, China has had a lot of amazing things said about him for just how proficient he is on the Tracer, how many sticks he's been able to get. That attach rate during our group stages was very high for our Tracer players, and you can really feel that impact, especially when D Impero are going for those big plays. Maybe a little funny sometimes when we see like the Pulse Bomb and the Terror Surge, but hey, if it works, it works.
I mean, that is a big combo people have been using, though, that Pulse into the Terror Surge, because everybody's kind of slowed down. It's a very good like setup tool too, because everybody's slowed, everybody's pulled in. You can overclock into it if you really want to. Sometimes you don't even need to be fair, especially if your Lucio is very quick off the mark and like recognizing when they want to use Terror Surge, because best thing you could do as Lucio in that situation, I just boop them back. Oh, you want to walk out? Oh, just boop them back in, and that's a pretty easy kill for the Orisa.
It's like cage fight, but like not so hindered, I think.
And on
I
a
don't
giant
know. It's
shield.
really interesting things that you can see.
Oh, that giant shield.
True, though.
Yeah. I'll never not be mad about giant shield being deployed on payload. Yeah, the Orissa's looking really good right now for Tread, and you know, Peps gaining a little bit of that confidence back. Lower bracket, of course, is where we find ourselves right now, so the loser here will be eliminated from the main event. And this is where, like, stories are made, right? This is where narratives are built in this lower bracket. Can one of the teams make it all the way through to that finals? Of course, we'll have to wait and find out. This is looking like a very close competitive game as we load into Hollywood up next.
I'm really excited because I think for both of these teams, like Team Peps, they've made a really strong case for themselves to be a top 4 team. But I think Diempero has also, against all odds, gotten some major upsets. Their win over Rockstars was one that people were not expecting them to be able to get. Like, that was a huge upset for EMEA to not see Rockstars, or even just like kind of the skeleton of the Rock Esports team that we saw in main event 1 come back for a second main event.
Yeah, ridiculous. And doing it in a decider match too, where everything's kind of all on the line, is crazy stuff. All right, here we go. Map number 2, chosen by Peps. Paraíso and Midtown banned away. It was Pep's choice, and they're going to start on the defense by the looks of it. To wait and see what they want to bring out. Honestly, Tread to Orisa, pretty damn clean. Although, again, I want to see if Diempero can show some different light here, especially on second. You can hold second so easily as the Orisa, but the Monkey is just so good. It does feel like a lot of metas, eventually, we just revert to Winston. We just revert to Monkey. Like, that's just what ends up happening. I'm curious what's going to happen at Dallas, of course, with all the other like international teams, with Korea showing up. I cannot wait to cast Korea again as well. It's going to be a good time. If you haven't booked your tickets,
what a dream.
Go book them for Dallas right now. Go do it. It's going to be a fantastic time.
Peak dive.
Exactly. But it looks like Team Peps. My prayers have been answered. Little Winton here for Tread.
Well, when you look at Hollywood and you look at just the verticality on the second point, Winston feels like such a lock-in if you feel comfortable to play the Winston dive, because you just immediately gain access to that type of high ground. Of course, you have other ways to get up there. Like if you want to Lucio speed over to an elevator, you can also take the point that way, but Winston is way more immediate with those jump cooldowns, and those bubbles can be really nice to be able to just help preserve the rest of your team. So these fights are going to be pretty fast-paced here as these Winstons try to figure out a target to jump on, and Exodial is a little bit easier to take out when you don't have the same mobility as something like the Soldier's going to have from Kyo.
Well, that's exactly what they're trying to do. Looking at Exodial, but that hindered aid, extremely frustrating to deal with the Winston, or is anybody with mobility, to be fair. Sure, rough. As long as you save your roll too, a lot of damage mitigation, being able to insta-reload. Ooh, nice stack of kills.
Oh.
We're going to get another one.
I mean, this is just Team Peps playing way more confident. Like, they are not afraid to go up to the spawn room doors, chase after these picks. Feels like they were able to turn around a lot of the frustration points that they had in that very first series to play on the same page. And yes, while the Cassidy is a little bit more subject to getting jumped on by Winston, not only the roll to help mitigate that damage, as you were saying, but you also have that mag grenade that makes it more difficult for that Winston to escape if you are going to play a bit more reactively to Crocs getting on the back line.
Naga Dyson with death with that recall. It's on the point with Pulse Bomb. Suzu used pretty early there by EGS. Exodial falls to the ground, receives Suzu. Oh no, he didn't receive Suzu. I think that hit the bubble of all things. Yeesh, that's not good. Crook throwing that one out. I don't think that actually managed to get him. That should be point as well for Diempero. Yes, it is. Exodial was the target. Executed pretty well there as they get the payload go.
You're gonna see that a lot. You're just gonna see that a lot. Like Exodial is by far the most diveable character on Team Pep's side. FD God maybe coming up a little bit close to that one, but when you look at like the Kiriko, you can Swiss step away. Naga can just blink away or even recall, even though that is on a longer cooldown. But it's nice to see Diempero being able to execute on those picks, and even if it doesn't work out that first time, they're able to figure out a way to make it work a second. But this is where the verticality really comes into play, and whether Winston is so dominant here. Already set up on Saloon. Team Peps have good sight lines to help figure out where to put down this Kitsune rush.
Yeah, it can be quite frustrating to use the Kitsune Rush unless the team like dives into you, because it's so easy to disengage. If you use it on high ground, you hide below. If you use it on low, it's like, okay, we just run around the corner. Speaking of which, there you go. Here comes the dive. Oh, the short jump. Nice primal rage there from Crocs. An unfortunate one, I must say. Doesn't exactly want to use it to survive. Might get a bit of value. Just boop the Cassidy from the high ground, but Exodial does manage to get away, and it's actually Gogo that falls a little bit too deep into the mixture. Oh my god. He really has a vendetta against Exodial. But yeah, like you said, Rose, they got to kill the Cass eventually. Like, that's the target you want to kill.
Yeah.
But it is funny watching the Winston perma-hound down the Cassidy. Oh, China might be in trouble. Oh! Got him before he got to the Mega Health Pack. Not good. Now there's a full reset from D'Ampero.
And that's so much time off the clock here, too, for D'Ampero. You still have 3 minutes heading into the second point, but you're looking at trying to be able to get off some bigger combos. Even if it is trying to trade your backline, like, at least now you have the Kitsune Rush to try to help engage on this next fight. But as you were saying, like, still positional difficulties to be able to actually use that ultimate. But overclock bursting from Kyu on high ground.
That's one way to take height. That bubble from Tread did block a lot of that damage. Q had one more charge railgun shot, but that was it. Power slide available, but not quick enough on that beat either, Gogo. Sound barrier rather late here from Peps. Should see them through this. I don't think there's any way EGS gets out of that one. Was crawling into the ceiling. Unfortunately, not that small. You cannot slip through the cracks and get out alive. Good response from Peps. And this is kind of what we've not seen from FD God in the last series, right, Rose? I mean, FD God was like, we're going to use beat first. We're going to go into them. But FD God a little bit more tempered now. Waits for Gogo, use the sound barrier. Okay, now wait a few seconds, then we use ours, we re-engage. We just have the health advantage and we win.
Yeah, definitely not as aggressive, and you're Jake calling that out on the desk as well, that if you are able to temper that aggression, then you can really use it to actually give that benefit over. So FD God has had the better beats in these maps so far.
Oh, sound barrier, not available, but doesn't matter, because he got that rush. Another big ult there from level 1 Crook. They do take high ground, but again, a rather messy fight. A fight that's taking a long time too. Good little boop on the Winston. Trying to get to heights, booping back onto the floor. Kyo is just set up for success on the Cassidy. There you go. They finally got the payload going, but I mean, re-engaging here from Peps should be fairly easy. They're going to be able to create space with the high noon. Although everybody's quite mobile on D'Ampero's side, it might be hard to get an actual kill, but space will do.
Yeah, Kyo switching over to the Cassidy is already proven to be more effective than the Sojourn we were seeing earlier on. And you're just able to play with the Winston a little bit more cleanly. You still have the same types of counters that Exodial is going to have on the Cassidy of his own. It is time for high noon somewhere, but it is so much more difficult to see this ultimate actually find that same value when you are just a perfect dive target, static in that high noon state.
Oh, there it is. Ko's popped the high noon, doesn't find much. Kills the bubble and Treads, unable to see himself out of the fight. Gets taken out by China. Couldn't rejoin the rest of the team because the high noon was there. Oh, straight back down to earth. And 10 feet under.
Oh, the bubble just wasn't enough to save Crocs there. It was a couple inches too late.
China is... Okay, we're good. Crook saved the day. 22 seconds to go. China almost won that for them straight up single-handedly. Where's the touch here for D'Ampero? Gogo has sound barrier. 10 seconds. There's an this is the easy rollout here for Lucio. They should be able to get there. Same with Crocs. So they haven't got to worry about touching. Surely you don't get another C9 line of live on broadcast, Rose? No, there we go. There's the touch. It was Crocs in the end. Gogo with the sound barrier, but Naga with the pulse. Sound barrier comes in really early. Now Naga looking for a target. Sticks to Winston in the end. That's a big Suzu, but a little bit too late from EGS. Crocs falls super early on. That pulse bomb, no healing, no Suzu, nothing available to save them. And it looks like this is where the journey will end from D'Ampero. That rush will seal the deal, EGS not being able to use theirs. Just before that second point, a real rough point to take, mind you, as well. Decent push, but will it be good enough?
Yeah, the point is so super difficult to take, and especially when you have to try to close the gap a lot of the time with something like the Winston jumps, and it takes a little bit of time to actually get that setup going, especially when that cart is so far forward and so close to that second objective. So I think like Diampero, they should still be pretty happy with how far they were able to get that cart, but I think Team Peps, they have locked in. Exodial has woken up, whether it was just getting some practice against Space Station. I think something else that Team Peps really had to deal with in between those two matches is think about, like, Diampero is just a different opponent. We can't get mentally boomed. This is the elimination match on the line, and that can be really difficult to like mentally come back from after being handed like such a clean loss to a team like Space Station.
Yeah, you got to reset that mental. Get back into it. Yeah, it's a 3-0, which is tough, and then you go straight into another game. It's just the nature of these double elimination tournaments, you know. No breaks, no rest for the wicked. Can't imagine. Yeah, I think Zodiac's just going to go for a small peek on the Widow. Might as well. Or not. Straight with that. Oh, or not. Naga's taking the Widow instead. Actually, I'm the Widowmaker now. I've decided. Yeah, I think Naga's going to go for a little jump shot.
I'm already Tracer.
Ooh, oh, no. No one was there. Who's really surprised? No one's peeking that.
You say that.
I say that. It has happened. It has happened in group stages. Yeah, it's insane.
It has happened. But no, not this time around. It's going to be back to the Winston. Cassidy immediately, though, coming out from Kyo, so you know that you can play just a little bit closer range. I think the Sojourn also was just having really a lot of difficulty trying to get past these big Winston bubbles, and everybody's able to dodge their way out of that Sojourn sightline. Ooh, mag grenade, though.
Little Hail Mary nade there from the high ground. Speaking of Hail Mary, that was Exodius as well. Got to heal up the Cassidy, but it doesn't matter. I mean, Krogs wasn't looking at him. Just going to kill your supports first. Classic McRight click. God, do you remember, man, Flash Fan the Hammer? I'm sure a lot of players still have nightmares about Flash Fan the Hammer. My word.
Oh my god.
Brand new Overwatch 2 players will not understand. This is where I was born and raised.
They don't know the difficulty of that, or like the born and raised of the scatter shot at the feet from Hanzo. Never.
Very epic. Very epic. I love getting one shot as a tank with scatter arrow. Very cool. All right, there's the high noon.
So fun.
Oh, Naga unable to escape. Rest in peace. Going to be able to punch some of these overextenders, I think, or I should hope. Diampero, they don't want to press this at all. They're just happy for Team Peps to stay in here. Obviously, maybe they're too worried about getting a pulse bomb off, or Crook laying down a rush.
They don't want to overextend either.
Exactly. Just take control of the cafe again. Have your Cassidy set up there. Oh, good headshots from Exodia, though. Pulse bomb, Suzu. And here comes the rush from Diampero, however. Straight from the cafe, and that will be the fight, and this push ended. Oh, surely he doesn't get a kill. Oh, kind of played him, though. Rolled straight behind him. Quick kill, but I didn't think... I mean, you got your Lucio, maybe they can tax you back. It shouldn't matter too much.
No, but it's the mental diff. I just out-Cassidy'd your Cassidy.
Oh, they're coming back.
Right? You gotta, like, strengthen the mental a little bit there for yourself. Maybe it's the confidence boost that Team Peps need. They've got 4 ultimates on the board with a Sound Bearer coming up pretty quickly, and they can now attack this with their own Kitsune Rush. And Naga hopefully landing another Pulse Bomb after he sees that the Suzu's down from EGS.
Everybody's grouped up, but no gold either. There's the Sound Barrier from Diampero. Naga's going to think different of using a Pulse Bomb right here. 86% in building. That high noon being used from Exodial just meant Crocs couldn't charged up that Terror Surge all too much. Had to satisfy himself with just a little bit of damage on the Winston. Exodial just taking such an aggressive peek on top of the car, and now everybody from Diampero is completely split. Oh, a little whoops-a-daisy there from Crocs. Went up onto that high ground, using that lift, and unable to actually secure the kill on Exodial, and that will be the cap on first. That was a really nice play from Team Pep. You saw it kind of all fell apart from Diampero. As soon as they got split, the Orisa had to put themselves on the point so they don't get cap, and then their backline was just so isolated. And that was that. Team Pep's in control of the payload.
Yeah, but now Diampero switching over to the Winston, so they're going to have the same type of high ground presence that Team Peps is able to grab. And Crocs is already in there.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. A couple of headshots there by level 1 Crook. Here's the Winston. Oh, where's those juggles? I know Trent has been practicing the juggle lobbies. Onto the high ground again, just trying to get that Lucio. No way, Gogo survives that one. Really nice control of the battlefield right now. No Goose Ray level primal kills, but isolating one target and finishing them off is perfect. Exactly what you need from your Winston. Nice little chase onto China as well. So all the time that they're building for themselves, or are buying for themselves, now putting themselves on point. So this high ground's going to be way easier to take now for your Team Peps.
Yeah, and especially if you're able to get Exodial on an angle here with that High Noon becoming available soon. But this Casino Rush, you have to scatter it to Peps, but you can't get separated.
Looks like O'Clock's hit his little head there. Kyo trying to find the kills. There we go, okay. Peps kind of scattering and the Cassidy wondering where everybody is. Where are they? Mega Battle back? I don't think so. 1 minute and 50 seconds to go for Team Peps. Still, like, building up a lot of ultimates, Rose. They don't need to win that many fights. Let's have a look at this pulse one from China. Oh, what a stick on Tracer. That's after the radius nerf too.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that should be way harder to accomplish, especially because Tracer is one of the smallest targets in the game. So that was very calculated, very clean. One of the reasons why China has been touted as one of the best Tracers right now, up and coming in EMEA. Let's see if he can keep it up, because minute 20.
Crocs had to primal rage there. I don't think he thought he was safe with the bubble, but on our screens, I think he was. Casino Rush is coming out. Sound barrier from FD gone. A little bit of a later one as EGS is trying to keep the rest of the team alive. Kyo's kind of out of this fight too. He's in the bar, but China and Crocs still handily dealing with Exodial. Primal Rage coming through from Tread. But it's all Crocs and it's all China right now. The dynamic duo for D'Impero. As with only a minute to go, once again, Team Peps cutting this one extremely close.
It's so close. And at this point, too, you've got one final attack attempt if you're Team Peps and not a whole lot in the tank to be able to get it done. So it comes down to Exodial getting some type of pick. And also hopeful the Team Peps will be able to have something to deal with this China Pulse Bomb, which is online again. If you're able to get a stick onto Naga, Exodial, just honestly, either one of the sports either, this is doomed.
Forces Crocs from low to high. Slowly moving that payload as well. And with the OT approaching, they're going to have to take a fight around this point, but China's going to anchor this one down. If you get another stick onto Naga, I'll lose my mind. But FD God's already dead. Lucio down for Team Peps. Oh, the stick! He got it. He got the stick, but they hit the recall. Naga in a little bit of trouble, but they don't touch, though. Oh, D'Impero. I mean, your Lucio's dead if you're Team Peps, but there was still an opportunity to touch. Peps end up going down. D'Impero tie the series up, and yeah, that's a little off the payload moment. A little off the payload moment. Not going to say the word.
In a main event, man, really?
Yeah. Like... I mean, you wanted someone to touch there. China's kind of holding down the payload, but yeah, that does kind of happen.
I know, but
a little rough. A little rough from Peps.
Oh, that feels so bad. It's okay. Go again.
Reset.
Right?
Exactly. Mental high.
Reset.
Still on map number one. We're only one of this series. Colosseo coming up next. Show me some highlights though before we get into that one. Give the players a couple.
Full clips of the Fan the Hammer from Kyo.
Big fan of the Hammer.
The Cassidy was just so much better in this matchup too, because like again looking at like the Cassidy versus the Sojourn, the Cassidy is just able to weave into these bubbles a little bit better. Sojourn had so much trouble being able to actually get past the shields, get past the angles, to actually be able to make use of those super powerful charge railgun shots. So I think that Kyo was much more present in this map as soon as that switch was made over to the Cassidy, and hey, it's gonna get them the dub here.
Really nice defense from D'Impero as well, but a lot of time off the timing. You see Tread
on that first point especially.
Yeah. Like he just gives the hello. Like he didn't get the kill. Hello. Looking really nice on the Winston so far. What do you think we're going to see on Colosseo, Rose?
It's so tough because both of these teams have kind of gone off the script of what we expected to see in an EMEA match. And honestly, fine, because that's so exciting. But it does beg some questions on whether or not maybe we do see some more Winston. There isn't as much verticality to play around on Colosseo, but if you're trying to look at being able to deal with something like the Sojourn, I don't know. Usually it's Sojourn here, right? If we are on Colosseo, we get to see the Sojourn because you have these beautiful long-range angles to work with. But most oftentimes it's paired up with the Orisa, but these teams, they're trying to counter each other in these small ways. And if you expect them to play something different, then we won't see the Orisa mirror.
Yep, lower bracket round 1 is where we're at right now. First to 3 as well, as we jump onto Hollywood. Sorry, not on Hollywood. We just finished Hollywood. We're jumping onto Colosseo as our next map. That was the Emperor's choice as a ban from New Queen Street coming out from Peps.
That doesn't surprise me. I feel like more often than not, you're just looking at being able to play any of, I guess, the classics. We see like Colosseo and Esperanza. I actually don't know if we've seen New Queen Street.
Not in a long time.
In the group stage for 2.
Yeah, a lot of teams just preferring the Colosseo.
I don't think so.
Or Esperanza. There's a lot of different things you can play on the Esperanza, to be fair, and I think that's why a lot of teams like it. Also, I think it's probably just the best. I had this conversation with Scott a while ago, but I think it's just the best push map in general. Just as like a fun score, like it's more fun than the New Queen Street, at least I think so. Because there's a lot of variants you can play there. But yeah, we're going to Colosseo though, and which means there might be a standstill for a good 2 or 3 minutes, waiting for the Sojourn to kind of build up a kill. But if it is going to be Cassidy, I expect the teams to maybe play a little bit faster, because normally if it's Soj, you are stalling out. But like Sparko was saying, like, I think people have the wrong read on the meta, you know, like with the RAM and everything else. So, and we have seen Peps pull out the RAM, so questions here, all up in the air when it comes to compositions as we load in just a moment. One apiece. And I must say, at the very end of that, it really felt Peps had it in the bag. A little slip up, but like you mentioning, Rose, you just got to keep the mental high, got to keep it flowing, because after coming off a 3-0 loss, you can be a little bit down, and a lot of these teams and players have been talking about the mental game being so important coming into the main event. And the Emperor, you know, underdogs, I'm sure they've got a lot of positive things to say in the comms after that win, that's for sure. We're going to jump to a quick break though. Don't go anywhere. We've got Colosseo up next, just giving the players a couple of minutes.
Serious. I love the sound of that.
And EXO against the wall, and Team Peps will full cap.
Where did Pelican come from? Straight on top of their heads.
Quartz won't let them stand much longer, kneecapping 3 in that fight.
The new kings of EU have been crowned. Toronto defiant in an absolute shutout. Some kings were born to rule. Welcome back. Colosseo on your screens in just a moment. Just giving everybody the chance to have a quick bio break. And then, yeah, rolling back into it. Colosseo. Fun map. If you like some stall. No, it's not. I don't think it's going to be that slow. Especially with a lot of players now just picking up the cast. I've been liking the Winston matchups a lot. I think with Hollywood especially, I think it's really fun to see how different teams kind of assault this high ground. And the same could be said here as well. I think Winston's pretty damn viable, though. The mid and the neutral can be a little bit rough for the Winston, because especially playing around a solo, like a single objective that is moving, like the payload, the bot, etc. It's a bit easier to kind of control that when you are playing Orisa, Ram, like anything that kind of sticks to one corner, sticks to one bit of space. But have to just wait and see. The Impero on the blue, Peps on the red.
Yeah, there's not as much natural cover to take if you're on a map like Colosseo. Something that Winston really thrives with is like you have all those buildings on Hollywood, you have all that high ground to escape to, etc., etc. So usually we have seen like the Orisa get played a lot here on Colosseo, so we are going to see that mirrored on both sides. And for Exodio and Keo, this is where I was expecting to see a little bit of a switch up. It's the Sojourn to be able to play those longer sight lines, and you still kind of have the same problem, right? Like you're looking at then these Sojourns having more responsibility to get a first pick for their team to open up the fight. And that's why we see over this midpoint, sometimes these fights get stalled out for, what, 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes before we see a first pick.
Can take a long time. Quick pushing, though, from Impero. Just want to play at their own pace. Gogo is completely alone on Mini. I think Team Peps are calling that one out. Yep, there it is. They took the Mini health pack, but FD God with a little boop will end his life pretty quick. That is just a mispositioning there from Gogo. Oh, rough. Surely China goes down as well. There we go.
That's not something that you can do against a team like Team Peps. And FD God smartly being able to call out that misposition, and Gogo gets punished for that. So even though we saw a really quick engage from Impero, I do like that because we're getting into the action a little bit faster than we normally would on Colosseo. It puts Impero in this position where they have to play on a back foot. Team Peps, they've got the momentum, they're going to have this corner to play around, and the bot in their control.
All right, these have got high ground with the Sojourn. Speaking of which, Exodio wants to join him up there. Nice little boot. Stopping Keo getting a line of sights. 2 trades, way better for Team Peps. EGS dead. See if Tread wants to force the issue. Already using that spear spin, but yeah, I mean, now if you're Crocs, you have to play so safe. Really early rush. I like this tempo play a lot. Just forcing the payload forward and just forcing a fight. And Impero are going to fall over. Without EGS, you just can't do much. You have to escape. And even with Lucio's speed against the rush and the enemy also having speed with the Lucio, like, that's so rough. And they're going to get that bot past that big archway, which is normally quite a tough spot to get it past. And even under the bridge, too. I don't think Impero can even bridge stall. Well, they can.
No, I mean, this is so tough because, like, yes, you can, but also, are you gonna...
They're going to go again. Sound barrier from FD God saves his line, saves his back line. Oh dear, Gogo dead yet again. Keo does take to the sky with this overclock, but it's actually Exodio that's just lighting the kill feed up. Same with Naga. That's checkpoint already. We're 2.5 minutes in, and Peps has checkpoint.
That's fast. That's really, really fast. Usually we don't see teams be able to grab that before, what, like 4 or 5 minutes sometimes? 5 minutes, the midway point. And at this point, Team Peps, like, they haven't really had to use anything to be able to get this type of progress. So this has been so economical for them.
Ooh. Good kill. Really nice. All right, I mean, checkpoint, like you said,
disengage.
It's just so nice. You got the forward spawn as well, and you are pretty high on life. I mean, this is where the reverse sweep started for Impero as well. It won't be a reverse sweep this time around, but you've got to feel confident coming into this game, knowing that this is how you got to the main event itself if you're Impero.
For sure. I think that gives you a little bit of confidence heading into this one, but now you're up against a player like Exodio with an overclock, and that is not easy to have to play around.
Oh, look at Tread. Dude, Tread is just perma on that corner. You can hear that contestation sound. Oh, Exodio is spelt China from a mile away. No use sneaking around on the Tracer when your footsteps are that loud. There's the sound barrier. Oh, my word. Nice little double shot on Exodio there with the railgun. Fully charged as they got boot back, but it didn't matter. Set up that shot pretty well. Still, Impero fighting an upward tilt battle, especially with Team Peps not losing anybody here, Rose. It's going to be so rough for them to get under this archway.
Yeah, look at that. Naga able to hit the recall really fast, and they're just able to get back into this one in such full force after Naga was getting locked down just a couple of seconds ago. Has another pulse bomb too, so that's something that the backline of DiEmpero is going to have to be really wary of to watch those cooldowns. The Kitsune or the Suzu, is that going to come out as well as something like the Spear Spin to help stop Naga?
Here comes the Russian Team Peps. China's got this pulse bomb, waiting for the Orisa to not be gold. Oh, and they still whiff it. I mean, that Suzu came out just in time as well. Wow, China that entire time, that fight was just looking at Tread, just waiting for them to use abilities so the pulse bomb could maybe get a kill. But meanwhile, the rest of his team felt around him. And the bot's moving again. Remember, Rose, they've got checkpoint here. And Naga can just walk the bot under the bridge for free, get the bot moving up this small hill.
Yeah, it's like a walk in the park for Team Peps right now, looking at being able to keep this progress rolling. And Crocs is so low!
I mean, Crocs is going to get chased down, easy peasy. A sound barrier, and you put yourself in a position where you've used all your cooldowns to get there, to get the Terror Surge off. We're 5 minutes in. It's almost 100 meters, and it definitely will be with the way that Team Peps are playing right now. We're rounding the final corner to this straight. I mean, really hard map to finish, mind you, but getting it this far is insane for Team Peps right now. Here we go. Overclock from Kaio trying to level the playing field. Has just met with a brick wall, that being the Orisa, using the Fortify and Spear Spin to get out of there. Oh, they're all lined up. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Surely Tread dies. There we go. Much easier.
Oh, okay.
Don't lose anybody challenge.
Well,
fail.
But they didn't hear you for that one. And this is so rough because like you're still pushing the bot. Like you're still moving the bot. Like Team Peps have not backed away up until this moment, and now DiEmpero sub 4-minute territory. They have to make up a meters differential of like 80 meters. And it's going to be a really tough ask. EGS, they do have this Kitsune rush, so over the midway point, that could be really valuable to just help DiEmpero get into the fight a little bit faster. They can take a bit more of aggressive positioning because you get faster healing as well. But, oh, China
forced a recall. Yeah, that's really unfortunate. You see they were trying to set up there in the back line with that pulse bomb, but forced a recall. Little Lucio Boop, a little bit of extra damage on top. Forces the tray out. All right, Exodia with a high ground too. All about wasting time here. It's like talking to Jake about 5v5 and 6v6, just a waste of time. All right, overclock available for Exodia. Nice 180 pulse bomb. Unfortunately, didn't land. And Exodia still with an overclock if they really want to use it. Just ascends to the high ground, escaping the Tracer, just waiting for the team to clean up. No worries, I've got my one. I've got my two, in fact. There you go, Team Peps. Making it really hard for DiEmpero to walk past that archway. 107 meters.
They're playing it really well too, where like Team Peps in those positions isn't overextending. They're waiting for DiEmpero to have to peek their heads down, come to them, and so they're able to play a bit more patiently when it comes to that positioning game around that first corner. But it's back in Team Peps territory, and DiEmpero, they're in a world of hurt.
He was 3 HP! Double kill with a Terror Surge, your backline is dead. Tread with 3, make it 4, get it 5k, son. Crocs is right in his sights too. Where's the 5th? Where's the 5th? Call it out. China's gonna slip away as they get the checkpoint once again. So forward spawns are active. They're not gonna be able to push it too far as the spawn points of DiEmpero are really close, but wasting time is all they want to do. Wow, even trying to force a recall there after Kuno landed in his face. Oh, they're gonna fight lower.
Sub 2 minutes.
This is so smart. They just play lower.
Oh, just, yeah, go underneath.
And they have B if they really need to use it too. And just, again, Saul. 1 minute and 40 seconds to go. Naga waiting for a cheeky pulse bomb. Seeing if anybody's going on a flank, that being China.
He's hunting.
China knows, though.
China, though, is, like, still playing
China
with, like, a part. Yeah, China's playing with the team.
Yeah, there you go.
Has to recall, though.
Oh,
and that's where Naga can come in and just catch him.
Oh, that was close. I love the gumption there. I love the tenacity from Naga, but unfortunately, didn't end up landing. Would look cool, though. That's what's important. There's the sound barrier from GoGo, an engagement one. And FD God's just waiting on for his, and there you go. Re-engage with sound barrier. The better beat prevails. There's a Terror Surge on the side there from Crocs, just trying to stay in this fight, but here comes the rush. Nice chase down of level 1 Crook. And Kaio just trying to get work done, but yeah, once again, just Tread keeping an eye where the Sojourn is at almost all times, it feels like. Making sure they can't get good overclocks off, either spear spinning in their face, like hitting the fortify, or throwing the javelin, like getting them back away from the team. And with 40 seconds to go, I mean, do Impera even get back into this? They got 27 meters versus 100. They're 80-meter deficit, going a little crazy right now.
Yeah, it's looking like a mountain that the Emperor are not going to be able to climb. They're able to get back bot control right now, but we're entering into the last fight where Exodio once again has an overclock, and it's going to be this Tracer versus Tracer on the side.
Got to be scared of Exodio just ripping this one and just tearing your face off.
Just play this defensive corner if you're Team Peps.
Tread has been, like, set up a store, a bookstore right here, just, like, not moving, refusing to do anything except just stall. Like, this is insane. Okay, they speared him away. All good. Don't worry, I'll go to the next archway and then stall there. Overtime is here, too, so Diempero have to be perfect now. That 80-meter deficit looking rough, to say the very least. Oh, the Sojourn. Kaio stood no chance. Everybody grabbed from Tread, setting up Exodio for success with this railgun, this overclock. I mean, it's all over. Diempero with an 80-meter deficit. And Team Peps, they pretty much got that on their first push. A 2-1 for Peps, and they put themselves in a match point. Moving through this lower bracket, Diempero, this is their last chance now to come back and see themselves through here.
And it's so tough to be able to come back from something like that where you called it. Like, they got that 80-meter advantage right off the rip. And that is so difficult to have to come back from. Obviously, we're looking at push. It can be just difficult to try to even up a score on a map type like that, but still, like, the damage is done.
Yeah, 2.5 minutes, you got checkpoint. If you get in that in one of your games at home, you're like, okay, we win. We win these, you know, we win.
You're feeling yourself. You're like, we've got this. Like, nothing can go wrong.
Exactly. Confidence
got it in the
is brimming at that point. And this was a map, Diempero probably pretty confident coming into this one too. This is where they started their reverse sweep, but going down on it is going to sting just a little bit. And these really early fights as well, Rose, after they got checkpoint, just being able to basically split focus from Diempero. It was a really rough time as Crocs was trying to just nail down the payload. Okay, we got to fight around here, we got to fight on these corners. But it was Tread kind of outmaneuvering, I felt like, the Orisa a lot of the time. And also checking the enemy Sojourn. A big thing to do if you're the Orisa. And you could see in the last fight too, I'm sure it's in the highlight package somewhere. But Sojourn here was just slide up to the high ground, and then Tread said, not today. Instantly using that Terror Surge, stopping that Soj from basically disrupting Exodio's game. Here you go. Just got dragged straight back down, booped into the Terror Surge, and that was it.
Yikes.
It's such a good combo, that Terror Surge, with almost every ult. And it's not a carbon copy of Grav, right? Because Grav actually sticks people, but like grabbing everybody in and slowing them down as they just try and crawl out like they're crawling out from the grave. Like, please, someone save me, a Lucio, a Suzu, or anything. It's just very easy to layer another ult on top, the pulse bomb, the railgun, the overclock. Like, yeah, it looks good. It looks clean from Peps, honestly. Space Station Gaming, just a little bump in the road.
Right. I think that's something to keep in mind, is the part of the reason why maybe Team Peps looked like they were off their game is they were going up against the best, if not like, second best, if not the best team in EMEA OWCS. It's so hard to hold a candle to a team like that and feel like you're gonna make it look easy. So Team Peps, they've had a really good opportunity here to show us that no, they really still do deserve that title of being in the top 4 of the region. They have a chance to keep on putting on that pressure onto the other teams, and this is just another step for them to make it farther in that journey.
Yeah, Diemperos, their road has not ended just yet. They can still pave a little bit more. Surabasa is up next. However, they are balancing on a knife's edge of being eliminated from the main event here in Stage 2 of the OWCS in EMEA. Surabasa chosen by Team Peps. See what they want to bring out. And Junkertown, if we're really near, it would be nice to see a little bit of Junkertown. I haven't seen that in a while. Of course, Junkertown being updated with the different, like, blown-up buildings on first makes it a little bit more fun when you're a support player and you're getting sniped.
Don't you worry. we're gonna get yeah, I think later on in our third match of the day, and so if you want to see New Junk City, I think that might be where we end up seeing it.
Of course.
It's that gets to pick the Flashpoint map.
If Kyle, yeah, they're like, okay, we're picking Flashpoint, we're picking New Junk City. I want another 5K tire clip.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a good time.
It's just home advantage for Kaya's Junkrat. Absolutely.
It's crazy. I love that team so much. It's like there's always that one team that is a bunch of players that, well, we're all one tricks or close to being one tricks, right? It's always the most fun, and like it's very much like Clockwork Vendetta-esque, and Namkuchi Brothers over in Japan, right, with the Hog, CC2 on the Hanzo, like it is electric to watch. Even though, you know, if you're going up against Space Station or one of those big boy teams, it's a little rough, but my god, does it make for some entertaining Overwatch. Right, let's get into game though. I've had enough yapping. I'm having enough. I think one of the players is just sorting out one of their keyboards or something. I'm not sure, but Survasa coming in. Final map potentially here for Diempero. They don't want to end their run, but Peps, they want to make sure they can get a confident win, a little 3-1. Little 3-1. We'll move lower bracket. We'll try and make a crazy run, maybe get some revenge on Space Station a little bit later on. John the Crocodile is very happy.
It's such a cute little crocodile. I feel like you would like that better than the pigeons that we see on Midtown.
I hate the pigeons. I love how the OWCS Twitter account instantly tweeted out to scare Jaws, retweet this tweet. Those pigeons are demonic. You cannot change my mind.
They are really creepy. They've got the greedy little beady eyes, and I think pigeons in general.
I do not like it.
Yeah.
Well, different look here.
A little tough.
Not quite as beady-eyed.
Genji.
But yeah, Naga on Genji. Okay, Genji versus the Tracer. You just want to go hard, you want to go fast. Both is already used. Oh, lost China a little bit there, but oh man. So Naga, especially with Dragon Blade, getting a Dragon Blade off, normally you're just there to force ults, but with Crocs going super low and also stepping up, easy resets for Naga. Although Gogo plays him a little visit. These fights, once again, just so scrappy from both sides. Someone please kill Gogo. My god, FD God is still fighting. Someone's got to kill Gogo. Okay, Gogo down. We win now. China being chased off.
Don't worry.
China's already got pulse bomb, by the way. Extremely quick.
That's crazy. But it's crazy that like Diempero lost that fight and China has pulse bomb already. So it was a lot of legwork being put in there from the Tracer to be able to get that damage down. But on Crook, FD God, you can tell how much work that they put in to save the team, because both of them almost have ultimate already in this first fight. Especially for a Lucio, that's such a quick sound barrier to have.
Nice left-click shurikens there from Naga. Did tag China a couple of times in the head, went for the slash. This melee and dash at the same time, but unfortunately wasn't able to do so. Dashed into the backline again. Here's China with a pulse bomb. Nope, instantly Suzu'd. And who is down first? Well, it's Naga. They're going to use this rush, but a little bit of a later one here from Diempero. Tread's going to have to try and be careful, but they managed to isolate Crocs. Good 180 spear too to stop the healing coming through. Really nice play by Tread. Really get a mind's eye, basically eyes in the back of his head. Oh, you want to step up? We've isolated Crocs. That was really nice play. That's first point too, actually.
Tread's been it. Yeah, I mean, confident play coming through from Team Peps is going to net them this very first flashpoint, and we're already on to the next one. And after such an economical fight, they had to use the Kitsune Rush there, but that's it. And so taking a look at Naga being able to get this Dragon Blade online, Gogo has the beat. So this is really where you could potentially use this ultimate to try to get that beat out of Gogo before using something else. Vice versa, you could also just wait for like Exodial to just use this overclock, and I don't know, it's tough for Gogo right now to figure out what to use this barrier for.
Well, it's used it for this overclock by the looks of it. Kaio just playing in the front line, ignoring the Orisa, but you can't get it over that long. Yeah, that Terror Surge, bringing him straight back in again. That's what you get for having mobility, DPS players. You get a Terror Surge in your face. Surely Crocs dies in. There we go. All right. Team Peps playing with very much a different speed. It feels like Diempero just changing up their own tempo of the game a little bit, wanting to set these fights really early, like really fast. But Team Peps pretty well versed in how to like react, basically. Exactly what Space Station Gaming were kind of doing against Peps earlier on, right? I mean, Team Peps are kind of playing Space Station's game in that regard. Just reactionary.
Yeah.
Here comes the blade. There's no sound barrier, but there is a Suzu. Still taking a fair bit of damage though, as Naga finds one. He's trying to get the reset, but Gogo just slipping under him. Just boop him. Easy kill, but can they actually finish this fight? A lot of them are taking a lot of damage, and with your Kiri dead, it's only Gogo with the heals here. And it's actually Croc stepping onto the point, and Exodia was waiting for him with a fully charged railgun. Doesn't look like Gogo is going to stick around for much longer. Same with China, who's 1 HP. That kill will be huge, actually. Oh, but Naga takes out Kaio. Okay, again, this might be final fight here. With a rush, Team Peps can play super far up.
Yeah, this is not looking close anymore. DiEmpero at the very beginning of the series, they started out so strong, and as the series has progressed, they look like they're just on different pages. Crocs is playing really aggressively, not getting the backup that he needs for the rest of the team to make those aggressive plays, and Team Peps just beating them to the punch.
All right, nice stick on the Kiriko. Instant Suzu though, but Crocs has already fallen. China has to go crazy here, but it's looking very unlikely. This is Team Peps playing to a whole new level. Yeah, you are right, Rose. This is not close at all.
No, it really doesn't look close. Like, that's another flashpoint, 100-0. We're already on the last one, and Team Peps get a chance to attack this with some ultimates right away as we find our way to the flashpoint.
Yeah, already pretty quick. Nice little flashpoint flip there. It's just basically right in front of you if you're Team Peps, so that's pretty nice. Same with DiEmpero, but they were a little bit slower as they had to respawn. Unfortunate, that's what happens when you die. Rest in peace.
Oh, don't worry. They're back. They're back with a vengeance.
My God, FD God was in their face. Not sure how he didn't die instantly, but he eventually gets slain. Oh, nice spear from Crocs. There you go. That's the fight you needed to win. And only using that rush. So here you go. They're in good standing right now. They capped the point, finally. And with Crocs is trying to find the Kiri. Oh! That is not good. That is far from being good. And now DiEmpero have to act. They have to do something here to try and even this. Because they lose their Kiri in the Kiri 1v1. And Crocs has also fallen. An overextension there. Well, actually, I wouldn't even call that an overextension. I'd just call that Crook winning that fight against EGS. DiEmpero needed to protect their Kiriko, and that's a free point flip. Without much of a fight.
Like, that felt so greedy. That felt so greedy from DiEmpero to go after those picks, and then they left them in a position where Team Peps is just able to get their wraparound and take back the point, especially after getting that, like, 1v1 win. So now DiEmpero, again, on the back foot, have to come into this one with just the same type of energy from all 5 players. They've got to be on the same page or this is over. God, that is the saddest high noon I've ever witnessed. Instantly speared. Sound barrier from DiEmpero. Exodio having a lot of charge on that railgun. But once again, Team Peps doing such a good job of isolating the backline with Tread's Terror Surge. Gosh, does end up falling off the map. Not sure if that was a boop or that was him just accidentally slipping over something. A very late kill as well onto the Cassidy means Peps once again is setting themselves up for a win. 80% on board. DiEmpero are going to get a touch, but it will be a dicey one. Especially when Exodeal is going to be on a flank with this overclock. There's really not a great way to be able to close the gap. Kio's actually going to make a switch over to the Soldier. Not even here for the fight, Jaws.
Oh, Exodio ends up going down though. Good spear from Crocs. Good spear and a couple of cabbages thrown his way. Crocs is going pretty low. There's the flip for DiEmpero. An easy kill onto Tread 2. Naga is still putting in absolute work. Overtime levels of work here. Hope he's getting paid double, if not triple for this one. Crook taking down Gogo, and Naga's going to cap the point as well. Wow, man of the hour Naga right now. And Crook take down EGS again. Naga's got a pulse spot. Pops it on the ground. Doesn't matter him hitting the wrist of it, it's all good. Sound barrier from FD Gods not too far away, but they're probably not even going to need it, to be fair. Nice tracking from Naga as he spots the Lucio just dashing through the skies, and that should be it. Team Peps just demolish DiEmpero on that flashpoint. They're going to make their way through that lower bracket as DiEmpero get knocked out.
I feel like major credit to D'Ampero, though. Like, this was already a very tough opponent for them. It was a tough bracket overall, and credit to making it to the main event in the first place. I think this is a team that didn't necessarily have the most expectations on their shoulders. They were a team that formed from playing ranked games with each other. But it's a cool story to talk about because this is kind of what the OWCS is all about. Being able to make these teams try to show up and compete and make the main event a huge pat on the back for themselves, for sure.
Big win here, though, for Peps after going down 0-3 against Space Station, not an hour ago. They jumped into this game pretty, I could imagine, pretty frustrated with that loss, but Team Peps coming up large here. Now is their chance to maybe get some revenge, too, as they make their way through the lower bracket.
Yeah.
People on the desk, how do you feel about that series? I mean, look, we piped up Exodial, but Naga went kind of crazy in that last map.
Yeah, Reinforce actually had a lot of great things to say about Naga.
Well, I think it's coming out with the Genji. It's always fun to see on Saravasa because you play that little high ground there. So we've seen some Echo come out, some Genji come out instead of the Tracer. So I'm happy anytime I get to see a Genji.
I mean, historically, Naga's been really strong on the projectile flex heroes, but his Tracer has really come up to par in the recent years, which I think is crucial for anybody in the role. You really have to have that Tracer mastered to be at this level of the game. And so Naga, I mean, he's come to fill that role, I think, really well for Team Peps. I think he's definitely a highlight player. I feel like, though, Orisa, Sojourn, Tracer, a lot of their players look solid on the hero. So clearly this is the comfort role comp for them. I think they ran into trouble against Space Station just because it's such a different matchup.
And also because they're the best team in the region.
That has something to do with it as well.
Yeah, but they certainly look to have cleaned up their act quite a bit between the first match we saw from them today and the second one. Now, one can, of course, argue D'Ampero are probably not the ones really testing their limits quite as well. I do want to talk a little bit about D'Ampero as well, though, because they were, of course, the underdog coming into that series. I think they really proved or put themselves out there and on a lot of people's radar. A lot of individual great performances coming out from players like China, which we did hype up heading into this match.
Yeah, I think that this is a new up-and-coming team, of course, that we haven't really seen too much of. But honestly, they just got to work on their execution a little bit. At times, it was a bit slow. Like that Colosseo, man, that was it was rough going because they just couldn't round the corner on Team Pep's side. And, they had some decent plans, flank the Tracer around, maybe even push the Orisa around. But, it took so long to set up at times. So this is obviously a team that has some improvements to make. But in general, you got to say that it was a really good stage for D'Ampero. You reverse sweep Rock, you make it to the main event. And I think for a lot of these players, just making it to the main event is a big success. You go up against Peps, who, going into the event, I probably would have said that Peps was maybe the fourth best team in the region. After that loss to Space Station, I don't know, but it just speaks to the difference in skill level. Overall, pretty pleased with D'Ampero. I think they should be too. It was an uphill battle, but now you got something to build on. I think this team can definitely improve in some aspects. So, I'm just going to keep grinding, get back on the horse.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I do think they have a lot to work with, especially on the tank role. I think Crocs, whether the Orisa, the Winston, looked really solid, which is, rare to see. Usually for these teams struggling, usually it's the tank who really looks the most out of place just because, tank's the one who sort of bears the brunt of, if your teammates are losing the trades on the flanks, then the tank's the one who's actually going to get pressured. But Crocs, he handled that admirably well despite a tough series. So, yeah, I totally agree. There's bright spots, good things for them to work with. Peps, though, they are going to be the team to continue on. Exodial, player of the match, well-deserved. Put up a great performance last series, too. This time, he was the best hit scan in the lobby, though.
Absolutely. So, yeah, that's been a player to watch already during the group stage. I'm pretty sure everyone has Exodial on their radar, just to say that twice in a row, basically, as a young prospect, and that's the joy of OWCS matches, right? 17, which what I've been doing with my life when I was 17. Certainly not this. Exodial, one of those new faces coming into the OWCS scene and really making a name for themselves, and he's doing that in a team filled with quite well-known players.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see more as some of these veteran players, come together with the up-and-coming rookies. I think you can really build teams with a lot of strength. Younger players bring with them a little bit more adaptability, a little bit more flexibility, and that can be a huge asset to some of these veteran players who bring the experience, they bring the calmness under pressure. It can make a really powerful team combining those two together.
Indeed. Now, we do have a winner's interview for you as well, so let's chat to Crook from Team Peps. First things first, of course, congratulations on the dub. You guys are staying alive. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I'm feeling great. I'm honestly proud of my team. Although against SSG, of course, it didn't go as we planned, but they're just a very strong team and they know exactly what they're doing. So it's gonna be tough beating them if we meet them again.
Let's chat a little bit about that first series. Obviously, of course, playing back-to-back matches and going down in the first one 3-0. That's going to be tough on the mental. How did you guys rally the troops and keep up the mindset heading into your second series today?
Well, against the Crocs team, we just knew that we can beat them without any major issues. Now, we did lose one map. We didn't play well on that one for sure. I think that was because of the mental, because of the 3-0 that we just got trolled on by SSG, but otherwise I think we played well. We played to our strengths. We are good in the Orisa mirror, and they didn't play any RAM sim stuff that we don't really know what to do against, so in the end we were fine against them.
Do you feel like that's going to be the meta going forward in the tournament? We've seen a little bit of Winston, a little bit of Orisa, but for the most part, Lucio, Kiri, Tracer, Hitscan, there's a pretty stable comp coming around. Do you think that that's going to last, or do you think what SSG is playing is going to start to influence other teams, and we might see more BAP and Cassidy come out?
So I think we should not forget that we are in EMEA, and in EMEA, in the end, it always comes down to Rush. So as we know, I think it's just going to come down to playing Ram, BAP, maybe Tracer, maybe Sim. But that's how the final games will be played, in my opinion, because it's Europe. It always goes that way. It's going to be Twisted, it's going to be SSG, all Rush teams. So I don't even think people will play Winston in the top 4 at least.
I love that, yeah. EMEA always the brawl region. If they could play Reinhardt, they would. I do want to ask you, Crook, about your team's feeling going into the event, because in the group stages, you had that map 5 against ENCE, really close series, and some people are like, Peps could be a team to watch out for in the main event. When Peps play at their absolute best, do you think it could take on the very top teams in the region?
Absolutely. The only team I truly fear is SSG, but we will only meet them in the winners final if we get that far. But I think next team we are going to play Twisted, because ENCE will probably beat them. But I'm confident we can take them on and get our points to qualify to Dallas. And if we don't win the whole thing, I trust my team that we can get top 2, 100%.
It's all about that confidence and about the trust in your team. Crook, thank you so much for joining us for a quick chat. Best of luck in your next game.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Level 1 Crook from Team Peps. I love to hear, of course, always from the players. Very interesting to be able to pick their brains. And yeah, EMEA, what a region.
Yeah, it is funny because at the same time, at the start of stage 1, you're going like, oh, space station. It's a lot of dive. They're really diving. And, especially in the quote unquote preseason. When Winston, Lucio, Kiriko dive was all the jam. You're just like, wow, this might be different for EMEA this year. Nope. 2024, we're brawling.
All roads lead to brawl, but I think that's good for EMEA. I think it's better, rather than trying to play everything, flex across every role. If the competition's not fierce enough for that, it might be better to show up at Dallas with just like a really well-prepared look, something that you're really confident on, you can execute really well, and take those matchups. I think a lot of the regions, separating out the regions, you'll see slightly different metagames in each region, and when they actually clash on stage in Dallas, it might pay dividends just to be really comfortable in what you got rather than having, the most perfect strategy, let's say.
Hey, Lono Spitfire, they beat Atlanta Reign in the playoffs, right?
That's a London way to do it. Well, let's actually take a look at our bracket to see where we currently stand after just 2 matches which we played here on this show. Of course, there were simultaneous matches going on throughout our morning. Peps taking a 3-1 victory over the Impero. And then on the other side here, we also see that Super Shy will be facing off against so both of those teams also lost their first match today, which means that they're both now having to fight for survival in the main event. And we'll break all of that down in just a bit. First things first, we will be heading into a quick break, so don't go anywhere, and we see you on the other side. tune serious.
I love the sound of that.
And EXO against the wall, and Team Pets will full cap.
Where did Pelican come from? Straight on top of their heads.
Quartz won't let them stand much longer, kneecapping 3 in that fight.
The new kings of EU have been crowned. Toronto defiant in an absolute shutout. Some kings were born to rule.
Welcome back, one and all. Zoe here, joined by my trusted analyst, Jake and Johnny. We're about to head into our next elimination match. Super Shy will be taking on, that hopefully is going to be more of a banger than what we've seen thus far, because quite frankly, it's been a little stompy on this side of town.
I've been looking forward to seeing on the main broadcast. They did go down pretty harshly. Twisted Minds 3-0ing them, which is maybe expected, although I thought there was some chance for but I just want to see what they've got cooked up for us. This team, they're known for the Junkrat, for the Wrecking Ball, the Baptiste, the Kiriko. It sounds like I'm just naming heroes, but they play these heroes all at the same time. And I think it's a comp that, really can work if the other team gives you any room to work with. They open themselves up. They, forget to check their corners, right? Things can really go wrong against Ya's lineup. So I'm excited to see what they can pull out on.
They could snowball this very quickly, but let's talk about the other side here. Super Shy is the roster that will have the honor and the pleasure, the thrills of going up against and I mean, this is the team that took out Exoblivione, Johnny. Like they came in as I would say a bit of a surprise to everyone.
Yeah, totally. But they got a good core to the roster. The support's keeping everything in line, and Hitori has some surprisingly good moments on Orisa. You're like, oh, Orisa highlights? Yeah, I'll take that any day. Well, but Hitori's got him. Also as well, Sora's been consistent on the long range hitscan, and Pac, who has the deceptive Hanzo picture on the roster, but Pac most likely going to be playing a lot of Tracer in this series. But yeah, I mean, taking down Exoblivione, admittedly an Exoblivione who didn't have Chase after NC Sports picked up Chase. But still, that's a really good team, and so here they find themselves in the lower bracket now against and Kaya's Junkrat and Chasm's Wrecking Ball.
Yeah,
good luck.
They've got a lot of options here with Cool Boy. He's got the Life Weaver picture. Could run that, though, but we've seen a lot of Bap and Kiri from Cool Boy and Saipe. So despite having a Junkrat and Ball, who are these chaotic heroes making a lot of space for the team, they really bring the damage from the support line. So definitely eyes on Cool Boy and Saipe to be bringing frags. Like, these supports need to deliver kills, but they have the skill to do it. And then Ken is like, he's like your stable player. He's like, all right, somebody's got to play Tracer, guys. So for this comp,
but the thing
somebody has to. Cassidy is surprisingly good.
That is true.
Ken will just light up the kill feed, and you're like, okay.
They can play quote-unquote normal stuff too, though.
Yeah.
When Darkside Phil is coming in for Chasm, just if they want to just go regular old.
I think
no one cares about them playing normal stuff.
I've seen Kaya not play Junkrat. Maybe he played like Sombra once or something like that.
Just
by accident.
If they come out and play normal stuff, like I might just close my eyes. Like, if they come out and play Orisa, Sojourn, Tracer,
no way.
I'm gonna be so disappointed. Play Wrecking Ball and Junkrat.
Yeah,
this is what we're here for.
It is the hill.
It is what they're good at.
We want to see them die on.
Yes.
Dying they might, but it's going to be explosive to the very end, or so we hope. And for all the action, we once more going to send it over to our casters, Necker and Jaws. What do you guys want to see?
Just playing Ya's game. W Junkrat player, W Ball player. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be a good time. You know, when they load into the lobby, it's gonna be a mess, and that's what's fun about it.
Yes. That is the most fun aspect of being able to watch some of these teams in EMEA, is that we've gotten treated to basically everything under the sun, except for this team yet, which, if you guys haven't checked out I think you'll all be very excited to see some Wrecking Ball, to see some Junkrat, just picks we don't necessarily get a chance to see in the meta. And Jaws, we gotta talk about a little bit of the rich history that have as a team. Like, if you think back to like the old heads will remember this, but like back to the days of EMEA contenders with Avoided, that was a big OTP team evolving to what it is to now. A lot of these players got their start on Avoided and then just made this other major OTP team.
Yeah, I love it. Clockwork Vendetta, Avoided, just legends of the EU scene. And of course, like you mentioned, Rose, it's going to be ball, it's going to be junk. But Super Shy, yes, they'll be playing default comps, don't worry. But, I mean, this is what can really rattle you as a team that is going to play more standard, more meta, right? Not really expecting the junk, and you can't really disrespect the hero either. It's worth keeping in mind. Like, you're not going to see it all the time. In rank, sure, you're gonna see it a lot. It's whatever, right? But you can't be disrespecting the junk rat. It still does an immense amount of damage. The Trace is gonna, and Pack specifically, it's gonna be having to check the ball and Kaya a lot of the time. It's a pretty easy matchup for the Tracer normally, but can get surprised, and Kaya has done it before.
Yes, definitely taken some of those Tracer duels before. Don't forget that that frag launcher is going to do 120 damage on a direct hit, so there's a bunch of burst damage there, but Pack is wise. Not going to fall victim to just, you know, blinking into a Junkrat. You can't just walk forward, so I love the sneaky angles that they're able to take in order to take Kaya down.
All right. Hattori and the gang, they do end up capping first as well. Yeah, and this is the thing with Aya's comp as well, like having Chasm basically do their own thing and just try and set up the team for some kills. Oh, rough. Jump into a brief pause. Hopefully it's not too long. I think Kaya's maybe reloading the Junkrat. That's what's happening, bro. He's just reloading the bomb launcher. It's like, hey, I DC'd first. Yeah, that's why I died first. No worries, guys. I mean, look, you can't disrespect the Junkrat, but you can... Playing around it can sometimes be a little bit tricky. I mean, the Tire is not the best ult in the game, but hey, it can... the amount of times that the Tire is just like, you know, when they use it and they just stick it to a wall and then they just wait for like the whole duration and then they just randomly pop out and then insta-bin somebody. Like, dude, the Junkrat players are just so good at using like every single second of the Tire. You just don't disrespect it.
Hey, like, don't forget, too, Kaya actually got, like, a 4K Rip Tire in one of the group stage matches. Oh, it was a 5K, even better! Even better.
They set it up with a May wall.
New Junk City match, though.
It blew my mind and blew everybody else's
Everybody
mind.
scattered backwards. They couldn't escape because the May wall was behind them. And they all got killed. So, by far, maybe one of the biggest plays we've seen in Overwatch Champions series so far, because it was fun to watch. And, like, Kaya could absolutely set those up again. A little bit more difficult, I think, when you don't have the same wall construction power with something like a Wrecking Ball, but still, you know?
It's doable, I believe.
Can't disrespect it.
I believe in the junk. The chat predictions? Ah, yes. The classic.
Chat!
66%.
Likes them too.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Hell yeah. Then Super Shy.
Oh, yeah.
34%. Let's go. All right, let's load back in. Let's get this series underway. Looks like a little ping spike there. A reconnection by the looks of it, actually, from Chasm. So hopefully they should be all ready and raring to go.
All right. Well, all split right now.
Sniper manages to just kunai Zoro from across the map. Nice little teleport there from Takuno. Sensing the ball is at their backs. Sobek falls, though, to the Wrecking Ball. You cannot be alone with the ball player. Chasm will kill you. Over and over and over again. It's going to be the big issue. Just sticking as a group is just way better against the ball. You don't want to get caught out at all because of slam. And then what most Wrecking Balls is like instant fireball. I don't know how they do it. They're just a little freakish with it. Oh, that's a good dive. Good dive onto Zoro. Will Kai be able to survive? No. Pack with a nice little blink melee there. Kai didn't even see it coming. That Kitsune rush on the point should be good for Super Shy. And Satori, they end up just chasing it down. A Cool Boy, free kill for them. And, oh yeah, still unable to really grasp hold of this game. It's been rough. Chasm obviously reconnecting there. Lost a bit of ult charge, so no mines just yet.
Lost a little bit of ult charge, but I think the biggest difficulty for Aya is actually being able to get set up. You know, Chasm takes a little bit of time to be able to knock somebody out of position on Super Shy. Even more time to make sure that Ken is going to have that railgun shot ready to go to even be able to maybe get that isolated pick. All the while, Super Shy is just walking in front of them and trying to bring the fight to them.
Oh, nice javelin from Hattori. She manages to pin the ball to the wall, and well, what more can you really do if you're Chasm? You get instant fireball to get away, but the follow-up's just too good. Should just be round now, you got to imagine, unless Ken can find another couple of kills. No, the sound barrier is going to stop that, and the coconuts will fall, and that is... Pack is on the point. Just frozen by the trap. Unlucky. All good, though. You won the round. Super Shy with a very dominant showing. here in round number 1.
I think on Control, it's always so much harder, it feels like, to run this Wrecking Ball comp because, like, when you look at something like a Junkrat, we always will go back to maybe even Overwatch 1 days where you say, ooh, Junkrat, what a nice defensive hero to pick if you're playing on a payload map and you get to go to the defense, right? You don't necessarily get that same type of setup if you are playing these Control maps, and I think it's harder to, like, find value from, like, the trap. I think Pack has just been playing around those Junkrat traps also very, very well. I think if you're, you're maybe thinking a little bit more about how you can enable some of these pieces on the team. We are going to see Ken actually switch over to the Cassidy rather than having the Sojourn. Maybe that's a step in the right direction here for to get on the board.
God, look at Super. They are hunting for Ken. Well, that's actually Pack is the first to fall. Oh, Magnade, it landed, so no slam for you. Quick rotations all around. They are just taking a world tour. They'll be in King's Row in a minute. My word. Or
in the volcano. That's just a couple of hop skips and jumps away.
Wow, Cool Boy. That was
Suzuki's already.
That was extremely early usage of the lamp. Hattori knows it too. She ends up taking too much damage though, as Ken just laying in those headshots. No heals for Hattori either. Point is unlocked. And as the chaos ends up kind of ensuing, just the breaking down of team comms, the breaking down of the game. This is where the ball and the Junkrat can really come alive, but Pack is back with a vengeance, same as Zoro. End up capping the point as they clean the field of
As much as you look at the Orisa on the other side to have to match the cooldowns of, when is Spear Spin offline, when is the Javelin offline, you're also looking at the backline of a lot of these teams when you're playing these matchups and going, when is Suzu and Immortality Field gone so that we can go ahead and make that move in? And Aya is one of those teams that does run the Baptiste and the Kiriko together, so as soon as both of those cooldowns are down, Hitori can just go after the backline and take them both apart. So really great awareness in that last team fight and still keeping track of this as Aya come back in. Kaya's already so low.
Good stick. Instant Suzu. Yep, there it is. Okay, Suzu moment. Pack lands a nice one, but can they follow up with any more kills? The fight is breaking down into chaos again, but it's actually Kaya that falls first. Hiding from across the map is Pack looking and making sure this point doesn't get flipped. Chasm is unable to get pretty much anything done. It's just so hard versus this comp, and it's worth keeping in mind too, being one tricks, like, they're used to playing against not only exceptional players, but against hard counters. So they're pretty well versed at, like, getting past, like, the Orisa, the Kiri, Lucio, etc. But against a well-oiled team, what Super Shy proving to be right now, it can be a little tough. Here's the tire. Kai taking it to the skybox. Hitori looking rather... Oh, okay, no, all good. Suzu. And then the Fortify. We're good.
Just the shields and Fortify. Yeah, you're okay. Tekuno is not.
Oh.
Now, actually getting
go.
A team fight win here after everybody has kind of touched the spawn doors. Cool.
Okay, Hattori next on the menu. They end up taking down Kaya, of all things, and how she got that kill, but the flip will arrive in just a moment. 95% for Super Shy in such a good spot. Make it 98. Oh, yippee.
Yeah, because you're coming back into this one with the Terror Surge. They even have maybe one of their more coveted Orisa, Terror Surge, and Pulse Bomb combos online.
Chasm is doing his best
just
tree
there to
ornament
get the ground count.
Oh, no, the hit nade. He's just getting booped around like a little golf ball. Get out of there, Chasm. All good, there's the mega health pack. What I find quite funny about Wrecking Ball players as well, I guarantee you, if you took a quiz of, like, where is every mega health pack and mini health pack on the map, ball players would get it all correct. Nice little Terror Surge in the back line there. However, a lot of that damage did get Suzu'd, but Ken and Cool Boy already down. Side pair falls as well. There you go, Super Shy. 99%, just with Chasm to kill. Could be quite difficult, to be fair. Wrecking Ball, quite a slippery target, especially with those shields. But there it is, Super Shy, starting the series off strong.
It's looking a little tough right now here for fans
just
out
not
in
their
the
game
chat.
type.
Super Shy.
Just not their game type.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, listen, even when you go back and you look at some of Aya's most recent performances, Control, maybe not their forte, honestly.
Yeah.
So Eichenwald, stocks, they're going up. Don't sell your stocks just yet here for Aya as we flip over game types.
You could do the old, like, Doomfist rollout as ball on attack, where you go, like, come out of spawn, you go hard right, you go to the castle, then come back around, and then you slam on point. They'll definitely expect that one coming.
There's some rollouts
There's no way.
there.
There are some crazy rollouts on Eichenwald, yeah, exactly. Do me a soul Doom for that, I will say. I will say. But, yeah, let's have a look at some highlights of that last map. I mean, they look pretty clean overall. Super shy, kind of dealing handily with Kaya and Chasm on the junk and the ball. It's pretty easy for Hattori, right? She can basically just sit on the point and not, you know, don't have to chase anybody really, but they were already kind of taking it to him. It was kind of funny, like, a lot of the time Hattori was kind of chasing around the Kiri or, like, the BAP, and it was like, you're just playing big Tracer at this point. It was kind of funny. See, here, you see what I mean? Just kind of running them down. Yeah. And, hey, to get away from the ball, sometimes you have to kind of do that. And what they were doing as well to kind of counteract the Wrecking Ball was kind of grouping up as 4. And then Hattori was kind of off-angling or kind of like holding and anchoring the point. So it's another good way to stop the ball from kind of solo killing somebody, which is what Ball is very good at normally.
Yeah, I think too, it's really tough because, like, yes, you can't isolate a target, but I think also the way that Hattori was, like, taking that aggression to the rest of the team is so important, right? Because when you look at what the current meta is right now, there's big difference with the Junkrat being in the roster over something like the Tracer is usually, you just don't have the same type of firepower. Like, yes, the nades are explosive. You have so much burst damage there. If you're able to get a direct from the frag launcher and then slap a concussion mine on top of that, and you're taking out a Tracer, maybe even taking out a 250 HP target to get 2 directs in that, like, splash from the concussive mine. But, like, Tracer is just so consistent. It feels like that's lacking.
Yeah, it is tough against the Tracer specifically. I remember Kaya kind of saying in a Commander X talk that, you know, Shax, of all people, wasn't really respecting the junk. And it feels like Super Shy very much respecting that. Like, hey, we know you can one-shot somebody. We know you can just set up and, like, bang, bang, like, with a concussive mine, your lights just explosions in your face and you insta-die. Like, but Pack and the rest of the gang are kind of doing a good job of tempering themselves, like, not saying, like, it's a junk. Like, we can just run at them. We can just kill them. Like, why are they playing junk kind of thing, you know? It's, they're very much taking this in their stride. Yeah, exactly. You can't really disrespect them that much, and when you do, you can kind of get over ahead of yourselves, and it's not what Super Shy are doing right now. Let's jump into Eichenwald though. Defense here for our year. There will be, of course, I'm not going to call that again, but Chasm on the ball and Kaya on the junk. We'll see where I'm curious where Chasm's really going to set up on the ball.
Just around this, maybe just around the central pillar, doing another good, like, tree impression.
Yeah, Christmas ornament. Yeah, we'll see. Super Shy, I imagine, just going to get a jump shot on the Widow.
Funny.
We'll see. Kai's definitely got an angle to hit the spawn doors for sure with the mine.
Yes.
So we'll see if Pack ends up just insta-dying randomly to bombs. Dude looking like Demo
It'd be
Man
very
out there.
funny. No. Okay, other door.
Nice body shot though. That was close. Cool boy. Gotta be careful. It can happen.
Oh, already back at a spawn with something we expected to see. It's going to be that Orisa once again with that Cassidy and the Kiriko. So kind of looking at ways to be able to isolate the ball. Look at how well positioned they are to play reactively. Sobek got a huge boop onto the Wrecking Ball to smush him back into the team.
Yeah, and that hinder nade as well, so they can't even do anything about rolling or grappling or anything. Is that just point? Yes, it is. It's a little rough. I bet Chasm, when he ended up seeing the Cassidy, like, nade rework, I bet he was shaking his fist. Just like, why? Why? Please, nerf Cass.
Why?
Hinder nade is so
Cruel
annoying,
world.
to be fair. It is a cruel world being a ball player. Oh, Kai is in trouble. You see what I mean? Hattori, she's just pushing into the back line. Little care for the junk rattle the ball. Just countering both of those picks with
I got
one.
the spear. Jeez.
Oh, here we go. Chasm's out of there. All
God,
good.
there's so much CC. There's so much CC on Super Shy. Like, you spear, boop, the mag grenade, like, just anything.
Nice couple of shots there from Ken. Repping the Chengdu Hunters skins. Mad respect. Oh, Hattori finally slain, but Kaya is also going to bite the dust. There's the Hindernane on to Chasm, taking a fair bit of damage. Suzu thrown out to try and protect Zoro's life. Should be able to get a nice little slam there. And Ken on high ground is going to be quite annoying to kind of disrupt, but a lot of ultimates for Super Shy.
Yeah, they have a lot to work with here. I think the nice thing about the Ashe, though, in a situation like this is that you still have like the same type of consistent damage output as somebody like Zoro, but I really love the fact that you also have like a Bob too if you're able to get that ultimate online. But Super Shy with all these ults, let's see how they're going to approach this fight.
I get so looted.
Can you tell me where they are? Perhaps up to
I
will go down. You can TP to me. You can TP to me.
I can't.
Okay.
Down two. Okay.
I think you need to take
I think we need to 5-man rotate. I think it's very hard to like stay for me.
No, I don't think it's
No, we can fly under.
I'm just gonna force point, guys.
I think as long as they don't walk on beyond point, you can just chill, no?
Yeah, I think we just definitely.
I'm just gonna AFK now.
Okay, get all their ults coming.
I'm still tipping for the point.
Okay, you can set up for point. I will play castle. I will force them off, and you can walk a bit. Ready, 3, 2, 1. You can walk them. You can walk them. Spear.
Kill one.
Kill here.
Nice defense. We just live.
You can take my go.
I'm on point.
Make us take it already. I go point with you. Ball.
I body block the ball.
Retire.
But everyone, I roll their
Nice.
That's fine.
Nice.
Junk on me.
Ball.
Yeah, up, jump top.
Nice, good job.
Ash one.
Oh my god.
Oh my, you see Chasm just boop Zoro into the bob there. That was kind of annoying. There you go, there's the point. You see Super Shy. And Sobek too. Heard him in the comms, just kind of calling out like, hey, they've got all ults, like, expect them. And just kind of making a small game plan, small adjustments there, running into this second point push. They end up capping the point. Chasm is still on the wrong side of the map, but this is where the ball gets infinitely harder too, because, I mean, the Orisa is just kind of looking at you the entire time, like, okay, well, you can't really flank us ball. We're in the castle now.
You're like kind of just like playing pinball at that point. Like you're not even
seriously, look at
sliding
this.
around the map. You just have to roll.
Everybody's running away. Oh, High Noon almost scoring a kill there onto Coolboy. My word, look how fast Cassie's firing in that rush. Zoro now re-peeking this angle as you see Super Shy just continuing to move the payload. Chasm goes in for a slam. It's actually Suzu of all things as Kai takes the 1v1 on the sidelines. Ball on the point as Hattori is in the back line yet again. Just she's playing bigger Tracer, that's all I'm saying. Like, this is insane. Just spending less time in the front lines and more time in the back lines. I would be too, to be fair, if you want to make sure Kai doesn't get away with murder. Point in control, though, of Chasm right now. He's just put himself firmly on it. Just make sure they can't push for free. But with a Terror Surge from the Orisa, it's going to be really tough for them to get anything done. And the point is being pushed in. There's the kill onto Chasm. And 3 minutes and 14 seconds in that time bank. Oh, yeah, I think they have met their match in Super Shy.
Super Shy has been putting on a great display of how to deal with this team. Oh yeah, being able to make it through the group stages was so much fun to watch because not only do they have these 2 unique hero picks we don't get a chance to see all the time, but Aya's story through the group stage was also just awesome to follow. They were able to beat Meta Boys, which was a team that they had to beat after they made so many different counter picks, and then they get that big upset win over Ataraxia in order to make it into the main event. So I think that's why everybody's been so high on yeah as a team, because it's just they've just been putting on some great performances so far. But while you don't necessarily get a chance to practice against a team like this very often, I think you still get drilled playing ranked or just being able to play that synergy with your team. And Super Shy has also been able to watch all of those matches. I'm sure there were a lot of lessons they were able to learn from the All Yeah VODs.
Yeah, we'll see how they do on their attack now. I'm curious if Ken is going to stick on the Tracer or not. Man, the Spark skins go the hardest.
They're so good.
Out of all of the recolors for the Overwatch League.
It's the best color wave, for sure.
It feels very like neon. It's not like neon colors, but I don't know. Pastel, maybe is the word I'm looking for.
You just get a good feeling from looking at the skins.
Yeah, it's cool. It's really good. Does Does make Brain feel happy, very happy. What is Satori doing? Pushing past Choke. Mad respect, actually. To be fair, she's kind of dominating on the Orisa. I mean, look at this, just chasing Kaya. Yeah, I mean, that's the pressure you can put down as well, right, as the Orisa, because you're not worried about the enemy Orisa because you know Chasm's playing ball, so you're kind of free in a lot of respects just to go after what you want, and Tori's doing that in spades, so there you go. Oh yeah, with another setup here. Kaya hits the respawn button.
I mean, like, if you have Fortify, Orisa it feels so unkillable. Even if you have that Junkrat that's going to be able to grab those body shots, it just feels so tough. So I think Hitori's doing a great job of finding those picks, like the spear for the Suzu.
Just
so
cyberbullying
good.
the backline. Like, Kaya received Suzu and Lamb. Finally, someone's dead, though, and it's actually Zoro that falls. Chasm landing a nice slam. Hitori does need health rather rapidly, but nearing their ult. I mean, 3 ultimates for Super Shy right now. Chasm gets pulsed, and they try to get into the backline. Tekuno quick on the swift step there. Manages to get out of the way. There's the Terror Surge. Lamb comes through, but has one low Kiriko. Hitori manages to survive just for a brief moment. Brief moment of reprieve here from yeah, but Hitori is looking to go in once again with every CD available. Not afraid and making Kaya's life a living hell.
Oh my god. It feels so bad to watch this happen because I think everybody's been there. If you play a backline right now and see Orisa dunk walking in front of you, you're probably not too long for this world, even if you have a great backline to back you up.
God.
So vexed sound barrier.
Oh, Pac. Pac got killed by the grappling hook there, the little rollover, but jeez, destroyed Callboy. Rather unfortunate. Wow, Zoro trying to look 16 different angles at once as... Oh yeah, put their names on the board now. Hitori is back. All CDs have been used, and that'll be Chasm escaping the fight and just rotating round to the point. Here comes the Tire. Kaya ripping and roaring. Oh, and Pag. They ended up trading in the end. But that actually will open up this point for yeah, potentially.
Yeah, they're still waiting, though. Ayak, they're going to have to deal with another recontest from Super Shy. They still have a couple of ultimates to work with, though, so...
Should be good, too.
Maybe.
Nice Suzu. There's the rush. They don't want to let this point go for free as Ken ends up going down to a Booper Sobek. Nice little window, stopping Zoro from getting an angle. Trying to find a flank, but met with 2 supports, and one of them being Akiri. Suzu on the ground to save their life. Suzu and the Lamp has been used now. It is feasting time for Pac. There's too much health and too much healing in general to kind of get through. And oh yeah, cap the point. There it is. That's what you want to see. 3 minutes to go now for yeah, pushing towards second. And they might be able to get a priority positioning here on the high ground. Yes, they are. Super Shy not there just yet. Uh-oh.
Oh, that's nice. You get the Junkrat in front of the Orisa, but the spear! Yeah, Junkrat just gets pushed back so far.
It's rough. It's rough holding
the high ground. Concussion vibes to get back up there, but wow. Hitori just individually is making this so difficult for Kaya to find value. You have to use your concussion mines in mobility.
My aerial!
Pick up.
Oh my god!
The angle onto Zoro.
That pipe onto Zoro was insane. Wouldn't expect anything less from a junk player. Tire available too. Gotta protect the junk. Hitori, she's in the backline again. Mines, traps, everything just completely ignored. Finally, they're put to rest as Kaya trying to deal with the Tracer. Takes care of Pac, and hey, there you go. That's just how that's just how it's done. Everybody is descending into madness. And it was where, oh yeah, really come to shine. There's mines, there's a Tire, there's a pulse bomb, every explosive they can potentially throw at Super Shy available.
That's why people love this team. Get ready for some Wrecking Bomb lines too.
There's the Tire. I'm telling you, they hold it here until like 1 second to go and then an insta-kill. Oh dear. Oh, Zoro has no clue. Oh, they used Suzu already! Oh, what a pulse bomb! Ken pulse bombs the cat. They Suzu it. Kai comes in, says thank you very much. Slam dunk from the junk. 3 minutes, pushing into third. Super Shy, don't know what hit him. They got concussion going into next week.
Oh my god, the setup so that Kaya could knock him down. That's crazy. But that's like the vibes that you expect to see come out from a team like Oh Yeah. And why they've been so much fun to watch in the group stages. Even now, they're still not down for the count. They've got this Kitsune rush coming into third. Oh man.
Alright, Tori's had enough. Time for some kills. Well, the pack goes down to Chasm, of all people.
Focused.
Yeah, I mean, okay, this is where it really gets hard for the Wrecking Ball. Like, how long can you really survive for your Chasm? Like, thinking about the health pack locations too. Okay, there's the rush. A definitive way to end this fight. They know Ken is behind them, though. You can see Zoro trying to hunt, search for the Tracer, and search for Chasm too. They're not low at all, by any stretch of the imagination. There's 1,000 HP in the HP pool. Not quite so much health remaining now, though. It's only 240. There's the health pack pickup. Can't let them get away with that for free. Sound barrier comes in, hits 5. Super shy. Now have to deal with the sound barrier, but unfortunately, Kaya ends up going down. It's a trade, but spawn advantage is looking real good for Super Shy right now. Hattori with the Terror Surge as well. Ken, Pulse Bomb in hand, forced to recall. Got Zoro in their sights. Pulse Bomb landed right next to Zoro, and Zoro takes their life. And now Chasm trying, so sad, the Wrecking Ball player trying to leave against all of the CC. Forcibly ejected from the points. Jeez, they're making it really hard for Gaia to do anything.
Unlucky. There has been a couple of points when we've seen Ayeb play that Kaya's opted to go over to the Sombra a couple of times. Like, it's happened at the end of a couple of maps where Kaya maybe feels like the Junkrat isn't able to get enough damage down, but he's still have a minute and Kaya is close to another Riptire. So maybe we get to see this this combo of like mines into forcing out the Suzu. Maybe you get the Junkrat Riptire to help push this payload over the line, but watch out behind you because Pack is there.
Pack didn't end up recalling, so now they have to go get a health pack. But the High Noon ends up killing Kaya. Chasm gets one in Sobek, but is this the turnaround they're really after? Because Hattori is still alive. They have Rush too, and in fact, they're just going to rip it. Hattori ends up falling over before the healing can come in from Takuno. And with Ken claiming some kills, I'm not sure that they're going to be able to finish in with time. There's 20 seconds to go. And these spawns, they're coming out, and with Hattori being able to just plant themselves on the point, I'm not sure a free attack is going to be allotted to them. Yeah, 10 seconds.
Try setting up for the Junkrat Riptire, though.
There's no way they finish with time now. Here comes the tire. What have you got for us, Kaya? I mean, look at this. Almost an impossible feat. Just go straight into the Orisa, but that might just be it. A Suzu, a Terror Surge to try and keep themselves alive. Kaya's done it. Hattori down. Chasm pretty low as well. They can't keep him alive long enough. But Ken's coming up with the kills and the damage. Overtime is still here, meaning they have to touch. High Noon pulled. Here comes the sound barrier. A little bit of damage in, but the Suzu will stop Zoro from instantly falling over. Nice shots from Ken, but a later sound barrier from Super Shy. I think that's all they need to finish this one out. Pack, Hattori, they've all spawned now, and there it is. Super Shy put themselves on match points.
That was a valiant effort, though, from Yeah to try to even up the score. Felt like they were just a couple of kills away from being able to get that final objective on Eichenwald, extend out the map just a little bit longer. But you were right, they weren't going to have any time in the bank. But maybe they would have finished. Respawns, though, they just get so punishing when you're not able to clean up those kills quickly enough.
Yeah, and it's such a rough place to get, like, held to on that first corner as the ball. Because, like, okay, I need to flank, I need to go behind with my Tracer maybe, and then get a slam and a kill, and yeah, it's Super Shy just kind of...
All the health packs are so far back, too.
Yeah, and you can pick them up, but it's like, I need help from the Kiri at some point, you know, you need the BAF or somebody. Yeah, it's a little rough, but they made it quite far, to be fair. A lot of that on Kaya's tire. I want to get a replay of that tire. That was such a nice, like a double up. Pulse bomb. Oh, you Suzu'd? There's already a tire incoming. And you know, Takuno's like, I have to Suzu this pulse, but the tire is definitely going to kill us. Like, there's a lose-lose for the Kiriko in that situation, sadly. It was a nice little combo from Kaya and the Tracer, though. So, yeah, looking clean from Kaya and Ken.
Sometimes you just get overwhelmed with those ultimates, but like I still am just so starstruck by Hitori and like how she's been playing this Orisa, because it's like no fear, absolutely none. Hitori's like, I don't care about the Junkrat, I'm just gonna walk in front of it. I won't die, I know I won't, because I've got Fortify and Spear Spin. How are you gonna hit me now and take me out? Well, you're dead. And that just moves on to the next target. And that's after like, oh my god. It's so good. Like, it's still tough, right? But this is why you have to take out the Junkrat, because Kaya is so good with it when given these opportunities to weave in, like the Riptire right after the Suzu. It just, you gotta give respect to that.
Yeah. It's funny because we did talk about that a second ago, right? It was like, guys, like, well, you have to respect the Junkrat, and you do. But Hitori, you don't really have to respect the Junkrat when you can just walk at them and kill them, because you have infinite survivability, it feels like, on the Orisa, right? A lot of the time, that's just what was happening. Hitori walking forward. Oh, I see the Junkrat. I spin towards them. You have to use the concussion mines to get away, or like to push me back. And it was really rough for Kaya to play. But when Kaya does get space eventually, they can't really pop off. Here's the damage numbers and the stats from that last map on Eichenwalde. Yeah, I'm surprised I didn't see, although I was going to say surprised to see not more damage, but 53k to 49 is pretty high for the amount of eliminations that went either side. But Super Shy right now, Rose, they're a match point. We're in lower bracket right now. This is IA's chance. They need a grandiose reverse sweep to keep themselves in it. But this is looking like a Super Shy victory here on this next map. We're going to Esperanza, our push for this series.
I mean, maybe a better place to run the Wrecking Ball, honestly. Yeah. Like, if you're gonna run it anywhere out of the 3 push maps we have, Esperanza's probably your best bet.
Yeah, I'm thinking,
I can't remember the last time we've seen it on New Queen Street.
Yeah, New Queen Street does feel pretty rough, because there's a lot of like straightaways on New Queen Street, same with Colosseo as well. So you're thinking, Esperanza a little bit better. Although like the mid's a little bit easier for the ball. I'm just trying to think, like comparing the mids on both maps. Feels like the best one. We're getting an roster update. See what they want to do, who they want to sub in, sub out. Looks like classic.
We've seen this before.
Darkside Phil, normally the tank player, coming in on DPS for Arya as Kaya steps back.
Yeah, so we've seen this before. In their match versus Meta Boys, Phil came in to be able to fill in the DPS role in Kaya's stead, ended up coming in on Esperanza to play the Cassidy. So they could still stick to this Wrecking Ball roster with Chasm on the ball, but you have a little bit, maybe more consistent damage with something like the Cassidy. But yeah, typically we see Phil in the tank role to play Orisa when they do get brought into the roster nowadays. But the Cassidy was pretty clean with it, and they did get the win over Meta Boys on that map.
Well, let's have a look. They can repeat that success here, as they are currently fighting for their tournament lives against Super Shy, who ended up going down in round number 1. But have a mean battle, to be fair, battling back in lower bracket. It's not good. It's not the nicest feeling when you get knocked out first, or down to the lower bracket. Even obviously not nice when you get knocked out first, but down to the lower bracket, everything is on the line. Every single map, every single match that you play. See if Super Shy can make it there. There's been a lot of discussion, like who really holds that like 3rd, 4th place. 3rd, little bit more like cemented in terms of like top 3 teams, but that 4th very open, and a lot of championship points on the line too. Of course, they're doubled this time around, so a spot in Dallas. Everybody's kind of hoping for it. We'll see if Super Shy can make it all the way, or, well, can Arya make their way back in the series? And yeah, there you go. Perfectly called, Rose. Darkside Phil on the cast.
Ooh, Saipe is going to be on the Zenyatta, though, so that's a new look that we haven't really gotten a chance to see too much of from Aya, but that's kind of like the explosive power you might need. That Discord Orb, really good way to be able to help chunk down some of these beefier targets on Super Shy, but also gives your Tracer, Ken, maybe a bit of a leg up there in the Tracer versus Tracer when you can put the Orb of Harmony on them.
Yeah, I guess the thinking is here, because Chasm and Ken are always going to be in the backline, or like close to being in the backline, it kind of relieves some of that pressure, and you're hoping the enemy team doesn't kind of just run you down, because obviously the weakness of the Zen, no mobility, the Lucio comp normally just runs at you and you die. But that's not exactly what's happening right now, and the war of attrition will end up being won out by the Zen team more often than not because of the amount of damage from Discord, like you were mentioning, and just like the raw damage output of the Zen 2 at range. You can see Super Shy slowly moving the bot. Very little payload pressure here from yeah, but they need to win these fights, and winning these fights they are doing. Nice bit of damage onto Zoro, takes them out, and Lamp on the corner. And Saipe just stepping up. I mean, you might as well. One less target to kind of deal with you. Oh, Hitori's down too.
I see, look at that, like a Tracer full clip, the Orb of Discord, the Harmony, like everything all coming up together, and then like everybody's getting in on the action for all of these picks. Yeah, is gonna get control of this push bot first, and I think the onus is on Super Shy to figure out how they want to approach these fights now. A lot of teams facing an adversary like yeah have tended to go towards counter-picking some of these picks if they give them trouble, but nothing quite like that just yet from Super Shy. They've got ults to work with.
High noon on the high ground for Darkside Phil. Hitori just walked away from that one. Oh, can't walk away from that though. Ken with the double kill with the pulse bomb. Nice little spear into the wall from Hitori, but she cannot survive. Nice work from Ken. That's 3 kills for the Tracer. Yeah, this is a very different team we're looking at now. Kaya subbing out with Darkside Phil coming in. The Cass working out, but it's really just up to Ken. Stepping up.
Yeah, I mean, we got Darkside Phil coming in to play the Cassidy, Ken stepping up on the Tracer. That's a checkpoint unlocked as well pretty early on in this map. But Saipe's Zenyatta has been so clean. Whether it's been those like critical hit headshots, even just being able to follow up on some of that damage. Chasm just locked back in. Went down to his own pulse bomb.
That's a rough one. That's a rough one. That's a big reset angle. Darkside Phil dead to the Soj. However, a Transcendent should help them win this fight. Super Shy, you are slowly but surely losing out against the Ball Zen. The double ball comp. There you go. That's the name. Double ball. 2 balls.
Double ball. Okay.
2 balls.
Balls. Got it. But this is just such a higher pace that yeah, setting in terms of their tempo. Super Shy haven't really had a chance to just sit by for a second, catch their breath. Hitori's even going to come back on the Winston to get a little bit faster in on these fights. And also, of course, hit the Zen.
Oh, nice dive. 13 HP or something ridiculous there for Hitori as they get out of there. Nice little dive. Yeah, that's exactly what you need. You need to go quickly here. They couldn't find an avenue of attack. Way less aggression coming out from Hitori on the Orisa like she was showing on Eichenwalder. And now you can see an instant switch. Saipe off Zen.
Yeah.
Straight to Kiriko. Doesn't want to mess with the dive coming out from Super Shy.
God, there's like nothing worse than a feeling of being on Zen and you see a Winston come in and cleave and there's absolutely nothing you can do. Like no amount of healing output from Cool Boy, even the Immortality Field, would be enough sometimes to be able to save that Zenyatta. So a good switch over to the Kiriko. You've got the Swift Step now to be able to get out of the way when Hitori does come in and make those jumps. And yeah, I'm excited to see how they continue to adapt to what Super Shy are throwing at them. But that was the switch we needed, was to the Winston.
I knew not finding too much, but Zoro's in trouble. Got a headshot from Darkside Phil. And here comes the window. All the meanwhile, though, Super Shy have been moving this bot. And that sticking power really coming into bite yeah, in the butt right now, as they cannot just anchor down this point. High ground control is exactly what Zoro wants with this overclock. There is a lamp in the way. He's landed a couple of shots. They're finally taking down Saipe as the Primal Rage should boot Chasm out of the way. Super Shy, if you get one more support here, you're going to be in good stead. And there it is. Cool Boy down. Chasm alone on an island. And they're regaining a lot of that lead they just lost. And the checkpoint is theirs.
Yeah, like just like that. It feels like it was only a couple of minutes ago that we ended up seeing yeah, make it as far as they did, and Super Shy so quickly have evened up that score. Might even be able to match that progress and then some based on this next fight. They've got the Kitsune Rush tempo if they want to play a little bit closer to the enemy spawns. They also have another Pulse Bomb. Just a lot to work with, but I think like if you are playing this dive, we see a lot of teams back up to be able to play on the high ground around this point because they don't want to be dove upon in some of these situations, or at least make those fights come to them.
Two rushes.
Super aggressive positioning here from Super Shy.
I really like that rush from Super Shy, just straight up the main street, just ignoring the one that placed, which was a little bit too far forward, it looked like. Excellent fight. Bot has been stolen, however. Grand Theft Bot in progress. Call 911, but not for me. Hattori picks up the kill on Cyper, and well, that lead that they got, 98 meters, that's slowly being crunched up to 80 now for Super Shy, pretty much.
Phil, switch over to Torbjorn.
Yes.
Alert. This is not a drill. There is a Torbjorn turret that's on the field. And we've seen this a couple of times. You will counter like a big... Are you sure you didn't want to try to see a hammer kill in an OWCS main event match?
Look at him go. Oh, wait, there's a beat. Okay, the Torb's in trouble. Jake is molding right now. There we go. Sobek with a kill onto Callboy. That golden line of victory as Chasm just attempts to marvel his way. Okay, someone's got to kill Hattori, though. I mean, it's all good rolling around, but you need to be able to lock down a kill here. And now your Kiriko is in trouble. Same with Pac, though, to be fair. Healing coming his way pretty swiftly. And Kiriko's dead, though. Those cooldowns being quickly used. But Darkside Phil comes in with a clutch. Oh, 2 kills for the Torb. 93 meters to 98. Darkside Phil with an unbelievable clutch on the Torbjorn.
Not even able to get that, not even able to get the lead after a couple of big team fight wins in a row. So, get to maintain that. 2.5 minutes left. The Torbjorn is working. We see this switch a couple of times. If you're worried about flanks that the team might be taking, the turret can help to lock down a specific angle, so the fight is a little bit more redirected in the way that you might want to take it. Chasm got stuck, I guess.
It's a little rough. Oh, the Torb. I think he's used the overload too. I do not think you survived there, sadly. Molten Core coming out though from Darkside Phil. Put it on the point, put it on the bot. Hattori almost burnt alive. Actually, Ken followed up. Okay. I'm telling you, look at that Torb health as well. 400 health. The added shields there from the ball. Pretty crazy. You can't dive that Torb is all I'm saying. So kind of... I wonder if Super Shy is going to change, though. Orisa, yes, okay. I was going to say, yes. I don't think you continue to play the Winston after you use Primal when they're playing Torb. So there we go. Orisa swap here for Super Shy.
Yeah, like you want to like dive the Torb, but also not a good idea. Nothing else that's really that good of a diveable target now. So going back to the big Tracer, and Hattori's been able to make it work before.
Zoro hunting for people. Everybody's playing in that rush. I saw that Suzu come out on about 5 people. And here's the later rush. Chasm, Slam, Mines. They got to kill Zoro. Someone's got to kill the hit scan. The Darkside Phil, fortunately, goes down. Turrets as well. So not even the 6th player on the team can save them now. Pulse Bomb available for Pac. Might just want to stick Chasm here just to get him out of the fights. But might not even need it, to be very honest with you. Chasm unable to get away, and with 40 seconds to go, Super Shy could end this. But they've got decent spawn timings, as Chasm will be back in just a moment, and they have sound barrier.
Yeah, they've got that, and then they even have a Pulse Bomb coming up in Ken. So maybe if they can continue to force out these Suzus, that might be a way to weave in yet another Pulse Bomb stick, maybe even a 2K as we've seen prior. But it's all about these sound barrier timings, and it can be really rough to get totally right.
Oh, they AJ Callboy, I think.
No way.
Oh, dear. Oh, yeah. They got no sound barrier left, and they might not have a Wrecking Ball either. Chasm's 1 HP, overtime approaching, but so is that golden line of victory. Terror Surge on the points. There goes Cyper. Chasm dead. Super Shy on like a 98-meter deficit end up coming back. A 3-0 victory to round out the series as they advance in the lower brackets.
Wow, it's so it's bittersweet in some ways to see getting taken out, because they were such a fun team to watch throughout the entirety of Stage 1 and Stage 2. But Super Shy, this is a team we've been excited to see as soon as they entered into the group stages from the Stage 2. And I think this is also one of those other teams that they didn't have a whole lot of expectation coming into this stage, yet still here they are, and they've elongated their stay in the main event for Stage 2.
There you go. Clean sweep, though, from Super Shy. You got to be impressed. Like, not getting too ahead of themselves, not disrespecting the Junkrat. We had some amazing plays from yeah, but they will be eliminated. Super Shy, though, looking quite good. And if they can withstand yeah, they can withstand anybody, is all I'm saying. Zoe, Jake, Johnny, thoughts on the rest of the series? That was almost.
I mean, never mind anyone else's thoughts here. Someone's shedding tears.
I was laughing. I was looking at Johnny. Just the look of despair on Johnny's face while Jack was wrapping that up was just. It was.
Can you get a close up on
It was
Jake?
tickling
like
me
there's
pink.
actually tears.
I was trying not to laugh.
Okay, so that was happy
Johnny was
tears.
looking so sad when the ball was dying. You know, I felt a little hamstring.
I just suddenly thought that you're like emotionally invested into yeah. I thought like, man, he really loved that roster. I thought you were distraught.
I'm a little distraught.
They got absolutely slammed 3-0, and I hope they don't change a thing about who they...
I don't think they are, actually.
Yeah.
They decided to die on this very hill, and I think they're gonna
Just
choose
wait.
the same hill.
Someday the ball medal will come.
Someday.
And they'll be ready.
Meta.
They'll be ready. That's all I'm saying. When the ball junk meta comes, they'll be prepared.
I think this was the best opportunity since ball was kind of like viable again? Question mark? Exclamation.
You're very generous after watching this match to say that ball is viable.
Not necessarily against this composition, but you know, patch changes did certainly give you an argument to implement a ball here and there. On every map, maybe not. Oh well, you know, you win
play it
some,
against
you
me,
lose some.
please. I'm so scared. It would be so good.
Let's talk about this though, because Super Shy. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say that they've been truly tested here. They've made a stand for themselves, of course, in the group stages. Now they continue on here. Have we learned anything new about them?
Well, we learned that if you don't play heroes that stop Hitori and Zoro, they will just absolutely dominate you. This Orisa was just eating up the supports from... I mean, they have to play these greedy support heroes, but there's no one stopping the Orisa. So Orisa just gets speed boosted into your backline, and on hit scan, it's like, I cry, you know? The Orisa shows up right next to you on hit scan, it ain't looking good for you.
Yeah, who would have thought that if you actually play Orisa and you fortify and you walk into a Junkrat, the Junkrat kind of dies.
Not a whole lot you can do on Junk in that matchup. It ain't looking good.
You gotta just have to like mind yourself aware of something. It's pretty sad. So yeah, I hyped up. Yeah, we might have predicted them top 4 in our own bracket.
Wait, who did that?
But well, you know,
aspirational.
That's why you were so distraught, Johnny.
It went downhill. We belied in on Plat Chat, but alas, it didn't.
Plat Chat being wrong. Shocking.
Hey!
I'm in shock over here.
We believed in Junkrat, but alas, it turned out Super Shy just ran it down mid.
I want to talk about Hitori. She really played phenomenally. I mean, the entire team did. They're looking very clean. Like, there's not too much one can criticize about the performance thus far.
Yeah, I mean, this match is textbook, but I think it's easy to make mistakes here, right? It's easy to play against ball and end up being too passive on Orisa. So Hitori doing a great job catching those opportunities for aggression where she can push in, threaten a kill. Sometimes it's a kill, sometimes it's not. If it's not, she's cycling out, so she's very rarely overcommitting, showing good discipline, but when she gets the freedom to punish, I mean, she's just running through the whole team. So really good awareness how to play this matchup. That is, I would say, most people have not experienced much of the matchup like playing against ball. So it'd be easy to be wrong, have the wrong read about how to play. But from my perspective, she played exactly how she should. Even the Winston swap to deal with the Zen.
Yeah, let's actually pick her brain. Hitori is joining us for a quick voice interview as well. Hitori, I hope you can hear us. Thank you so much for taking the time, and congratulations on the dub.
Thank you, and thank you for having me.
Of course. And now let's chat about this. I mean, obviously going up against you kind of know what to expect. You know, they're going to roll out with some more unconventional compositions. Did you and your team have to change up anything at all to be able to deal with their shenanigans?
I mean, our coach Yokai, it's also a shout out to him. He did really good scouting, so we knew what we need to do and how they would actually play and try to do kill boxes and everything. And it's against it's always you either play slower than them or you want to play faster than them. You don't want to be on the same tempo as they are.
Let me guess. Your coach said play faster.
He didn't really say exactly to play faster, but we I don't know, it's kind of iconic. We always run into Orja in tournaments. Like, we played them in stage 1, we played them in stage 2, then we beat them again in the main event, and we also played them in the EWC qualifier 3 times.
Yeah, so it makes sense. You did look well practiced against this team. I'm curious your personal mindset on Orisa, how you were looking to approach this series, what you felt went well for you, throughout the matchup, playing against especially the Junkrat and the ball. For the folks at home playing ranked, dying endlessly to the Junkrat and the ball, what do I do on Orisa? How do I make it work?
I mean, I kind of just look to cycle my cooldown, so I have like everything ready to punish like somebody who's out of position, like because they mostly just try to take some flanks. And Orisa is kind of broken in that way because you can just spin, then use gold so you don't die, and then just one hit them with spear and left click.
Yeah, it makes sense. Use cooldowns, kill enemies. Don't let that Junkrat be free on the flank. This is good tips.
Just be better. Simple as that. Now, one last question before I let you go and celebrate a little bit as your day is over for now. Super Shy, I think a lot of people were surprised to see the team making it to the main event. Where do you see yourself and your team? How do you stack up against the rest of the competition in EMEA?
I think we have a pretty good shot at maybe top 4, depending on how our day is, because from scrims it's like really looking good as well. Like we also win some maps against SSG and like make them struggle a bit as well, so it could be like maybe we get top 4, maybe not, but sadly we can't qualify to Dallas because we didn't make stage 1 main event.
You got to get ranked. If you get number 1, you can.
That's
number 1.
Gotta believe. Gotta believe. Well, we hope to see more of you and your team. It's been an absolute joy to watch you play, and we wish you best of luck in your upcoming match.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hitori from Super Shy. They are staying alive in the tournament. What a run they've had so far, though. I love that it's one of the teams which, pulled arguably one of the biggest upsets in the EMEA region by eliminating Ex-Oblivioni, and now they're finding themselves here, taking out a fan favorite in Orja, breaking some hearts. I want to run the narrative that you were just like
that I'm crying because the Junkrat player lost.
That's okay.
These days I'm a hitscan player, so I've come full circle. I used to be an interesting flex player. Now I'm a boring meta player.
You're just one of the people.
Cassidy, Sojourn, Tracer, top 3.
Yeah.
Nothing special, nothing to see.
All I do now is play Orisa. Very exciting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I play a little Orisa. My Orisa is kind of nice, actually.
Wow.
I can teach you a thing.
That's cool. Do you throw javelins too?
Yeah, but I hit them. That's the difference.
Wow. And if you guys keep this up, you might make it into one of our highlight reels one day here in WCS.
So our team
got ranked.
This is where Jake tells you about how
but you still haven't made it to the main event.
17 out of with 16 qualified. We were 17.
Sounds like a skill issue, Jake. I don't know what to tell you.
I can't. If we were better, we would be top 16.
Players who are not having skill issues are some of the ones which made it into our highlight reels. We had some amazing plays, of course, so far today. So let's take a look at some of them, shall we?
Oh, Sparker teleport
better
play.
be like 2/3 of the highlights.
Oh.
This match was ridiculous from him.
This is just the best.
Permanent pop-offs. Let's just leave it on his cam. Observers, everybody take a break. Take 5. We just watched the Sparker cam.
Honestly, with these teleporter plays, not the worst thing in the world. Like, Exodial has no idea.
I mean, how are you supposed to know? It doesn't make any noise. This is like seriously scary.
Yeah. Look, I mean, Space Station, definitely contender for the number 1 slot, and they'll probably advance on circuit points if they make it deep enough anyway, because they had a good, stage 1 finish. But
they want to win it all. They want to send a message.
Win it all, and look,
this.
I don't know how the seeding is going to turn out for Dallas, but you maybe want to avoid, Falcons, Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah. Show up in the top seed to be nice.
So I don't know how that seeding is going to distribute with the 8 teams, but whatever you can do.
I do think Space Station
play more NA.
If they're winning their scrims, though, I think for them, at this point, probably less than first is a disappointment, right? Because if you had a great stage 1, if you're an Answer or Twisted Minds, you take another top 2, top 3. Yeah, okay, we qualified in circuit points. But if you're Space Station, if you just like barely squeak in 3rd, like maybe you go 3rd or 4th in this tournament again, I just think that's still going to be a disappointment for them. How they're playing now, I feel like SSG have to be the favorites to win this qualifier.
Absolutely. Here is our main stage bracket. Of course, we're playing in a double elimination format, so the teams which lost their first matches are not quite out yet. They set ourselves up, though, for some really exciting semifinals here, because I think if we looked at, the upper bracket quarters. I think most of them were on the easier side to predict, Johnny.
Yeah, look, 3-0s in the first round, and no disrespect, but if you're Space Station, you're pretty happy that ENCE and Twisted Minds are battling in the other side of the bracket, and you get to take on Peace and Love, who is a bit of a underdog team here in stage 2. So Space Station Gaming, I foresee them happily awaiting either ENCE or Twisted Minds in the next round.
Yeah, and being the only team running this BAP style, which I think actually looks pretty strong. To me, that doesn't look like a crazy cheese. It looks like this could be pretty legit. To be the only team doing it puts you in a really big tactical advantage, unless you've been wrong the whole time and there's some comp that counters you. If everyone ends up following you, you were the first ones into it, and you guys probably much more comfortable on the comp than anyone else. So it'd be tough to see strategically if anyone can dismantle what SSG is bringing.
Well, we'll find out soon enough. Main stage, or rather the main event here, will be going on for 4 full days. So many more plays are about to happen, and many more people will cover said plays and games, such as Commander X, which is joining us now for a very quick interview. Hi, how are you doing?
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing fantastic. It's been a fun day so far, even though we went through Stomp City. Let's chat a little bit about the EMEA region. Are there any teams which stood out to you personally, or anyone you're cheering on in particular? And if so, why?
Well,
he's really...
That
was such a great question.
Doing a bit of thinking. Doing a bit of thinking.
I was ready for that. X out.
Yeah.
Well, let's start with you guys. Maybe we get Commander X
we'll see if we can
back
get him back.
in it. Oh, yes, obviously.
Oh, yeah, is the team to watch. Yeah. Although you can't watch them anymore because they got eliminated.
But it was fun while it lasted.
I mean, I do want to see more from ENCE. I feel like ENCE is a big X factor with how much individual mechanical skill they have.
Was that a pun? No, I mean, sorry. I'm just interested.
It's all right. Going.
Yeah, I love puns, Johnny. You know me. You know me. I'm dropping puns on the daily.
Big pun guy over
Absolute
here.
That's what they call me, Big Pun.
That's what they called him in college, for sure. Either way, back to the people that actually matter. Commander X, back with us. They want to scare you off with the question, but that gave you some time to think about it.
The establishment trying to take me down. What can I do?
The establishment.
The big man.
So where did you lose me? Before any of the answer?
Yes. I heard nothing, so hit us up once again. Who's the team to watch out for?
It has to be SSG. They look super dominant. All the word on the street, the Scrimbucks, all massively in favour of them. If they don't win this tournament, and even win this tournament comfortably, it's probably a massive throw by Chris and the boys, honestly.
Where do you think ENCE and Twisted Minds stand in this event going into it? Because obviously ENCE had a close match against Peps earlier in the group stage, of course, and now Twisted Minds. There's some rumors in the streets that they got a bit of a shake.
You're really running with it, aren't you?
Wait,
you're gonna steer the drama.
I'm not steering drama.
We all love drama. Let's be honest.
It started on Commander Extreme, so I'm just,
He's like, wait, what?
we got to the bottom of it as well. So the Twisted Minds situation for tomorrow, at least, is Admiral's not able to play because he's got the collegiate stuff going on as well, and obviously the way the time zone works means it clashes. So Admiral won't play tomorrow, and KSA also won't play tomorrow. So they're gonna have to do a little bit of makeshift stuff to try and figure out who actually plays and how they fill every role.
The plot thickens.
So I mean, I would think that puts them in a pretty scary spot going up against ENCE to be forced to change up and play maybe off roles against a team as mechanically skilled as ENCE, who I don't think are going to give them on any comp are going to give them any kind of like easy wins. However, with ENCE, where do you see their status, right? With Gunba announcing his retirement, still helping the players, of course, through this tournament. And then, having the close series against Peps in the group stage. Are those things we should be worried about for fans of ENCE?
I think it's a concern. Maybe it's more of a long-term concern how they eventually do. But I think ultimately for this tournament, they're probably still locked on for second. I think the player quality is just too high. And I think they'll be in this weird situation where they probably beat everyone else, but they probably don't get very close to SSG either.
Right on. Now, before we let you go, any last thoughts, anything you want to tell the viewers, anything you feel like has been not said thus far?
This is your chance. Tell the establishment off.
Tell the establishment, exactly.
Well, if you are sick and tired of the establishment trying to ruin your lives and, really keep everyone down, come watch on my stream instead, or come tune into Uncoachable. We're really the voice of the working class Overwatch viewer, so come check us out if you're sick and tired of this establishment oppression.
Love that. That's your PSA of the day. Also, you know, if you're just a regular person, one of the workers fighting the establishment, they do not have time, 4 hours of their day, to watch your podcast. So I think you guys have to shorten the episodes a little bit. But other than that, good shout. Commander X, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much. Have a good one.
You too. Right on. One of our co-streamers, of course, make sure to support all their endeavors. It's been so much fun to watch co-streamers, co-streamers, and thus far, like a lot of great action, a lot of Overwatch to catch up on. And we have more, of course, on this side of the world as well. But first, we already had to say goodbye to 2 teams. And I feel like this is our opportunity to highlight a few players, some players which definitely made it onto your radars. Which ones would those be?
So of the teams who got eliminated, you know, I'll go first. For me, I liked yeah, they're fun to watch, and they run, you know, your eyes are drawn to the Junkrat and the Wrecking Ball, as they should be. You know, these are the picks that are really, you know, blowing us out of the water meta-wise. But for me, I really like watching Saipe on the support. I think his individual mechanical skill, finding these sort of, you know, picks from the flanks, being this pseudo DPS where Junkrat is such a weird hero. He's not really doing what other DPS do, and having supports who can follow up with that straight up damage from the backline, front to back play, you need great mechanics to make support look good on this team, and Saipe has really been delivering that on the Zen as well. Almost gave them a chance there to win Esperanza, so a lot of flexibility from Saipe. An interesting player to watch. I think a lot of these players could be on like winning teams if they were, you know, maybe playing a slightly stronger
Their entire thing is the Junkrat Wrecking Ball.
But the supports, they're playing good heroes on support.
Fault. It's not their fault.
They're trying to carry a Junkrat and a Wrecking Ball. There's integrity to that.
Maybe a top team will pick up Chasm, you know, if there's a Wrecking Ball meta one day, but, you know, Hades kind of got it, Chase maybe got it, so, you know, it's tough out there.
It's tough out there.
If someone's a Junkrat, maybe they'll pick up.
The establishment is oppressing these hard-working Wrecking Ball players. I just want to get on and put in my 9 to 5 playing Wrecking Ball only and ranked, and the establishment, all the other players, they won't let me. They want me to play Orisa.
Is this like a virus? What's going on, Jake? Are you?
I'm just enjoying myself.
Jake has a lot of that Junkrat aggression. He hasn't taken out in like 6 years.
I've been holding in my Junkrat energy for the last 4 or 5 years.
This is your stage to let it all out, Jake.
I'll play some Junkrat just for you guys.
I appreciate that.
And face it.
I'll play some Junkrat. Wanted that, but thank you.
When we play Toronto Defiant, I'll play Junkrat.
You know what? I'd rather have your Junkrat than Jaws Widow in rank. So
that's true.
Shout out to Jaws, still watching. We love you. Who stood out to you?
Look, I gotta give a bit of a shout out to a tank player, and
big surprise.
Big surprise. I know.
Are they Swedish?
No, they're actually not Swedish. They're actually not Swedish. Because why? Because the Imperial doesn't have any Swedish players on the roster. So instead, I wanted to.
If there were Swedish, rest assured.
Hey, Sorrow went through, Swedish player. Anyway, Crocs, good performance. On the tank here, and you know, big reason why they were even at the main event in the first place. You know, big reason why they reversed with Rock in the group stage. So I was definitely impressed, and I'm definitely impressed by some of these players, some of these tank players who just like no fear. And Hitori was the same on Super Shy, of course. It's just like they just go in. There's no hesitation about engaging. There's not too much sitting around. So I think that Crocs is a talented tank player, and Lord knows there's a lot of tank players in Europe right now that are starting to stick out. So you know, you could have picked China maybe. Decent Tracer performance, but I think Crocs is really the backbone of the Imperial. So if the Imperial comes back strong, it's probably because Crocs is leading the charge.
That's right. He's definitely been a standout player we all have our eyes on. And speaking of standout players and heroes, we want to call out an individual that leads every team he's on. Today's his 5th year anniversary of our tournament lead. Trevor, or if you are around the internet, you know, Divine. Also a name he goes by. So we want to congratulate Trevor and thank you so much for leading us through amazing competition all these years.
Do you get anything like at Blizzard? Do you get like the swords and like the shields or anything? Do you get?
That's pretty hard to beat, man. Blizzard gives you a freaking sword.
Swords are pretty good, so people have to, you know, step it up with their anniversary rewards. What would you like other than a sword?
What would I like? What would I like?
If I were to
that's
give you something.
A great question, putting me on the spot right now. Well, it couldn't. There's a lot of games going on here, so you know something that's universal. Maybe like one of those dance boards, you know, where like you press the dance.
Like a DDR mat.
Yeah, like a DDR map. Yeah, give me that. Like 5 years, like Esports Engine, I got a DDR map.
I think we should do a segment where Johnny plays DDR on stage.
I don't think we should.
That'd be great. That'd be great. People are sleeping on my DDR moves.
Yeah.
I don't even know if that's. I'm trusting you that that's what it's called. I have no idea what this is.
I mean, he can barely walk. I don't know if I want to see him dance. We'll figure it out over the break. Maybe we can make it happen. Maybe not. Probably not. But we know for sure that there is more Overwatch coming our way, and all of that is going to happen after this break. So stick around.
Well, I mean, 6v6 had its great moments, right? It's a huge part of the history of Overwatch, but in the end, 5v5 is for the future, right? It's for you know, there's less tank players in the game. We got to have a game that represents the player base as it is, not as we want it to be. Yeah, Hugo, you know, I think you make a great point there, actually. I can't really disagree. Having a high skill ceiling is crucial for the game to really be rewarding for even the best players. However, I think Overwatch is still plenty hard, right? There's still plenty of ways to show your skill and be the best, even in 5v5. Hugo, I gotta disagree with you there. You know, I think it is Overwatch. I think that constantly changing heroes, changing strategies. We've seen it more and more in the pro meta these days than ever before in the history of Overwatch. That counter swapping is something I think that brings out more of the game than we normally get to see, especially in pro matches, bringing out more heroes. So honestly, for me, that's a plus rather than a minus, Hugo. But thank you for your perspective. I thought your points were well made.
Overwatch champion, serious. I love the sound of that.
And EXO against the wall, and Team Peps will full cap.
Where did Pelican come from? Straight on top of their heads.
Quartz won't let them stand much longer, kneecapping 3 in that fight.
The new kings of EU have been crowned. Toronto defiant in an absolute shutout. Some kings were born to rule.
Welcome back, Miracle. We're moving on to the NA side of things for the rest of the day, and I'm once more, of course, joined by Jake and Johnny. Jake, you're already arguing with anything.
You know, I love to argue. I like to get into little scuffles, little verbal back and forth, a riposte, if you will.
Okay.
Do you know how you can tell that video was actually fake and pre-recorded?
No, please tell me all about it.
Jake didn't argue over his opponent.
That's true. If it was real, he would have just yelled at that tiny little dog.
Actually, Hugo, no, you're wrong, Hugo.
So
no, actually, no, you're just wrong.
No, if you've seen the little bit there with Jake and Hugo, this is how you look like to Jake when you're yapping about 6v6. Like, let it die. It's done. It's over. We moved on. 5v5.
Whoa.
That's where we at.
Whoa.
And this is
swinging, Zoe. No love for the off tanks.
Zero. Spoken as someone who plays off tank a lot, or used to, anyway, because it's dead. It's no more. Our teams, however, in the NA region are still all alive because we haven't started their side of the bracket just yet. But before we get into the nitty-gritty of all the teams we get to see in the NA region today, we also want to once more remind everyone to connect your Battle.net account to your preferred streaming platform in order to get some fancy drops. Which one stands out? What do you want?
You could duo on Hanaoka with the blooming friendship name card.
I love it.
I mean, I'm looking at the ironclad dual spray, which, you know, I hope you take your Torb 101s out there. I think I read somewhere today that someone made an apology for not honoring the Torb 101.
I think Viper
that was
took his
about.
gun out.
That's crazy.
He was losing, and he pulled out the classic, bring the gun out and just blow away.
He really brought a gun out.
It wasn't really a 1v1. I was just messing with you. I was just...
Oh, my God.
If there's 2 Torbs on the server, you got to honor.
You're the expert. You're the Torb 1v1 professional.
Me, as someone who won those...
Jaws is popping off in the back.
That's right.
He lives.
Whoa, Torb! Whoa!
Well, you got to honor the integrity of a Torb 1v1, and you also got to honor the integrity of the competition as a whole, because they're playing for a lot of money and a lot of circuit points as well. Our teams, anyway, we don't play for anything because we're just not good enough, Jake.
Yeah, that's true. What were you gonna say something else? I'm good enough.
Costa isn't here, so I can't jab him. So you unfortunately have to. to my score.
17th best.
That means that you're not in the top 16, and that means that you did not move on to the groups.
Basic League, that's my chance to prove
right.
we're going to take down Toronto Defiant without scrimming one time. It's going to be super great.
Will it qualify for the Esports World Cup?
Yeah, we'll be there. We're going to beat Toronto without one scrim.
We'll be there no matter what.
We'll be there no matter what.
Either as a player or on the desk, you know, you're just going to be double dipping, and I can
true.
respect that. Now, that's far in the future, not very far, but a little further than our very next, or rather first, LAN event, and that will be held in Dallas at DreamHack. So make sure to grab your tickets right now. You see the link on your screens, and you can meet us or some of your favorite players.
I miss everybody.
Meeting fans is the best.
It's fun meeting fans, meeting the overall, getting the community together in one place, right? Whether it's BlizzCon or DreamHack, you know, I think just having everyone there in person, you get that passion built up, right? We all said, I mean, for me personally, I'll speak for myself. I can't say for everyone, but I'm sitting at home watching esports. I'm yelling in my apartment. I'm pointing at the screen, making weird noises that my neighbors would probably be offended by. But, you know, when we come in person, when we're all together, that's when it's really special. You get to share that with people who get it, really.
It's pretty unmatched. The energy of an LAN environment, a lot of players also really benefit from that. There are some teams who just can turn it up when they're playing in front of a crowd, and some of the teams will get an opportunity, of course, here in Dallas at the DreamHack. But first, let's take a look at the teams who are still in the running, because, of course, a direct invite to Dallas is also on the line here. Now we are on the NA side of the bracket with our upper bracket matches. Which of these stands out to you?
I feel that, honestly, this M80 versus FMCL matchup is going to be hotly contested. I think M80 should be a solid favorite, should be one of the top teams in NA, but FMCL has some serious players with a lot of experience. You know, I think especially Seeker on the hit scan, someone to watch out for. I think Zira on the flex DPS as well could turn heads. So I think, you know, FMCL could have some hope for an upset, especially as M80 hasn't looked as solid as we would have want them to be, I think, going into this tournament.
Johnny, student of the game, and Pip, can I interest you?
Ooh,
yeah, actually, that was the match I was going to highlight. So I'm glad you teamed me up for it.
I'm also interested.
Yeah, but I think already that students of the game has kind of, you know, facilitated themselves as one of the fan favorites in North America. But, you know, Pip bring it to map 5. And they were about like 5% away from a sound barrier, which could have potentially won them that game. If Pelican hadn't straight up carried Junkertown, M80 would have maybe taken a loss in the group. So I gotta give Pip their flowers. You know,
I will say for M80 though,
Wrecking Ball was not lovely.
If Pelican is carrying too much on M80 for a team this good, there shouldn't be one player clearly hard carrying you this often, as I see. I feel like Pelican is doing time and time again. And now, though, Pelican happy, they're in the States.
I was just about to say, it's going to be even
at like
scarier.
6 a.m. from Korea. This is a huge buff to the team. So getting people off ping, getting them together in person. Nero as well as a backup, that's going to be valuable. This team should be super scary. The player strength is incredible, but they haven't been as strong as I would have wanted them to be. I set a really high bar for these players. Maybe it's not fair.
I want to hear from you. In the previous matches, like looking at the group stage, were you convinced by what you saw from it, and maybe like leave out like the big conversation?
No.
Looking at the tanks, especially here. How did you feel?
I think Hawk is not the issue on this roster. If you actually wanted to have a conversation about, you know, who's contributing the most, who's contributing less.
Well, not so much about the individual, but about the compositions they were running and how they looked on it.
I think that for M80, I think that they're capable of bringing out most compositions here and do a pretty good job. Like, even if you have Hawk playing like Doomfist, Orisa, Diva, like they brought out some of the Cassidy Torb, you know, that we've seen in
I think
Korea
Hawk's
as well.
Winston is good too.
Yeah, the Winston is probably capable. Like, it's not one of those situations where you're like, oh, it's a traditional off-tank player trying to adjust to main tank. It's like, no, he has pretty good Winston. So I don't think it falls on Hawk at all. I think, you know, as Jake said, and I said this earlier in the week as well, like waking up 7 a.m. and you're a hit scan player and you have to perform, okay, that's a valid excuse. Okay, I could buy that.
Not a valid excuse.
Now I'm tired of excuses. Okay? This is M80's time to perform, and if they end up like taking some surprising loss or whatever, I'm just like done with this team. I'm just like, I've given you way too much rope. So now either perform or I'm just like...
Or Johnny is out. Well, let's take a look at the opposition here. FMCL. Hard to tell what this team is capable of. I mean, they crushed Nightmare and Vice in groups in a very dominant fashion. Lost to Students of the Game, which people would have expected. That was also a 3-0 loss. It is a team made up of a lot of interesting players, though. I do love the duos we have. I love the storylines we have. I mean, Lep and Renko going up against their former team.
That's always a dramatic
storyline. Some dramatic grudge match here. I like this team.
I think Ariel on tank is someone not to sleep on as well. Really strong performer on tank, especially the high mechanic heroes like Orisa. Very, very aggressive. When he pushes in, he's really clean with it. So I think the tank play can be a strong suit for FMCL. To be honest, though, I know I would have probably expected Students of the Game to be favorites, but a 3-0 is more of a gap than I would have wanted to see based on the players on FMCL. I feel like they shouldn't be that far behind, you know, a team in the top 5-6 of NA. So to be honest,
maybe they also had to get up at 7 a.m.
Maybe both of these teams, there's a little underperformance from both of these teams. So now
these are gamers, Zoe. Like 7 a.m. is brutal.
So am I.
7 a.m. is
and
like...
I am up at 5 in the morning.
No, we're boomers. We're grown up. Like we're on the north side of 20s. Like it's over.
Let's be honest. Yeah, if you're on a pro gaming team, 7 a.m. that's like a curse. That's like a death sentence.
Anyway,
okay,
I think in short for FMCL, they have all the individual players. They have all the mechanical skill. Let's just see if they make dumb decisions or smart decisions.
Okay,
yeah.
Well, we're about to find out. The game is ready, so are we. So let's send it over to our casters, Mitch and Mr. X.
Thank you very much, gang. Yeah, plenty of storylines to dig into in a match like this. Are you there, bro? Knock, knock.
No, I'm not there. I'm just. Oh no, hey.
Now, I asked for this guy.
I'm here with the winner of the debate.
Yeah, I'm used to casting with serial yappers, so I was very ready to go over and bring Hugo in. Matt, how you going? How you doing, mate? I never ask you to sign ironically normally, but yeah, I'll do it now.
Yeah, this is actually the first time you've ever asked me if I'm okay.
Yeah, I don't care. I'm just doing
perfectly
it for the show,
fine.
Really.
Yeah, we got that footage yesterday with Hugo. All you got to do, freak him out, is drop his penguin into the couch. His little penguin, he absolutely goes crazy for it. And then, you know, you start asking him questions, and you see that beginning video, he starts going crazy.
Yeah, I'm glad he's got some opinions. It's nice. Hopefully that rubs off on you a little bit today, because there's plenty to talk about as we jump into this match. There is a little bit of a grudge element, of course, the backline of M80 being on FMCL. Mate, I've been wearing this for ages. I wore this last year. I can't believe you don't remember. I am reusing
that's the problem.
That wardrobe budget, yeah, thing of the past, mate. I'm bringing them back. You know what I mean? And no one's going to say a darn thing because they're not really looking. They're looking at the gameplay.
It's like you're releasing the same album over and over again, but calling this one a deluxe. You know, just put a little new.
Yeah,
it's
like I really miss 2018, except without the 6v6. You know, I'm going to run these albums back. Give me, I'll get some mixtapes coming. Look, I mean, FMCL got utterly sogged in the group stages, right? Their matchup against Students of the Game did not favour them at all. But M80, they're on my list. Happy and Pelican now are, to the best of our knowledge, Matt, in the United States. But it was a pretty unconvincing exit from the group stage for M80, narrowly escaping in their last game in a 5-er.
To the best of your knowledge, it sounds like that sounds ominous. Like
well, I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it and then watch them get absolutely
I believe they are.
Okay, there you go. To the best of my
they
knowledge,
are, sure. They're here. This is one their M80 should win, right? But FMCL, we've seen them obviously play pretty good, obviously, to get here. And they have some players who this is a little bit of a grudge match, right? So as we kick things off, it'll be both teams going with that Orisa-based composition. I'm curious, Mitch, we've seen a little bit, you know, now that like some teams really favoring the Cassidy over the Sojourn.
Well,
Cassidy, I think, is a little bit more consistent in terms of the results, where Sojourn, you miss the shots, not really going to be doing anything.
It's harder to miss those shots now with just how like the hitbox size for projectiles has changed, but with the health changes, Sojourn can't just insta-kill you. She has to work you down a little bit with that primary fire first, whereas Cassidy's still good for a 2-shot against many targets. Of course, that extra durability, as Sisiki here is, you know, representing a pretty nice health pool, and of course the hindrance that's available to you with Mag Grenade makes him pretty powerful. M80 getting crunched here on this right-hand side of the map, and an Immortality field already has to be committed to the fight. Ariel doing well to hold their ground here, but popped some of those defensive cooldowns too early, and as a result falls first.
Yeah, I think that FMCL, they thought they had the advantage there, kind of like pushed up into the choke. They just needed to secure one kill. The issue was they weren't able to find that kill. That time Seeker actually, I believe he actually just dies to the explosion of the mag grenade there as he goes right into the body of Happy. But they push up onto the point. They try and secure one kill. They actually have an advantage at the start. They're not able to get the kill. M80 with Ultraviolet, on that Baptiste, able to keep everybody topped up, and then they work down Aerial on the point.
Now with Happy and Pelican set up for success, there's just not a lot of reason for M80 to struggle against some of these, up-and-coming teams anymore. Definitely expect them to have a dominant performance, and the start has been good. Amplification Matrix gets popped here, and this keeps FMCL's heads down back towards their spawn. They'll at least come in with that rotation to support ultimates themselves. But you see Pelican already trying to apply some pressure on the left here. Renko has to have his wits about him. Javelin's been already going to be drawn out of Hawk. He's lost that armor now. Pelican's had to recall, but comes back into the fray with a vengeance. Here's a sound barrier pop, and you're short-handed when you're using it for FMCL. That's gone for basically nothing.
Well, okay, so you end up using it, right? It's not horrible because you end up trading the beat for the opposing beat, right? So Liar ends up using that. And now you have for sure an advantage in terms of Renko having this amp matrix with no amp matrix on the other side, right? You've been holding on to this for a little bit. But M80, you got a Pulse Bomb, you have a Terror Surge, it's going to start things off with that overclock getting quite aggressive.
Hawk circumventing the amp matrix for the most part, and Happy's able to come forward now with that overclock. It was Renko that caught the shot from the overclock. And that'll be that. FMCL can't get a good position, Matt, to use that amp matrix at all.
Yeah, well, look, we talked about why, FMCL invests a beat in the last time, right? But M80 is so well trained that they know, okay, there's an amp matrix on the other side. What do we have, right? We can spear spin into it, get aggressive, push them back, negate any of the effects of that Baptiste ult.
95% and counting. M80, strong strides here at the start of Oasis. Pelican stunned up briefly there by the Javelin, but more than happy to recall and flip it around on Aerial. He gets drawn out of position and isn't in a spot to mitigate damage for the rest of their team. Here's that air matrix now from Ultraviolet. Gets his up way quicker than Renko could hope to. And the Immortality Field is not enough to keep Aerial alive. Pelican trolling the enemy Orisa in that side room for the last 20 or so seconds.
Yeah, Hawk ends up killing the Immortality Field, so that Pulse Bomb goes off and actually does lethal damage there. Is the first fight.
Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé? Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé?
Il s'est passé la même chose que d'habitude. Tout le monde veut sauver le monde, c'est juste qu'ils sont pas d'accord sur le comment.
Little things, little things, little things. 'Cause it's the little things that mean an awful lot.
He's out as, M80 to be very quick to try and establish that high ground. It'll be Aerial on the DV here, so ostensibly, Matt, a pretty decent pick if you want to transition between this low and high ground in a pinch.
Yeah, can definitely put pressure onto the high ground, right? It's just, I feel like they're going to have a tough time securing this, right? You're going to have to just play around the defense matrix to get up towards that high ground. Maymoon, it's the turret that goes down there, as we'll see where they try and set up with this torp, right? Like, not a lot of great areas to do so, but like you mentioned, potentially just to kind of like play a little bit extra defense around the back line at Seeker.
Hawk here with a vintage skin on, just quietly pushing the FMCL straight back into their side of the map here. Eventually able to take control of that high ground. CQC still contesting it, took a Javelin earlier on, but more than happy to return here when there's an opportunity to do so. Oh, my moan's okay. He's all right. He can DI forward there and get back onto the health pack, but now he's completely isolated. Still, Hawk doesn't really want to get caught with that overload up against the Tor for too long. Fortunately, Pelican came to the rescue, but it's a trade.
Yeah, the D.Va just doesn't have the staying power of the Orisa, right? Like, you can just see how Hawk can just push up without, much fear, right? Getting right up into the opposing team's face. FMCL not even able to get the point there. As that'll be off of the Torb now to Tracer. It's just, even if you can't control the high ground as often, right? The ability to just survive on the point and put pressure on the opposing team with the Orisa is just so strong.
Defensive cooldowns way more robust for the Orisa. Again, just on, I guess like D.Va used to be on like a timed cooldown instead of a resource for a defense matrix, except you have an extra one of those cooldowns to use, and you can cycle them. Here come Eddie and M80. Speaking of ultimates though, they're cycling that sound barrier now. This is a Deadeye from Seeker as they've been forced back, hoping to find his way back in, but trades it in for an instant reload and nothing more. Great taps here on Hawk, though. Strips that armor instantly, forces M80 to play back, but now they can spring forward behind that amplification matrix. Pelican trying to keep Renko busy. And M80 gets shoved off the point for the time being here. Hawk too low, and Liar's not there to get him out.
Yeah, they find that kill onto Liar, which is huge. No speed boost to kind of move that Orisa around the map, and then they can actually get things going. So what I think they need to do with this D.Va, right? So D.Va's great in terms of like 1v1 potential accessing the backline. It's like you almost need to just kind of like circumvent the Orisa, right? And put pressure onto the Lucio, onto the Baptiste, even the Cassidy, right? I think that's kind of what you're trying to do here. Have aerial work in combination with Maimon and make plays.
Also, setting up Maimon, like you said, to dive backliners more effectively. So left from Ariel just there on the chase, at least. Maimon gets 3 kills set up by Ariel. Okay, high ground control. Pretty hard to shift the Orisa off this, and there's going to be a charge in under that Fortify. Happy able to get away from the pulse bomb, and he never had a chance to use the Deadeye. The skulls showed up, but Pelican found 3. And FMCL still picking themselves, peeling themselves off the pavement.
Yeah, I mean, they just got bullied back into that corner, and then the pulse bomb from Pelican. Wonder if that's actually just stuck on the ground or stuck to anybody. It just seems like there was no way out there for FMCL.
But how? The Terror Surge was up, right?
Yeah, I mean, that is a filthy combo, right? We've seen the Terror Surge comboed with a few different things, like an overclock comboed with a pulse bomb there. Almost like a grab in a way, right?
Overkill. Absolute overkill if you think the Deadeye was also committed to that fight. But M80 are on the precipice of taking away the entire map as it is. Happy putting pressure on Ariel here. To the high ground we go. Backing up as the Deadeye now is being used by Seeker to make that space here. Surely no one in M80 would dare challenge this. Liar. Almost gets caught by the heel there, but here's an Matrix to the low ground, and Seeker's not ready for it. He dropped there for his own safety, and it ends up being the worst place he could have been. There's no way you're getting back in there, Mac Ariel. That's Self-Destructs. Ultraviolet, though, behind the Amp Matrix is there with the damage. And a quick cleanup here sees M80 snatch away Oasis. Pretty commanding fashion here, and this is what we were expecting when we set expectations with Happy and Pelican now stateside.
Well, I mean, that's what you want to see from M80, right? And I think the desk kind of talked about it a little bit. You want to see more than just Pelican for M80, right? Pelican had a great first map, like you expect him to, but it's not all Pelican, right? Everybody contributing for M80, which is a great sign for their future prospects.
Yeah, and it's not a shaky result like we saw against Pirates in Pajamas. That was like a real drawn-out slugfest, and a game where, Pirates played up to M80, I think, in a big way, but M80 looked a bit shaky and weren't exactly able to get the most out of their DPS. You can see the difference made. You can see why everyone was so excited about this basic super team that was put together by M80. Now, with these pieces in place, they're starting to look ahead at teams like the Defiant, right? If they can get a win in this series, they're thinking even further ahead. It's going to be up to these guys to give M80 a reason to respect them.
I mean, you say, look forward to some of those other teams. I still think that FMCL, this just obviously was a pretty poor map 1. I wouldn't be surprised if they play them pretty close in some of these other maps. I think there were some things, I don't think the D.Va was particularly awesome in the second point. And then, I think they were able to kind of get a little bit of an advantage at the start of the first point, right? And, make some fights interesting. So, would I say the FMCL's coming back and winning this? I think it would be tough to predict that, but I also think there's avenues for them to make this series pretty close.
Especially when we saw how atrocious M80 were when it came to those push maps, right? New Queen Street was really, really rough for them. And honestly, something that we said about them is that they at times struggled in the Orisa mirror. That was an issue for them sort of back during the group stages. Doesn't seem like it's been an issue so far in this matchup. And if you recall, FMCL, their biggest weapons is definitely in the form of Seeker, right? It's that hit scan DPS, it's that consistency, obviously that backline strength, right? But speaking of which, your head-to-head here is Lep and Liar. Obviously, Lep replaced by Liar on this team. So, well and truly worth looking at here. But, again, probably hard to really read too much into this.
Are you calling it after one game?
No,
You're calling it after one game.
Okay, so to be fair, I am definitely getting excited about the prospect of this team being able to get Happy and Pelican stateside. I am sort of dying on the name brand hill already, but we've sort of I'm seeing an M80 that doesn't look nearly as fallible as they did through the group stages, so that is filling me with confidence. Trying not to get ahead of myself here, but M80 have to be taking each map as it comes. I'm talking about the Toronto Defiant. They shouldn't be even thinking about that. They still got a real game to play here.
I mean, if you're M80, right, this roster is good enough to contend with some of those top teams. So, like, you have to kind of hit that ceiling. Like, that's the ceiling I think everybody's expecting you to hit. And, you know, in a team like FMCL, pretty good, right? But you expect this team to be able to get over this relatively easily, right? So we'll see if they do so.
And you have the undisputed bench lord Nero, by the way, the classic utility player that so often got rotated into his teams. I'm thinking like rosters like the Shock back in the day to play a lot of those pocket picks here. You've got a lot to work with here. And again, we saw FMCL rotate Zera and Seeker around a lot. And in fact, they were both playing the Sojourn on multiple occasions. So we weren't really sure like what the thinking was, like what maps sort of dictated that kind of switch up. But they both look quite good. They both got gapped in that matchup against Students of the Game, though. That was like one area of a sore spot, I think, that we could touch on for FMCL, is that they were struggling with just this hit scan prowess that they were dealing with from the Students of the Game. And that is going to be present in spades here up against a team like M80, when you've got Happy and Pelican looking at you from across the map.
Yeah, I mean, Happy and Pelican is just such a sick, you know, damage dealer combo, right? They can just play. Pelican can just play anything, then Happy, you just put whatever hit scan is popular at the time. There's always going to be one. It seems with FMCL, they'll be on defense, so they'll actually go with like a Ramatra-based composition, Ramatra with the Cassidy. So this is kind of like you know, space station-esque. Yo, is that a souvenir we see? Okay,
it's the Winton
rare souvenir sighting.
The Winton, baby. Wasn't that a drop? Wasn't that a stream drop?
Possibly.
Maybe it was a battle pass.
I have the WoW battle pet called the Winton battle pet. That looks very similar.
All right, let's see M80 now getting up to a one-map lead. Let's hear what the comms are going like. See where the vibes are at.
What pick are they?
We're in this together.
We not see.
Lucy, the back drop. I
go left side.
Ram.
Pushing back.
Counter me.
Walk up.
Maybe left side. Oh.
Come back.
I'm good. Stop. Everyone stop. Go fucking Orisa, Lucio. Go Orisa.
I'm good. Are you good?
Think we need to?
Alright, I'm going Lucio. Maybe you can stay.
Yeah, I think Orisa's good, right?
I'm already
actually 6 fucking decent a lot on this map.
Hey, let him cast.
Yeah.
We can walk. Yeah.
Good shoot, main. Stay main. They drop.
Back I'm in.
Shoot. We can. Yeah, push up. Swing on them. Heal me. Stay heal.
There's a top, yeah.
Take one. Push me.
Oh, I'm on.
Oh, fuck.
No. Back.
You good?
There's a lot of discussion here for M80 about what tank actually would suit them best against this unexpected Ramatra defense setup.
Well, I think they were like looking to see what tank they had on the other side at the start, and I don't think they got like a great, you know, sightline until they turned the corner, and then they saw it was the Ramatra. Some discussion whether Orisa or Sigma. I think potentially they want to stay the Sigma, and then Hawk now forced over to the Orisa. So seems to also be like they didn't have a Lucio at the start, right? Playing a little bit slower with the bring back. You absolutely, I think, need the Lucio to get through this choke.
My own great stick, but an Immortality Field instantly drawn out of Ultraviolet there. Yeah, the Orisa seems to be the play for now. A little split, though, from the rest of M80, who are playing that high ground here. If MCL are getting a lot of value here out of just these brief bursts of aggression behind the Ramatra Nemesis form.
Yeah, you're going to be under 2 minutes here, right? Really no progress to get through the choke here for M80, so pretty good defense here for FMCL.
Oh, okay. M-Matrix, a little bit of an awkward angle to try and use this. And in fact, Matt, M80 have already pushed ahead of it here, as all of FMCL give that ground up. Perhaps that was by design.
Yeah, they absolutely do. They just kind of kite it. Now they'll buy that space back with a Deadeye, right? So you kind of trade Matrix for M80, buy some space, then the Deadeye now kind of takes it away and forces them inside of the Firehouse here, where now a real fight will kick off, where depending on how long this goes, Mitch, I mean, I was going to say, M80 needs something to go their way, and that time Happy with a headshot.
Beautifully done. That one-shot potential, or quasi-one-shot potential from Cassidy goes a long way here. Pelican gets a little too close to Seeker there and takes a bit of damage. Love the body blocking there for Hawk. Happy now with the Deadeye. Well, actually have a decent shot here even through this. It has to be an Immortality Field there for Renko. But let's already use the sound barrier, and they're all so low.
And even through Annihilation, Ariel cannot be kept standing. Eventually taken out of the picture, and M80 will have that point. And mate, you talk about a trade of space, right? M80 get into the firehouse, they just have to like wait for the Deadeye. I don't know if FMCL really were able to reclaim much behind that.
I mean, no, not really. They weren't able to kind of like push on. They're not going to like push into the firehouse to make a play for them, right? They just don't have that type of comp. They kind of want to like lock them in there. But Pelican and Happy get outside and they get that pick so fast that's where things crumble. Where Ariel now will go over to the Sigma, so can control a little bit of the high ground here, some just kind of consistent damage. So might be a pretty good pick.
We're on the road here to the Sigma now again. Seemed fine for Hawk until Ariel started taking that space away, pressuring the shield down. Ariel might just want to trade some aggro and some poking from that high ground, but look at how quickly that shield blew up with the Amp Matrix in play. All of FMCL have to respect this, but they're able to retain the high ground. Problem is, Matt, at some point they have to give it up voluntarily to contest this.
Yes. I was going to say a lot of cart progress. That was like both Amp Matrixes. Seeker actually uses the Deadeye there and gets one player really low, so M80 has to back down. But yeah, look at this. Terror Surge inside.
Oh, look at me, because could be so good there. Immortality Field had to come out for Renko. It was still nice. I mean, they came out of the Immortality Field looking beaten, battered, bruised. Beautiful stuff there. We didn't get the combo with the Pulse Bomb from Happy, like Pelican rather, like we did on Oasis, but it was still good looks. And Matt, Hawk just walked straight past Ariel, completely disrespected the Sigma.
Yeah. Well, once you lose that space between the Orisa and the Sigma, right? Like, the Sigma needs to just kind of be playing at a distance the entire time. That's why, like, high ground to the low ground is they're kind of, like, moving the payload, right? That kind of works out. Once they get into that close quarters, I mean, I know it is curtains for the Sigma, right? I mean, that is when the Orisa is just able to dominate that type of situation where now they'll actually match tank, and Seeker will now go to the Sojourn. So, we've seen a lot of Sojourn or Cassidy now going to go over and try and Sojourn here. Maybe at a little bit more long range.
Pelican sees Mimone drop down on him. Opts out of that engagement for a bit of a top up, I'd say. Okay, Seeker now. Sees that Deadeye and gonna vacate the space as quickly as possible. Beautiful though, M80, they take advantage. Ariel could not get to safety in time. Left not able to ferry him out of there. Seeker will attempt to make something happen here with the railgun shots, and they weren't too shabby, but still enough here for M80 to get some more progress. They'll have to regroup and get off this at some point, Matt, but this is a good sign for the attacker.
I mean, do you need to get off of this, right? Happy's going to come back on the Widow. You have, Beat and Amp Matrix here. Like, you can kind of gamble a little bit and go for it, right? As they do back up just a little bit. So just this Widow, the pressure, right, is going to force these, sight lines.
Nice, real nice. Mimone. Pelican has to double back and help here, and even he is not able to do too much. Questing Pulse Bomb there from Mimone. Yeah, I like the idea. It didn't quite pay off, though, and now Pelican with a sound barrier on him was looking to pressure Seeker down. Good timing from Left to reciprocate there, and love that. Slide straight on in. And Pelican had nowhere to go once the rail came calling.
Yeah, as M80 now, they'll actually have their Amp Matrix for this next fight, right? So double support ult used there for FMCL. I think they actually just needed a fight win, right? Like, you don't win here, then you're kind of getting a junk fight out of the spawn. So may as well, invest a little bit. The cart's going to move backwards. I thought you would just do the Widow for, like, maybe, the spawn coming back, right? They want to keep pushing it, but they were going to stay on the Widow for now. Light are going to be playing the Brig, so no speed to even close that gap. I think this is actually even a little bit better for FMCL, right, with some of these ranged characters. Seeker goes to the Widow now as well.
I love that Seeker's happy to take the challenge. That high ground position, though, favours the attacker to some degree. Seeker can play out of that sight line mostly. Happy he was looking for him, though. Here's an Amp Matrix now. And Nula gets caught in the Gravitic Flux. That's ridiculous. Ariel, a big miss on that one. But Seeker doesn't. Finds Ultraviolet there. Getting rid of the Baptiste is probably the most high-value target you could ask for there. And to take him out of the fight instantly, even better.
Yeah, it's FMCL now looking like potentially can put together a little bit of a hold here. Is what you have a Gravitic Flux plus Pulse Bomb, like not a huge wombo combo, so to speak. Seeker with another Widow shot is starting to really kind of feel it now on the hit scan.
Gotta respect this guy. Definitely one of the standout North American hit scan talents. Putting the pressure on these interlopers. Pelican there trying to stay out of the crosshairs, but eventually M80 will have to group up behind this Sigma. Oh, does Does he know? Yes, he's aware. Happy's found Seeker, though. That's a big opener. This is now going to force the entirety of FMCL back and open that sight line even further for Happy. Now a couple of chokes to shoot into as the card's getting close. We are, though, in overtime. Accretion only gets splash damage on Pelican, no stun, so no chance to capitalize here. Beautiful. Again, Ultraviolet gets brought down. Seeker starting to fire up while Happy is busy swatting flies. Mymone closes the gap. This could be dangerous for Happy now. He's in a bit of trouble. Pulse won't be necessary, but has been built. Hawk, though, hanging in there, staying alive. But an Ant Matrix from Renko is going to make it very hard. When that kinetic grasp expires, so too will the Sigma.
And really nice stuff for FMCL. So they get a hold here. No, not a full map completion for M80. It was actually kind of looking like that for, most of the game, right? Once they got, that second checkpoint, it looked like it was pretty much smooth sailing. So to get a hold here at the end, pretty huge stuff. I also think a good thing for FMCL is you start to see Seeker come alive a little bit, right? I know Happy was crushing on the Cassidy. And then kind of once, the Seeker went over to the Soldier and went over to the Widowmaker, started to come alive a little bit, where I know as a player like that, a hit scan player, like all you need to see is like, a few really nice shots, make a few nice plays, the confidence goes up, and start to see the tides turn a little bit.
Yeah, look, there's a question for me about whether the Widowmaker is the answer for Happy there towards the end of the map. Not really an issue that he's baited Seeker into mirroring, that's just good fun, but Hanzo here from Happy. Now this is really interesting because now as the game has changed, especially after that Season 9 patch, Hanzo does not have that same level of one-shot potential. You're relying much more on the Storm Arrow, which has a reduced cooldown for the lion's share of your damage here. So very good against like shield-based comps, but obviously doesn't have that same lethality that Widowmaker can offer now as only true one-shot characters, or one of them in the game.
It's pretty good burst, though, the Hanzo, right? If you think they're going to run, like, Ramatra on the other side, or, even against the Orisa, potentially, right? You can just cut through that armor with the Storm Arrow, so we'll see, how Happy plays on the Hanzo, and we'll see if FMCL sees this and has any type of response. Is taking a little bit of a longer route.
Gonna be very much
top through the subway.
He's going to be very much outranged by Happy here. Do they dare go through the train car like this? This is all going to be revealed via the Sonic. And Hawk is, possibly the perfect tank to play that position. So Sonic gets thrown in. They see it all here in M80, and they've grouped up. Here they come, pushing out here.
Look at this, yeah.
Absolutely overwhelmed there.
Yeah, but who cares about this Hanzo, right? They just speed boost out, and they just run down the Torb.
Well, that's kind of just my point. I just don't know if it's even good enough to be truly threatening. Mymone on the Genji, which otherwise would be kind of annoyed playing into Torb, but there's just no chance really for Pelican to set up around that turret at all. He just gets bowled over. Beautiful attack here for FMCL.
Yeah, they're just looking for a target to run down, right? Torb limited to no mobility. Get the Ramatra in Nemesis form, the Cassidy, right? So just feels impossible to kill at times, and then Genji with a speed boost right in the face of that Torb, and just falls on over. M80 will stay here with the Hanzo. Seeker will actually switch over to Widow, and Liar's going to go Zen. So really interesting here now, bringing the Zenyatta in the mix. Obviously, the Discord Orb's still very strong, but they're going to have to do everything they can to protect him.
Again, it's really only Mymone that can challenge. He's expected to play safe behind Hawk Shield for the most part. Happy with a Sonic actually finds a kill. That's Renko. There it is. Seeker eventually emerges. That's the risk here for Happy. He doesn't really know when and where Seeker is going to pop up. Keeps his life up there. The Zen is also under a lot of pressure, and yep, that's another for Seeker.
Man, I'm telling you, sometimes like when you're a hit scan player and you just see a few of these shots, and you start to make plays and get in a little bit of a flow, it can change things completely. Seeker now starting to nail these shots, whether it be on the Widowmaker or the Cassidy. Is Liar gonna go off the Zen, not gonna try and play that anymore. Ooh, that is a sick shot.
He's been breathtaking so far in this stage of the map. M80, if they're not playing from behind the Sigma shield, they're in a lot of trouble. Gravitic Flux here from Hawk finds very little. Sound Barrier now comes out from Lep. He didn't even have to use it until he was sort of waited a few seconds after that Flux was dropped. If anyone was even caught in that. Dragon Strike, though, there's no chance to escape from it at that kind of range, and Aerial's brought down. So the fulcrum here for this FMCL poke comp is out of the picture. They're going to struggle to advance.
Yeah, I was going to say that M80 absolutely needed a fight win in the worst way, right? To just kind of let them continue to move through there. It would just kind of escort the payload all the way. That second checkpoint would have been like over 4 minutes in the time bank. You never want to say anything is like a guaranteed loss, but it would have been really difficult to come back from that. So they decided to invest a lot of ultimates into that. Gravitic Flux, Dragon Strike, right? And try and take that high ground, which they do, taking out Aerial.
My mode here. I think it's pretty clear what his objective is right now. Stay hidden and get a good pulse stick, but Pelican is doing the exact same thing on the other side of the underpass. Here's the stick, it's good. Hawk immediately deleted. Accretion there never found its target. Gravitic Flux should have a good catch here. The Hanzo, they'll take it. Don't have quite the angle to follow up, and a great immortality field from long range. There's an Ant Matrix here for Ultraviolet to play behind, and it's going to force an M80 back. He even gets the Sigma kill. What a fantastic answer for M80 to sing the Flux, capture their Hanzo.
I mean, that is such a sick play from Ultraviolet, right? Being able to keep the Hanzo alive and then also drop the Ant Matrix, pick up a kill after that, especially on Aerial, who I know was really kind of the key there for FMCL. So 2 fights in a row, M80 clutch up as now FMCL, it's starting to get a little bit scary, right? Because you have to swap so many of these heroes, right? You're, resetting or greatly diminishing the amount of ultimates you have. And now they're looking at like, okay, we only have 2 minutes, right? You're looking at like 3 pushes at best.
I'm enjoying the Brigette switch here, to be honest with you, because FMCL have shown they want to run past Hawk, or at least at him. The Briggette's going to give you a heck of a lot of options, especially with that rally now available. Here's a Dragon Strike. We'll cut Aerial off from the rest of his team. And look, immediately, Happy wants to capitalize. Hawk swings back towards the rest of M80. Happy can't overextend from this high ground yet, so unfortunately the Dragon Strike doesn't get them what they wanted. But you see the idea was there. Happy in the Vortex. Not so pleased with that one as Renko will finish.
So you get one. Can you get any follow-up, though? Rally, so you're not going to really want to push into this. Is Hawk just trying to be a disruptor on the Doom?
This is a power play for FMCL. Make no mistake, Renko gets to set up an Ant Matrix on this high ground. And M80 are very split here. Hawk can't remain in the open for very long. This is a risky pick against this competent. Free haircut, not the Doom needs it there from Seeker. With a railgun through the Ant Matrix. Hawk has to cycle cooldowns to keep this card contested. But here comes Seeker. Sound barrier now means he can take every risk in the book. And even some that hadn't been written. And FMCL get this second checkpoint with over 2.5 minutes to play.
I gotta say though, like if M80 gets the hold here at the end, it feels like the 2 fights that they kind of go all in on here is really what would allow them to do it, right? Like this could have easily been, 4 minutes now for FMCL to kind of push this in, but you've dwindled that clock down. At about half of what potentially it could have been. So obviously FMCL, they get the point right now. They have an opportunity to actually win Midtown, but M80, it feels like their best opportunity to end up winning it. I know it was getting some time off the clock there.
Absolutely. This last part of the map is treacherous as always. Aerial needs to find a way to really break through and then never give up on the gas. This could be big. Renko able to get away from that, no. The mortality field deployed, it doesn't matter. Oh, buddy, Hawk is actually able to remove the immo as he charges with the punch. I mean, he'll claim he intended it. I'm happy with that. But still an unlikely way that fight played out.
And it looks like potentially going back to the spawn here is Hawk. Yeah, gonna get escorted back. Orisa,
Hawky boy, get that dub.
Once that meteor strike is gone, right? Now you don't really need as much that high ground forward pressure. You can play this Orisa play a little bit safer here for the end of the game.
Pelican, sneaky beaky. Renko jumping up and down like every Overwatch player ever. He's going to be able to avoid the Tracer for now. What goes up must come down at some point. Seeker embodying that. Right now, he's more than happy to view the high ground, have a better shot. Straight into the path of the Javelin. Lucky to get out of there alive, I'll be honest with you. There is Annihilation available here for Aerial, but Lep gets taken down. Beautiful stuff for Happy. Through the Ant Matrix goes the railgun shot. And nobody from FMCL has any business peeking out into that sight line. Seeker's got no choice but to try and contest with what's left of his life. And FMCL are down to one final push against double DPS ults.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have that great combination that they used on the last map on Oasis with Terror Surge plus Pulse Bomb, but you're getting closer. Sound Barrier available here for M80. I think M80 pushes up because they want to get some of these ultimates out up FMCL early, right? That's the M Matrix going down.
Hawk getting picked off there. Real focus fire from FMCL and now a true opening. One almost got made between Pelican's ears. Eventually, Mymone can finish the kill. Down to 4, RM80, with Hawk coming off the respawn, but not quite in position to contest here. The sound barrier that will be crucial. The timing of these will matter greatly. Ariel now with the Annihilation. He's in the perfect place. And okay, the boop there. Ariel sent back towards the rest of M80. So the sound barrier is dissipated. Ariel still has a second left of that Annihilation. He's made the space, but M80 now will have a chance to come out and contest this properly. There's a pulse bomb here for Pelican and the stick. Oh, he might have saved them this map. Seeker's down. The centerpiece for FMCL. And now the Terror Surge will hold FMCL in place. It's easy shots for Happy as Let was slow, trying to leave that field of effect. And M80 get it done here. Holding out and taking Midtown away. A beautiful finish. And sometimes the best pulse bombs are just those single kill ones, Matt. Pelican ends the round there and then.
And I thought FMCL, they were in a pretty decent spot, right? They get Happy really low. It's the Immortality field used in Sound Barrier to try and keep him up. So you get the little bit later Sound Barrier, you get the Annihilation, you push them further back. But I mean, that's why you get a player like Pelican, right? Who can come up in the clutch and make those plays. It's like you didn't even see Seeker really on his screen. He just kind of flies by, nails that pulse bomb, and once you lose the Sojourn, it kind of seals the deal.
Competitive map, right? We saw the Widow duel on the first half. That was a lot of fun. And a lot of this tank switching, right? Hawk even coming out of the gates on Sigma. We know that's his preference. It's always been his preference. Eventually, though, being forced to play that Orisa in moments like this were absolutely massive. We thought it might have been even nastier. There was a beautiful sort of pulse bomb set up there, I think, on that first map from Pelican with the Terror Surge. When Hawk gets to play Sigma, he's a problem. Happy with that hit scan pressure, looking much improved from the group stage, where consistency was definitely the question. Leveled at him. And I got to say, great DPS on the side of FMCL. Thought Seeker had a great time. I think Seeker won the Widow battle, 100%. Mymone always a threat here. Both teams, look, really quality backline as well in Lep and Renko, right? I mean, they are going up against the team that dropped them, so I'm sure there's a bit on the line, as was discussed on the desk earlier. But for all that said, all that bluff and bluster, it's a 2-0 scoreline for M80.
Yeah, I mean, I like we talked about after map 1. I actually, like this FMCL team. I think they actually, have a ton of good players, a ton of talent, and I think that they can keep this series close. Like, do I think they, I mean, if you played the series 10 times, like there definitely be some outcomes, or they probably end up with an upset, right? It's just
once or twice.
This time, I mean, there's a pulse bomb at the end. I mean, that is crazy. There is Pelican nails that one right on the Seeker, so that sets up M80 really nicely, right? Up 2-0 in the driver's seat. You feel like that was potentially maybe their best shot in this series that you just took from FMCL. I think you just need to, when you get up in these 2-0 scenarios, just put it away, right? Don't let teams with talent linger around and make it interesting.
Absolutely. The first seed from Group C versus our second seed from Group D here. It's a double elimination, though, here, so FMCL, even if they struggle in a match like this, will have their opportunities in the lower bracket. And from the quality they've displayed throughout that Group D, they'll definitely be on for a couple of big games. But so far, it has been all about M80 here in this series. Here's your head-to-head of DPS, something we discussed a fair bit, and honestly, you can throw a tissue over the two of them, pretty close together. Seeker, obviously, just with a little bit weaker of a KD. So, what's your brow furrowed for? You not heard that term before?
Oh, well, I mean, I was like, 29 limbs with 11 deaths. It has a higher KD than the 28 and less deaths, but
it might be a final blow.
Maybe
final blow to
final blows in there. Maybe hiding the numbers from me, right? But I know I'm an expert mathematician. There's nothing you can get by me. There's nothing. None of those you can get by me. I've got like a TI-83 up here, whatever it's called. One of those.
I mean, Matt pretends he doesn't know what it is. It rattles out the exact model number of the graphics calculator you get in your senior year. Okay, mate. You're not fooling anyone, buddy boy.
Hey, those things are cool. Hey, when I got one of those, I was like, man, we made it. And then I was like, man.
And then you didn't use it. Instead, you drove a meat truck around New York City.
I just copied off other kids.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, dear. Here we go.
I just befriended the smart kids, and I was like, hey, man, could you help me out?
So why don't we ever get along? Is that not your strategy anymore? Oh, wait.
What do you mean?
Never mind.
Hey, I gotta ask. It's been bothering me the last few times you've come on camera.
Okay.
What's the deal with the half shirt tucked in? Is that something new? Like, am I missing out? Like,
oh no, I just haven't.
My t-shirt, I can't get half of it tucked in and half of it out.
No,
it just doesn't
the
work.
problem is that like one of my
like a new thing.
Well, see, here's a problem because I've been carrying you for so long.
Yeah.
One of my latissimus dorsi is like much larger than the other, so if I even flex slightly, it threatens to rip the shirt.
Man,
so
you're running out of material real fast.
You need to give it a bit of extra space on one side. Excuse me, that is fresh. That is OC.
They're gonna make a 30 for 30. What happened? What happened to Mitch Leslie? Is happy with a Widowmaker here on the start to rip Seekers.
This guy just revealing my midlife crisis. Okay, buddy. Listen, we're doing fine. I'm talking about video games. I'm living the dream, and I'm watching Happy pound it. Love to see an opener like that, and audacious to start with the Widowmaker here, but he is issuing a challenge right now.
Yeah, the 30 for 30 about Mitch Leslie from stadiums to VB Longnecks down. I'm trying to name an Australian place, but I don't know many.
You've nailed it, VB Longneck. I don't drink that swill,
I got it,
but
right? I got that's one of them.
No, I'm more of a Cooper's guy, but you've done very well, Matt. You've obviously been in Australia recently. Seeker is able to find Happy, so they're 1-1 of the DPS challenge, and here comes Seeker again. Hawk under a lot of pressure, and this is the issue for the Sigma, right? When that space gets taken away, he's under pressure to rotate those cooldowns just to get away. And meanwhile, all that ground has been given up, opening the sightlines for Seeker.
Well, I also have to say, like, it's pretty impressive for FMCL to, like, bounce back a little bit there off the start, because, like, who would have expected Widowmaker on the other side, right? Like, long sight lines we typically see, like, Sojourn, Hanzo, like, nobody really comes out and plays Widowmaker. And with the momentum already for M80, like, you could see that start to spiral, potentially, but they come back in that next fight, and look at this, they end up taking the lead, and now see how they decide to play this. They probably want to back up, they don't want to, like, kind of push into this high ground, maybe use the Ramatra as bait, see if they can get Hawk further in.
It almost feels like they're skill checking FMCL at the start of every map, like, hey, can we play Sigma Widow? No, we have to play Sojourn Orisa? Okay, fine. And they just run back the composition that's generally accepted to be the most robust at the moment. But I'm glad to see them try at the very least, forcing FMCL to give them a reason to respect them. Happiness found Lep, and that's an issue for FMCL, who need to reposition back to the middle part of the map, but are at great risk of getting caught just like this. Oh, they might give up a fair bit of ground. They've got to stall this bot while they're going down.
Yeah, I mean, I actually don't think they're going to give up, like, a lead, potentially, right? I think FMCL can probably get back and contest this. It's just, this is what they'll probably end up giving up, right? Is they can't kind of sit up here and control this high ground. I think M80 is going to push a little bit further in. Pulse bomb from Bemo doesn't connect with anything, where this will be an amp matrix here from Ultraviolet. So this is just going to try and buy them more of that space, right? Like, you don't use this amp matrix up here on the high ground, right? This is probably where the fight kicks off, like on the top of that bridge. Trying to buy some space. Nice shot there from Happy. What in the world?
That's taking so much of the pressure off this backline here. Seeker's Deadeye, of course, is going to force a stoppage in play for now. But as soon as they come back here, I don't know if they bought enough time for Bimo to return. Okay, he's on the way back at the very least here. Seeker, beautiful shot on Ultraviolet. Chasing here. Sound barrier means you can go that step deeper, and Happy, even with the slide, had nowhere to go. FMCL losing a key player at the start of that fight, not only stabilized, but ended up winning. Hit scan pressure, a big part of that. Nice job, Seeker.
Yeah, the downside will be is that coming into this fight, look at this Pelican just kind of trolling a little bit, stopping the bot, stalling it. Is that M80 will come in with their sound barrier, right? Sound barrier with the Orisa in the mix, you can get right past this Sigma shield. I would look for that to potentially be something that M80 tries to cook up.
I'm going to say, Ariel with the most based skin choice possible. I think a shared nationality between him and one of those previous Philadelphia players might have prompted this decision, but it looks good. Predominate, baby. Oh, well, there it is. Terra Surge slopes everyone from FMCL in, but it's a very back and forth fight. Seeker able to break that immortality field early, allows Mimone to do some damage. I think, though, that's about all he's going to get, but it's just only going to see the bot return to about neutral a bit further down before FMCL get back. Lep being the last spawner will slow them up ever so slightly, though.
And for FMCL, the key will be trying to keep this space between the Sigma and the Orisa, right? We've talked about it in the last map, right? When the Orisa kind of closes the gap to the Sigma, gets past the shield, that's when they can really start to win that 1v1 battle. But if Ariel can keep this range, right, where especially here, kind of controlling that high ground, you can definitely do, then you start to see where the Sigma potentially can kind of just chip away at this Orisa.
Sigma here for Ariel. Hawk knows that there's a lot of pressure he can put down here, but closing the gap without getting picked apart by this high ground control is the issue. A lot of that falls on Pelican's shoulders. Can he disrupt this very entrenched setup for these longer range heroes on the bridge? Happy, of course, you could sort of count on him finding a random headshot here and there, but that's a little speculative. Pinging the stairs they are, so they're saying, we've got to get the shield out, we've got to press the aerial down and maybe sneak the bot in behind some of these defensive cooldowns.
Trying to get an angle on it's so hard though, right? I mean, what, you go to like hug where Seeker is playing up there on the high ground, but he's sitting up there with a charged railgun shot, right? You're not just gonna like walk up to underneath there and make a play. But look at that, Happy takes out Renko. I mean, that is huge.
Flux here for Happy, wants to try and get out of line of sight. And, okay, no sound barrier available there, but it doesn't matter. Happy hits the ground and nails left. That's 2 kills with railguns in this fight. And that's probably the most brute force solution I've ever seen from a team playing from M80's position on this map. Just grind their way through, try and find picks. It had nothing to do with Pelican going deep, although he does now and finds a kill with a pulse bomb. But they couldn't rely on the Tracer flank there for so much of that fight, and they still get that checkpoint. This is big for M80.
Yeah, you know who's had a pretty sick series, I think, for M80 is like Ultraviolet.
Yeah.
They don't actually even need the Immortality field to kind of like save Happy with that Flux, and he actually just throws a long-range Immortality field right at Hawk and ends up saving him. So there's a lot of ultimates used by FMCL, but they kind of need to at this moment. Is the bot getting up to 90 meters of progress right now? This is where push becomes really difficult, right? Like, okay, you're gonna have to win 2-3 fights in a row, right? To kind of take the lead. And M80, you can kind of pool resources, right? Terror Surge, Ant Matrix, Sound Barrier, all coming online. No real reason to kind of like throw them in on this first fight.
That was a real grind for M80 to get as far as they did. Hard-fought meters. Now FMCL have to do the same. It's going to come from a great start. They need a huge pick in this fight. So much of Overwatch right now is Sojourn involved. Requires these picks. M80 forced to the outside of the ring here because of the Ant Matrix, but they're happy to get the space for now, given how extensive their lead is. And they can fall back, Matt, to these safe high ground positions.
Yeah. Just play from this high ground, just burn clock, right? Aerial gets really low, and now they try and put the pressure as, you lose that tank. Seeker ends up losing the long-range battle to Happy a little bit before then. So this is just, this is when it becomes even worse, right, for FMCL is, now you're back at square one where you're going to have to win, 4 fights in a row, right? Providing M80 doesn't even get any more progress.
I mean, you're talking up Ultraviolet. I vibe with it. It's the Happy and Pelican show again. Hawk doing a great job as well of forcing Aerial to use those defensive cooldowns earlier. You're so much weaker when you have to pop those. Hawk able to hold on to his for a long time and avoid that amount of poke damage he takes. Seeker there, lights from the window. He drops off that high ground. It could be the Pelicans causing him problems there. Good pulse though from my own Sound Barrier. Too late to save Happy. But can he work with this still to some degree as M80? The answer is absolutely not. Liar almost gets turned into an ornament there, pinned to the wall. And FMCL now will head back to the middle of the map. Chop wood, carry water. Time for some honest Overwatch.
Here comes Hawk, just looking to... It's like maybe stall here as Pelican will run out as well. So just trying to buy even some more time. I wonder if Liar and M80 thought that FMCL had like support ultimates, right? And you figure like, okay, 2 minutes on the clock, we can trade beat for like their beat in Ant Matrix or something along those lines, right? And at the time, FMCL was just a little bit off.
Maybe they're tracking there not exactly where they want it to be. Lep and Liar have been out of sync in sound barriers times on this map. This is another junk fire for M80. They'll take what they can get from this. And honestly, Happy finding my Moan, not too shabby. Maybe one more and they'd be real pleased. We'll have to settle for a bit of stall instead.
Yeah, not a fight that M80 necessarily needed to win, right? That's Ant Matrix, that's Overclock. That comes out there for FMCL. Nah, this is probably their best attempt, right? A minute on the clock, you lose, and the bot goes all the way back the other way. You're going to need like a miracle run, so they got to make it happen now.
Aerial's too low. Desperately, I think that with the regenerative burst, they got them back up to half here. But that health bar is struggling to stay afloat. Pelican finding Seeker there as they were already under extreme pressure as it was. Happy getting the play from the high ground. He was huge, and the Terror Surge employed by Hawk. Ariel just able to get away into the safety of the Immortality field, but how much longer can FMCL hold on? There's a lot of pressure here for M80. Ariel trying to get towards Happy, but he's so healthy. The Orisa about to get dragged down and sent off to the glue factory as the Immortality field just acts as an insurance policy. M80, with 24 seconds left in the round, are in full control, and they're ready to end things here.
Yes, the bot will just kind of make its way back towards mid-map, towards the FMCL side. It's, down by a large margin at this point. It does not look good. I mean, well, you have 2 ultimates to work with. You got to get back to the bot. We'll see if that even happens.
Ariel able to touch here with the Terror Surge at the very least. Questing Javelin finds naught. There's going to be an overclock here for Happy. This is definitely a good part of the map to make it happen. You don't have a low ground disadvantage. Relatively even playing field here for a neutral fight playing out for FMCL survival in this series. Can't feel good for them. Double air matrix, double railgun, double kill. Happy the one to go down there, but Renko, the lion's share of the healing for FMCL, is now AWOL. Hawk doesn't mind getting dragged into the Maelstrom here because he can hold his own. And it will be M80 taking the series away, advancing here in our main event.
Yeah, really strong win for M80. Obviously going up against a team in FMCL who I think can make a little bit of a run in losers depending on how it shakes out. I think with M80, it's like, okay, that was awesome. Like, now we want to see them do it against some of the other top teams in North America, which I think, after that performance, a lot of people probably imagine they can.
We saw it multiple times at the start of some of these maps. M80 are trying to play maybe a more preferred style. Sigma, Widowmaker, can we get away with this? Time and time again, the answer is no. You need to play something more reasonable. You need to play something more standard. But they've shown us that standard comp works well for them. Much to talk about in this match, especially the prospects of M80 moving forward. For all that, we're going to head over to these knuckleheads on the desk.
Knuckleheads joining the fray here. Just the 2 of you, not me, obviously. Let's chat about this.
I think it was a collective.
Maybe it was collective. Okay, I'm part of the
It's up to the chat.
Yeah, we're knuckleheads, so what?
Yeah.
Fine. All knuckleheads reporting in, and that is fine. We're the people. Calling everyone knuckleheads now out there. I want to chat about this because heading into this main event, quite frankly, M80's performance did not convince anyone. Yes, you can argue about, what time they had to get out of bed or like what ping they're playing on. But overall, I think people expected M80 to just look so much more dominant. And thus far, that has been the case in the group stage. What changed?
I think really we saw so much performance out of Pelly and Happy in this match. You really have to credit them a lot with how strong the team looks now. Having these players at full strength has just changed the game for them.
I mean, this was a sick little duel here with the Widowmaker. That was clean. It was clean for my mouth. Come on, it was clean. Oh, and Seeker with the Widowmaker highlights.
He was lights out. Seeker was seriously lights out, but it still wasn't enough. I mean, this stick from, but that was a really nasty one.
Yeah.
Like, if he doesn't get this, honestly, I think they get full capped on.
Yeah.
Like, that stick saves the game.
Yeah, and some nice switches coming.
God, I didn't even see that one live. Oh my God.
But frankly, for anyone who's now going to find themselves in the lower bracket, they should be very scared of the team from FMCL.
Yeah.
Because quite frankly, I think now that they're really gelling, they look like a scary opposition, even though they fell 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is a sick team. By the way, we're going to player of the match, Happy here. Incredible individual performance. What we wanted to see, actually now in the States as well, afternoon. Don't have to you can wake up, do your morning routine, everything you need to do, Happy, to get in order.
The narrative.
Yeah, everything. That's the narrative. Afternoon Happy. It's better than morning Happy. But yeah, incredible individual performance by Happy. But I really like this FMCL roster, and we're going to see more of them in the lower bracket, of course. They're not eliminated just yet. But, I want to see more of them. And I hope they stick together, whatever happens, because, they are talented players. But you have the NA roster mania. There's, players all over the place, and, you don't have the time to build synergy. But really, I mean, these are really individual players. They just need more time together to click and, figure out compositions. You saw in this series, M80, they were so on top of the compositional swaps that they always had a leg up. And so, FMCL, they were always on the back foot, and then you have to deal with 2 amazing Korean hitscan players. So,
Yeah, they're going to come back for a revenge match. I smell it. I can smell it.
They can definitely be a threat in the lower bracket.
Yeah, sure. And they should be considered as such. For now, though, we, of course, want to highlight our winners. M80 are moving on in the upper bracket. We have Liar joining us for a chat now. Liar, welcome to the show and congratulations. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, man. That was such a good warm-up for our match tomorrow. And honestly, I'm feeling pretty great.
Nice little warm-up.
Love that.
No love for Seeker, man. No love for the...
Honestly, I have love for like everybody on that team except Leb. So
the Lucio duel. I want to see a 1v1 on the flank.
Match chat was muted, so you guys weren't seeing, but there was a lot of typing that match. A lot of typing.
Oh man, they should unmute that.
Yeah,
we're missing out.
That's what we were saying.
Rob,
that's what we were saying.
I'm gonna talk to some people.
This would be so good. No, you should. I'm not kidding. It would actually, it's so good.
Yeah, well, we'll give them a call. Don't worry. We'll give them a call. Don't worry about it. But look, it seems like you guys are so confident in your gameplay. Not only because you come out here in the interview and you just throw shade on them, but also, like, it really looks like with the hero swaps and obviously now your 2 damage players in the country as well. How are you guys feeling going into the tournament? You know, taking on Toronto Defiant and etc. Like, what's the mood of the team?
I mean, ever since our Koreans got on low ping, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, we're just a completely different team. I think we're playing like how people expected us to. I mean, I'm just gonna be honest. This might bite me, but I'm not worried about any other team besides Toronto. I don't think any other teams are like they can't match our team.
Yeah, so I mean, do you think it really is? How much impact do you think that's had being in person, having the players off ping? Is that the key differentiator, or is this meta also something favorable for you guys? I think Ultraviolet on the BAP looks really comfortable. Of course, you know, I saw even you in this series, right? You're playing some Lucio, some Brig, swapping back and forth. So I guess I'm curious, seeing all these different comps come out, maybe more than we saw last tournament with the Lucio carry being pretty much locked in. How do you feel the meta is going to go and develop as we continue on in this tournament?
So yeah, I feel like this meta is actually like not bad for us. I'm trying to think. I think that obviously high ping and waking up at like 5-6 a.m. to play matches is not good. I mean, we have like a big advantage thanks to our college. Like, we all get to play here. Like, I'm gonna show you guys real quick. Like, we're all here. so we're all here, and I mean, it's like we're basically an Overwatch league. And I mean, I'm not gonna lie, like, we definitely have an advantage over that, but it's definitely helped like the camaraderie, I'd say. And I mean, I don't know, it just feels like we're an actual team now instead of having 4 scrim blocks and then playing a Swiss stage. So yeah, I mean, honestly, I think we're all feeling really good. The comp is good. I think we have good swaps, good players. So I feel very confident.
The confidence during the group stage was, do you think it was really just shaky because 2 players were playing on ping, or did you have to get into some sort of groove? Because quite frankly, matching up in like Orisa mirrors, it did not look as solid as what we would have expected from you guys.
Yeah, so like I said, like we had maybe 8 scrim blocks into that group stage, and a lot of these teams have had a lot of time together. So I just think that their teamwork was a lot better than ours. And again, like it wasn't all ping issues. Like you're 100% right. But I think us being here, it just solved a lot of these like little issues that we had online. And we're playing, like I said, we're just playing way better.
Oh yeah, no, performance looked lights out. The team is vibing. We love to see that. Got to clean up in the background a little bit for next interview, but other than that, 10 out of 10. We love to see it. Liar, thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck in the rest of the tournament.
All right, thank you guys.
That's a little stash back
It's
there.
be messy.
Yeah, no.
Mom vibes coming through. Come on.
Yeah. So you're gonna come through, pick up their room, clean it up.
Have some drinks, fuel you up, real good. Caffeine. Yeah,
but you can make it look neat. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Anyway,
is this the path we're on? Just making every interview, just like shaming them about their room and like making their bed and stuff.
We've done that actually off camera.
Yeah, as long as M80 wins, guys, as long as they put up W's, I'm happy. We need another serious contender out of it.
Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes.
I'm really pursuing this conquest about unmuting chat. We need to see.
Agree. We're gonna run that one flagpole.
All this.
I want to see the banter.
All this banter. All this trash talk.
Sure. why not? You know what I do want to see, though? It will distract. It will distract from all those sick plays like this camera and this play.
Look, no, it won't be distracting. It'll be complimentary. You know, you can watch Seeker doing stuff like this to the opponent.
This shot was crazy. This shot was crazy. Hold up, not this one, but this one.
Oh, here goes.
Oh, like it's like I didn't even see what. This one, another. Oh,
this is why we talk about Seeker, by the way.
Seeker, filthy.
This is why we gas him up.
I mean, this is why a big part of the reason I think we see FMCL as a contender is you've got someone like Seeker on the hit scan. It feels like if you can just put him in a good enough spot where it's possible to succeed, he can deliver. He can really deliver on that highest level. But overall, the rest of the team around him, you know, there was a clear difference, right, in strength between these teams. They did make it close on Midtown, though. Made me a little bit of a believer there.
Yeah, that was one fight away. Yeah.
Let's see who their next opponent in the lower bracket will be. For now, let's actually take a look at the bracket to see where we are currently at.
No way.
We just finished up this M80 and FMCL match, but all the other matches also went 3-0. Wow. Just like copy pasta the homework of EMEA. Surprising? Not really.
The only one I'm a little surprised at, I would have expected to see Pip maybe grab a map or something, right? I think students were better, but I mean, I think those were, we heard it in our ears, those were close games, close maps. Still, though, 3-0. But yeah, Luminosity, Toronto, no surprises. This top 4 is kind of what we all predicted, I think, in North America.
But this is going to make the lower bracket so much more exciting.
Yeah.
I'm honestly very, very excited to see all those teams facing off against each other. Next up, we will be taking a look at Citrus Nation and Pip, and that is going to go down after a short break, so don't go anywhere.
Begin excavation log. Sloan Cameron here on side to Petra. Me and the Whitefinders just found the coolest artifact I think I've ever... Again? Come on! Whoa. If you want to mess with these artifacts, you gotta go through me. Hey, I'm on to you. I gotta tell you, I wanna scream it out. Hey, I'm gonna show you, here's what it's all about. Up top, you big doofus. Rock and roll. Can't believe my eyes. Excavation initiation! Time to really drill it in. We did it! We had a party or what? Whoa, no way.
Venture available for play to everyone but our players here in OWCS up until Dallas, Texas. This is when we might be seeing some pro players taken to the stage with it. How likely is it that any of the teams is going to pick it up?
I think pretty likely. I think Venture is really strong. I don't know that they have an exact analog, right? Where you take a hero like Sojourn coming into the game, it was like, okay, we can play a hit scan comp and fit Sojourn in and have a different sort of a style or kit. But in the end, we're playing something we already know how to play. I think Venture is a new style of hero, one that's totally unique, and the closest comparison is Tracer, who really has no competitor in the game. So I think this is a huge addition to the game for the pro scene where Tracer's so dominant. Maybe there's another hero that can contest the objectives and play off angles the way Tracer can with minimal support.
I mean, if you're watching your own ranked games, I think it's pretty clear that they're one of those heroes with a very high skill ceiling. So if not played by the right person, might lose you the game.
What are you looking at me? Actually, it's funny because people online,
looking at me.
People online are saying, "Oh, Venture's so easy; it's such a low-skill hero," And I think that people are actually off the goop. Like, if you don't use your cooldowns right, you're just a useless hero. You're so short range. If you just get outranged by people, they're just playing against other people who are also low skill, and they're like, "I can't deal with this Venture. It must be the hero. Like, I don't know how to play long range."
Also, if you don't
think about enemy cooldowns,
if you don't drill dash underground, don't talk to me. Like, you haven't played any hero enough. Like.
That's right, Dragon.
That's true.
Johnny, Dragon.
Not always, but yes, it's a good point.
Now, I'm very excited to see more of Venture, not just in my own games, but also, of course, once the pro players in the OWCS will be taken to them. For now, though, we're going to continue on in our main event of Stage 2. Citrus Nation will be facing off against Pip. Next up, this is an elimination match. We are in the lower bracket. So let's see what these teams can do for themselves. Lethal, of course, has been a huge pickup for Citrus Nation this
Oh, boy. Oh boy! When I saw this upset 3-0 against Timeless on my co-stream, I couldn't believe it.
Holy!
Oh my God! What a match that was. I'm a bit of a fan. I'll say.
It sounds like you're a
I like this team.
Yeah.
I like this team. I'm a bit of a juicer. That's what they call about me. But Lethal has been so good. So good on the hit scan, and Seb also been a bit of a stand-up. Got to shout out Jacob as well. They've been a feel-good story. All right. Are they favored against Pip? No. But they're a feel-good story. So
maybe. I mean, this is too close to call, no? For me, Citrus Nation, Pip, these teams are very similar level. I don't think this is...
I would say Pip are better. But, I think we've seen so many good highlights from Chronic. Strider, if he brings out the Wrecking Ball, we'll make a fan out of anybody. Magic Mate Ball, I'm not sure why you picked Zen here as your preferred hero, but on the Lucio, pretty good.
Yeah, I think both teams are good. Pip has a remarkable way of beating or playing up to the level of very, very strong teams, but they haven't been able to consistently beat weaker teams, and that's sort of kept them, I think, at least for me, from looking like, oh, I'm super confident they're going to win because, they play some of these stronger teams close, but I haven't seen that dominant showing from Pip that we've been waiting for that really puts their mark on the tournament. This could be that. but I'm not doubting them. I just think Citrus Nation, maybe I'm also a believer in the nation of Citrus.
Yeah, I mean, look, Citrus Nation, they play meta, and they played well. And that's something they got going for them. They're not too crazy. They're just a good team at what's currently good.
Solid.
But where's the fun in that? Honestly,
Winning.
though, I guess winning, some might consider that to be pretty fun. I do love the different looks we've seen from other teams, though. I think Pip has been one of those teams which has shown us different looks. We're successful with both of them, and they did play some of the best teams very, very close.
Yeah, I think that is the mark of a strong team, where they can bring out both the meta comp, play it well, but also have their own innovations, also have their own strategies, come to a certain map and they've got something prepared for you. Could be where a team like Citrus Nation struggles, but in my experience, usually those weird comps, the most pressure is on especially your DPS to shut down some of these cheesy heroes. Like if the enemy is not playing Tracer Hitscan, that's like leaving a lot of the map open for your DPS to carry the game. And so if Pip does want to run some alternative strategies, if they do want to play ball, they're going to have to contend with Lethal and Tap, who I think are probably the strongest players on Citrus Nation, at least the scariest
I'd say so.
duo, at least if you were to pick a role. And so for me, this match is too close to call. I think the community has gone solidly in favor of Pip, but I think this one's a coin flip.
What do you expect to see from these two teams? Would anything surprise you, or is anything...
Yeah, like I said, I think Citrus Nation, they'll keep it pretty basic. And, I think we can firmly say that the strongest meta right now is generally playing some variation of either Orisa, Sojourn, Tracer, Lucio, Kiriko, or if you want to play a bit more control, like we saw Space Station do in the EMEA, maybe slow things down, you play a Ramatra instead of the Orisa, and you play the Cassidy and the Baptiste instead. Gives you some more control, gives you some more alternatives. You want to, brawl a bit more and engage, whereas the Orisa, it's very much like, hey, we're gonna poke, we're gonna try to find picks with the railgun, and if we isolate the target, we're just gonna run it down mid with the Orisa, right?
Does Citrus Nation have the hero pool to show us more in case they're forced off of their comfort?
I think for Citrus Nation, I think you just want to go with what you practice the most. I don't think you want to swap over and just change up the style necessarily. So if we mostly seen Sojourn from them, I just keep at that. Don't swap over to Cassidy Bap now. Don't.
Now is not the time.
But I feel like more and more teams are. So for me, I'm starting to wonder whether that might be the meta, right? The Bap and the Cass look stronger, look more consistent. Whereas in the last main event, we saw almost nothing but Sojourn Kiriko. So for me, it's a relatively subtle swap. The comp is similar, but those picks can make all the difference. You have to adjust your style, and even as an Orisa, you have to play a very different way with the Bap than you do with the Kiriko. So this is going to be a test of adaptation, as I feel the meta is developing through this event.
And there's only so much we know, of course, about both teams as well, since they previously played in their groups. Not every group has the same strength, right? So not every team has been pushed to their limits and was forced to show everything in their playbook. I'm definitely interested to see what these two teams have to offer for us here in their elimination match. For now, we're going to head into a very quick break, but we should be right back with this match after this.
champion serious. I love the sound of that.
And EXO against the wall, and Team Peps will full cap.
Where did Pelican come from? Straight on top of their heads.
Quartz won't let them stand much longer, kneecapping 3 in that fight.
The new kings of EU have been crowned. Toronto defiant in an absolute shutout. Some kings were born to rule.
All right, folks, it's that time already. Headed down to the lower bracket here in our Stage 2 main event. One of these teams will be eliminated from the competition. The question remains, Citrus Nation or Pirates in Pajamas, which will it be? Citrus Nation impressed so many of us with that upset win against Timeless, Matt, and still so many that fans at home expect them to come off second best.
Yeah, it'll be sad, I think, to see either of these teams go, right? I know they've been, some surprise performances here throughout, our second stage, and put together some really nice, wins in games, right? Citrus Nation ends up knocking out Timeless, which was like, that series, you missed it last week. You were on vacation or whatever you're doing.
Give me a break. What do you mean vacation?
What?
Vacation from you, maybe.
Yeah. I mean, you can get the private plane hooked up real. You get the private plane hooked up real quick. You can get somewhere. But no, Citrus Nation. I mean, they 3-0 Timeless. We got to the end of the day, and it was like, oh my god, I forgot that match even had. It was like I needed 45 minutes to just kind of process what happened. They played on a completely another level as. They'll come out with a Risa-based composition. Cassidy in the mix as same will Pirates in Pajamas. They will have Onion on the Kariko. So, she's really the only addition here for this Pirates in Pajamas team, coming into this stage, and has been a huge asset.
Yeah, no matter what it's been. We've known Onion as an incredible Ana player. The opportunities for that have been far more limited. Still can have huge impact on the Kiriko. Right now, she's making sure Strider is going to be ready for another face-to-face with Zeb. Citrus Nation taking their time. They're pretty low, actually, across all their DPS. Had to be a regenerative burst there to try and keep them standing. I'd suggest an Immortality Field also thrown down to Zeb. Citrus is getting crushed in these damage trades in general. It's a matter of time before they start falling over.
I mean, you think they got it, they'd be able to find the kill onto Zeb, right? And they actually do there. So gets pushed back out onto the point. They try and control it first, which they do, Citrus Nation. But you lose your tank, you end up losing the fight in the end. So I know for that 7%, you're not going to get much out of that, right? They're going to end up taking the lead rather quickly.
Great opener here. They've already built a Kitsune Rush, which is big if they want to keep that aggression coming. Oh, why not? Terror Surge to open the fight up. Lethal gets caught in that, couldn't get away. Chronic able to catch them with a headshot. Beautiful cycling of ultimates here for Pip. And yes, they do invest Kitsune Rush just to make sure there's an insurance policy in place. But in general, very clean opener here from your Pirates.
Yeah, I mean, the rush is kind of filthy, right? When the Matrix drops, you drop the rush, you get the spear spin, you get right up in it and just, push people out of it. Is Chronic here getting a speed boost over to the side? As this will be double Deadeye.
So awkward. And look at, again, cycle now to a Deadeye sound barrier for this fight. And you're going to be in good shape. You build up the Pulse Bomb. Strider's halfway to another Terror Surge. This is about as good as it's going to get for opportunities for Citrus Nation to capitalize on a maybe ultimate trough that the Pirates in Pajamas are experiencing.
Yeah, now would be the time, right? It just feels like Pirates in Pajamas just playing at such a faster pace here than Citrus Nation. I mean, look at this. In the Citrus Nation spawn, Stone with the Pulse Bomb. They just trying to maybe try and get a cooldown out of neutral. Doesn't do so.
I think if Stone was able to force a regen burst there from neutral, Citrus are in deep trouble. It's unclear. Healing looked like it came a little bit slow, but sometimes the bat loves to hit that panic button. Stone backs away. Up the jump pad. Look at Zeb. I mean, this is absolutely brutal. Strider completely untouched. But conversely, Zeb is struggling to stay at more than half health in these fights. They really need that armor to be present to be able to go aggressive at all, and the sound barrier is going to allow them to simulate that here. Pirates in Pajamas, though, want to stay out of the way for the time being if they can. It's the sheer weight of ultimate, so that comes crashing down upon them, and they're going to have to concede the fight here. But Matt, this is 94% and counting.
Yeah. You're gonna get a little bit more here as well, right? Stone gets on touches, 97%, so you're one fight territory. So even though you end up losing that fight, look at all the assets it forced Citrus Nation to invest into it in terms of ultimates, right? Ant Matrix comes out, you have Terror Surge, to kind of like group those people up. You have the Kitsune Rush to run it down, right? So you have a lot of good things to work with here.
They can just run past the Matrix. Just ignore the Baptiste ult here. Let's see if that's how it plays out. I mean, the Terror Surge, just for catch potential, seems to be far more powerful than anything else.
You're almost waiting for them to drop the Matrix, right? So then you can go.
They do. They drop it. Strider's not able to get away, though. They do find an angle. Strider got caught in that right-hand corner by one of the L-shaped pieces of terrain. They weren't able to get away, so that's big for Citrus Nation to manufacture or pick off just the Ant Matrix. That's a big deal.
Just took a lot of damage on the way in, right? Just to try and get to the point. I think it was a really nice job from Citrus Nation, like not to use that Ant Matrix rather early on, right? To kind of like wait it out, be a little bit patient, then they use it, and Shire in such a weird position, not able to do anything after that.
Pirates, though, now have been able to build that second wave for the second time, ultimate-wise up. Here's the Surge. They're not enough lethal, create the essential spacing, but the Sound Barrier means the Pirates are ready to roll again. There's no support ultimates up here for Citrus Nation. And I'm surprised to see the Pirates capitalize less on that Sound Barrier. That's gone for nothing. Now they can play from behind Chronic's Deadeye, and a caught tap out. That's big. Wow, aggressive from Zep there. Running straight into a Kitsune Rush here. This is going to go awfully for the Nation.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of needed to push into that, right? The point had flipped at that moment, and man, Pirates in Pajamas looks really good here to kick things off. They will take that first round as for Citrus Nation, right? They did kind of like bounce back a little bit, get control. They win, really like 2 fights to end up, getting it a little bit closer, but it never really felt like the game was, or that round was in doubt for Pirates in Pajamas.
They poke better. They put a lot more pressure down on Zeb. They force a lot of key cooldowns, and then they cycle their ultimates in 2s. So first it was a Kitsune Rush with the Terror Surge. Then it was Magic 8 Ball with the beat after, Chronic forces out a lot of those defensive cooldowns with the Deadeye. And then they just cycle into those again after dropping a fight where they don't have anything to work with. So very elementary from Pirates in Pajamas here, but making very good use of building those ults and frankly getting more unmitigated damage to generate those ultimates first.
Let's see, it's going to be the Sojourn here for Pirates in Pajamas. So the same comp out that's with the Sojourn in the mix here, as they ran in point 1 out instead of the Cassidy. And for Citrus Nation, they'll actually bring in the Kariko as well. So maybe they kind of see some value in it there from how the Pirates in Pajamas played it in round number 1. I think the Sojourn here is pretty good, Mitch, to kind of control some of these longer sight lines, right? I think the Cassidy benefits in that like medium to short range, right? And you can get the Cassidy in that position. But this, I mean, the Sojourn has so much mobility, you can kind of like circumvent a lot of it and play at a distance.
And the first thing I'm looking at is like how these health bars look in these first engagements, right? Pirates actually coming off a little worse for wear this time around with a lot of pressure on their DPS. Probably thank Tap for a lot of that. And then Lethal eventually able to pick Chronic up, so it just gets low enough that even with some degree of damage fall off from the Cassidy at mid to long range, you're still able to complete the kill. Lethal is absolutely ripping them to shreds here. Oh, buddy. Stone with the body shot, didn't even need to connect to the mag grenade. Not even good for 1, but that is all that the Pirates are going to come up with here. Citrus Nation look a lot tighter now.
Yeah, with the Sojourn, right, you're just kind of like putting down, it's damage with the primary fire, right? But you're really only doing that to build up towards those secondary fire, big burst shots, where the Cassie, I mean, you see it there, right? Every shot feels like it could be lethal depending on the target's, health, right? If they were damaged by somebody else, right? You just kind of turn and burn in one shot. That's good. Deadeye attempt there. But Magic 8 Ball takes out Lethal. Looks like he potentially got hit with a spear as well.
Yeah, might have had a flank angle, but again, you're very vulnerable to that spear because you're so slow. Pulse bomb here for Zeb. That makes it easy for clean up there for Magic 8 Ball being credited once more, but Stone is huge in that setup. Pirates, though, already behind a fair bit here, so absolutely want to take advantage now to flip the point, and this is getting stalled out a lot. Neutral is very, very hard to hit.
So he gets away as all right, so 41% on the point. Decent amount there for Citrus Nation. This is a very difficult point to kind of flip, similar to kind of how it is on Oasis, right? Same type of like map design where, see now Chronic with an overclock, maybe you can get some use out of this setting up on the high ground. We'll see. It looks like just trying to take an off angle here from the side.
Or is the pressure?
Yeah, if you can rotate around, be sick.
And that forces Citrus Nation off the point. They were probably grouping up for a fight there. I think a lot of this, comes down to like good spears, rotate cooldowns for both Orisas. Chronic, though, here might have something to say. Charging up a rail, has that overclock available here. Tap goes so low, I think, to that disruptor shot. He's just able to get away. Zeb goes for the Terror Surge, but a Sound Barrier is the prescribed response here from Pirates in Pajamas. The Magic Maple goes down after the fact. The damage, there's just too much of it here. Beautiful stuff from Citrus Nation. Chronic now wanted some pressure, but getting rid of the Tracer has to have been enough. Citrus Nation in a pretty good position now to flip things back.
Yeah, I think for Pirates in Pajamas, we'll talk about Citrus Nation, right? They actually, Zeb takes a lot of damage moving onto the point, and then kind of gets to the side of the pillar, and they're able to like keep him alive, then do enough damage on Strider and end up pushing that advantage. But Pirates in Pajamas had that advantage at the start, right? The choke twice we watched it, right? Zeb took a ton of damage, had to back up, get healed. Then the second time takes a ton of damage. But they just don't engage, right? They kind of are okay giving up that space, where I think the next time, if they're in that type of situation, you got to see them push that advantage.
Economically, these teams are in relatively similar positions right now. Both have the Kitsune Rush available. The only point of difference is the Pulse Bomb, and that's speculative in its impact. Citrus Nation here control the point still, though. Pirates in Pajamas now need to come alive, and Chronic looks to do just that. Suzu used there, hastily by neutral to keep Lethal alive, and they go for the Deadeye that makes them vulnerable here. And it's easy for Chronic to line up these shots. Pirates in Pajamas now in a great position to get in control, but they have not had the point for any of this fight. So this has been all free percentage for Citrus Nation, and they have made use of it. 92% and counting. They've lost the fight, sure enough, but they still got a heck of a lot done.
Yeah, they got Strider really low there with the Pulse Bomb. Fortunate that they really keep the tank up, is now Citrus Nation, you can bounce back, right? Terror Surge, they're doing a good job of actually like kind of entering in. They get Strider low yet again.
This is big. Zeb, even under the Fortify cooldown, gets crushed. The haste buff there is huge, especially when you're Orisa standing inside of that. And that's a backbreaker there. Winning 2 fights back-to-back for Pirates in Pajamas and building a Sound Barrier here. They're positioned to take the round.
Yeah, no support ult available for Citrus Nation, right? It's just going to be Zeb with that Terror Surge. And maybe Jacob can end up building towards that beat. They just have to keep him alive and extend that fight long enough. But with a Sound Barrier here for Magic Maple, I want to see them get aggressive. And look at this. I love this position.
Here it is. Surely a Terror Surge. Strider, though, holds up on it. More defensive, actually backs away under the Javelin spin. Gonna have to move up here and try not to take too much poke damage, which they've kind of achieved. Strider very close to the door, and we'll have to drive a wedge in between Zeb and the rest of Citrus Nation here. Pirates in Pajamas in no hurry, though. They'd love to force some cooldowns. They have allowed Jacob to build the Sound Barrier, though. They might not have been tracking it that closely. And that's why they've allowed that to come online instead of chasing Lucio down early. So now we're on an even playing field. Good damage for Lethal across the map, and the Sound Barrier here kicks in. No real pressure on Lethal, and they're able to catch Magic Maple inside a Terror Surge, and then Jacob gets the Sound Barrier. Maple goes down, but did at least get to use a beat before the fight, but now a Strider missing. Citrus Nation are all over this. Stone, not much more they can do here. Looking for the low health Lucio, but there's so many other priority targets to chase down. And Citrus Nation are poised to even this up.
Yeah, they Sound Barrier there for Pirates in Pajamas, and then try and like push across the gap, and maybe just unaware that Zeb had that Terror Surge, drops it, kills Magic Maple. Is now just people coming back to the points here. Looks like Strider on the Doomfist trying to get a touch.
So awkward. Stone can't get involved in the fight. That was owned off by Jacob, and now the Tracer comes off respawn. Jacob comes back for the kill. That was masterful for Citrus Nation. They wanted to make it impossible for Pirates to stall with the Tracer, and they didn't stop that from happening, but they took them out of the fight entirely.
Man, that Cassidy is filthy when inside of that rush, as you're able to just pop the shots off rather quickly. As, man, I feel like Pirates in Pajamas had an opportunity to take that second round where Citrus Nation had to battle themselves back into this game, right? Tie it up. We go to one more point here on Samoa. And I think, as we move to this final point, right, do we see both teams continue to play the Orisa-based comps? We've seen teams go to Sigma on this point. Both teams, at least here at the start, like to be running that Lucio and the Carrillo, whether it be with the Cassidy or the Soldier.
Powerful choice here. Again, the Baptiste's been preferred for some squads, but with how Pirates in Pajamas have been surrounding and coming from odd angles, it's actually been hard to get the Immortality field in the right place. Often they get forced off of it entirely. This feels like a safer choice with the Immortality of the Suzu. Shorter lasting, but more flexible in its deployment options. Here goes Lethal already looking for a wrap. It will be a Sojourn Mirror as they've switched off the Cass.
first pick is going to be massive here, right? You know, can somebody get an early advantage? Is Lethal just trying to build charge, making it very difficult. As you know, Pirates of Jones just kind of moving around in a way that's not giving him any sightline.
Oh, that was sick. They've zoned Lethal off. They almost were able to find Zeb there with that window. With a disruptor shot, took Lethal out of the fight for a time. What's the implication of that? We'll see if it ends up being a factor. Lethal eventually just gets picked off, so they've had to peer in from the outside, and Chronicle's ready for them. Zone drop to the point there. That's a Suzu. Things getting a little bit dicey there for Zeb, but Strider's been taken down. Almost at a Orisa gap there. But Zeb follows them soon after. A small advantage for the Pirates in Pajamas here. And now they can start to pick apart the remainder of Citrus Nation in a stunning stick. That is all too easy. A neutral soon to follow.
Yeah, almost 20% there for Citrus Nation at the start, but like you mentioned, like we saw a little bit, right, from Lethal's POV. Ooh, nice reaction there from Stone, as it looked like for a second he was going to fall. But Lethal, you know, kind of ramping around that outside. Pirates and Pajamas gave absolutely nothing to look at. Was not able to really build a ton of charge at the beginning. Chronic ends up getting that first kill with the railgun. It's just Citrus Nation, they get on the point a little bit, you know, aggressively at the start and end up taking it.
Jacob really trying to be proactive and cutting Stone off as often as possible. It exposes the Lucio to some degree of danger, but quite often Tap is there too. Here again, Zeb wants to get aggressive, take space away. Chronic's in an awkward angle now. Can't actually do much from here at all. Sound barrier, though, means that they can stand their ground a little bit more, but in the meantime, Strider got picked off despite presumably the sound barrier being used there. It's unclear how the Orisa went down, but that's a devastating blow for the Pirates in Pajamas. Chronic is still alive and hasn't used the overclock, to be fair, but in the meantime, all of their supports are just getting ripped apart in the extremities of the point.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was like, do you consider using the overclock here? But now you're going to have your tank back in the mix, right? So you might be able to just flip this back really fast as Magic Nightfall takes out Lethal, as it looks like it's just Zeb there on the ground, just kind of contesting the point.
Yeah, they're in trouble. I like the fortified delay, sound barrier as well, but there's just too much pressure on this Orisa. Look at how much damage is being done. This will be the finishing blow, where it even needed. The Terror Surge here is the Pirates should be able to flip the point back awful quick. They only lost it for a short spell, and Chronic there using the overclock in a bit of a win more situation, but they just wanted to be sure.
Yeah, I think just, you know, without a doubt, put that one away, right? As you believe that fight. Now with nothing, you know, huge on the other side, maybe Lethal's overclock, right? Kind of changes things, but it can put you in a situation where there's just one more fight that you need to win to take the map.
I don't love it. I don't love sort of blowing all of your ultimates like that, but Pirates really wanted to get a good stance in the mid round by the looks. Lethal's sideline is kind of average here from the low ground. And as a result, it'll just be the stone kill, which was beautiful, don't get me wrong. Finding the Tracer here is a big deal. Anion getting completely forced back there by Zeb. Pulse here on Strider. Oh yeah, Citrus Nation going to win this fight.
Yeah, absolutely. As you know, just that first kill on the Stone, right? Stone is the one that's kind of contesting the point, wants to stay there to keep it in favor of Pirates in Pajamas, but just a nice shot by Lethal as he's trying to cross the point, and then after that, players just falling down to the sight lines of everybody on Citrus Nation. So Citrus Nation get a flip. Probably need 2 fights in order to win it, but look at this. Pirates in Pajamas coming off with double support ult here. Feels like that would be too strong to deal with.
Yeah, timing the beat here for the Terror Surge is probably going to be the play. It's the one thing that can kind of unravel, especially if it's someone like Magic Mayfall that gets caught in it. Can get awkward. Zeb here just poking. You can see Citrus Nation are waiting here. Oh, beautiful. Anion taken down. Yeah, you've got to go for the beat now. With only 4 plays, you have to make something happen. Lethal though on the chase. Desperate tires for Magic Mayfall, and that sound barrier expires. There's an argument to be made for not using it all there after you lost a player, but this is how important picks are right now in this metagame, and Sojourn is one of the very best at generating them. What a comeback here for Citrus Nation. A very lackluster first round on Samoa, but now they're in position to close things out. Pulse Bomb there got Suzu'd, so no problem for Zeb. They'll be hanging around for much longer in this fight. Tap here, their Pulse doesn't really find the marks. Strider coming back on the Doomfist now to try and stall things out, but there's just not enough gas here. There's the surge, big damage off that. Jacob stunned up, still able to get the sound barrier after the rocket punch came on in. And Lethal to finish the job with the overclock. It's Citrus Nation taking away our first map.
I mean, that kill on Anion is huge, as you had a double support ult there, right? You would have had the Kitsune Rush in the sound barrier. You get the kill on Onion, and then they end up having to use the beat anyway. You never really get a great use of the rush. That was probably the opportunity for Pirates in Pajamas. Just a really nice shot from Lethal, and I mean, you're gonna want to toss between the Cassidy and the Sojourn, right? Like that's the opportunity where you want the Sojourn, right? No way to even react, right? Cross map, don't know that it's all charged up, and just land a railgun shot.
Feels like Citrus Nation feel much more comfortable when they have these slightly longer sight lines and the ability to abuse Sojourn a little bit more. When they kept getting rushed down, when the fight kept getting taken to them, on that first round of Samoa, they looked very uncomfortable and unable to get themselves set up. But here's a very different story. This is a great situation, right? Where like the Immortality field is in an awkward spot. You've got to play out in the open under it. So even after it's gone, you're in a terrible position. This is where the rush from Pirates in Pajamas looked its best.
But it's all, yeah, I mean, I would also say this is like the only round where it felt like they played like really aggressive and like proactive a lot of the time, right? You know, in this next round, there were so many times where they would get Zeb extremely low walking into the point and just not push that like health advantage with the Orisa. I mean, it's huge, right? You can especially get that armor almost completely down, and you have the Sojourn on your side, right, to be able to just burst down. So I feel like Pirates in Pajamas needs to go back to how aggressive they were at the start, but way to bounce back if you're Citrus Nation, right? Get absolutely blown out in that first round. Pretty ugly stuff, and Lethal and Co. come alive.
And honestly, we're kind of used to these big 3-0 results, especially at the start of group stages, at the start of our main event, right? It's where you have an imbalance based on seeding, right? But now we move to the lower bracket, the playing field becomes much more even. We have a lower bracket game here, and we have our last game of the day also featured an elimination match. So we'll be in the lower bracket. This is where teams not only, I feel, are fundamentally a lot closer together in terms of ability, but also playing for their survival, which makes a huge difference in games like this. And I think it was Drake on the desk who said, like, hang on, let's not beat around the bush here. This is a very close game. These teams should be very evenly matched. And this is that Pirates in Pajamas roster that forced M80 to a map 5 in that group stage. Here's your tank head-to-head, because a lot of conversation in these Orisa comps is really about keeping that tank alive here. Now, we don't feature final blows. You can see a bit of a difference there in the KD as Zeb is able to come alive, especially in that last round of Samoa.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams so evenly matched, right? I know as we go through the series, it'll be really interesting to kind of like see the different variations on things that they bring in. Is Paraiso here for map number 2, a bit of a shock. I feel like I haven't seen this one in a bit. It's typically a map that I think teams don't really love. Yeah, teams don't particularly like love to play this map. Like I think like Midtown probably a more preferred pick, but interesting.
In NA, we got quite a lot of it, I think, in one of the weeks. Now, what we often saw, I actually think this is pretty good for Pirates. Obviously, they, choose this map. It's because I think they have a very strong Ana Brig composition. So when you're playing that Winston, and if you can get Echo involved to some degree, you've got a very powerful composition. We've teams really want to play like the Echo Winston dive with that like Ana Brig setup. It's like one of the few maps right now where that like feels as viable. So we know like Ana has to work a lot harder, especially through the DPS passive, to keep that healing coming. But her flexibility on Paraiso has made her pretty desirable. That's a great pick for Ani, and that's definitely, I would say, the one where she really sort of rose to some degree of fame on that hero. Sleep Dart's still hugely impactful, and that healing reduction of Bionade is important. And in the Winston dive comps, it's really crucial to get that onto the enemy diving Winston if you can.
Yeah, you see the bands there, right? Hollywood and Midtown, two probably fan favorites. If you were probably to look at some of the stats, right, in terms of the maps played, and then Pip decides to go to Paraiso. So some natural high ground here, right? Some different variations, like towards the second part of the map, right? You can definitely play some of the dive tanks, whether it's like the Winston or the Diva, trying to control that space. So I think this forces both teams to kind of change things up a little bit, and you think you already kind of see it a little bit here, right? Where you can play that aggressive dive, like you mentioned, Onion on the Ana. So they have a lot of good kind of like long range killing, can protect her with a brig, and then that dive can get pretty aggressive. I'm gonna be curious how Citrus Nation keeps this Orisa and Cassidy alive.
Taedra gonna trace her. But yeah, this is what we saw from this team. I think it was in the M80 series as well. Pirates in Pajamas, more than happy to go to this kind of composition here. It's very powerful, but what we didn't see, Matt, was it played against a vastly different composition. Let's see what Citrus Nation are thinking, especially as they spot this Winston on a brick comp.
I'm even shooting him now. I'm not shooting anything.
Yeah, if you're ready to help me when I go, okay, they might jump me. 3, 2, 1, I'm walking.
Yeah, brick close.
Right. Monkey dropping. Help Dennis soon.
Yeah, no, we can push on this.
Yeah, I'm walking. Battery. Brick play there.
On close. One.
Low. Monkey jumping inside of us. I flip. Monkey. Really go monkey. Live. I push 3.
Bottom. Flipping.
Go. Come. Speed. Fight. Kill all. On. Grenade.
On. I'll choose for also one.
Echo behind. Break.
I'm dead.
Only the circles. Racer.
Winston! 5 6 7. I'm getting this one. You guys good?
I'm back soon. 3 Thomas, motherfucker. Jet spawn. They chase jet spawn.
Jacob, sit point.
Monkey can touch. Monkey can touch. They will touch.
Nope. Lie. Why do you lie, bro?
Monkey focus first.
I had the expectation, of course, that Pirates in Pajamas would attempt to contest there, but that was exceptional from Citrus Nation, how they called breaking down that Winston dive. They just walked in, they said, I'm not even shooting anything, Matt, and they waited for the commitment from Strider.
Yeah, and it was nice after they got that first kill. It was like, okay, let's take a pause, let's wait, let's all get topped up, and then, I assume Zeb on the tank said, no, I'm gonna go, did a little countdown, then went on in and circle around, chase down the Ana, and then get that kill and secure the point. So really nice stuff from Citrus Nation there as that tap takes out Taejong. So good things keep happening for the Citrus Nation squad.
A little tap gap. Love to see that. Onion has to give up the high ground there, but Stone suffers. The sticky bombs connect. And she can just wrap around there on that Ana and reassume that platform position now. Pulse bomb, definitely a scary prospect, but ultimately not able to follow up on it. So now Citrus Nation have to reformulate their approach.
It's potentially looking here for Nano onto the Winston, send the Winston into the back line here. Is Citrus Nation actually kind of coming around this opposite way, so they want to kind of challenge for this high ground. That's going to be the Nano used, and this is going to be on the Stone trying to get some damage down.
Stone knocked out a dupe there, but gets a second lease on life, literally. Eating up that Deadeye from Lethal. Ooh, that is a lot of pressure to try and advance under here. Nice bite grenade. That hit Zeb. That basically turned off the Orisa entirely. Now we're going to start to see the strength of this, this Ana-based composition when there's like high ground and a large expanse separating these teams.
Yeah, it'll be very difficult to kind of get the Orisa into position, right? You try and take the high ground, kind of you can like rotate back if you wanted, if you're Citrus Nation, like create a little bit of space there. And then I think now Citrus Nation, it looks like with the way they're pushing, right, there's no way you can just kind of play from the low ground, right? You're just going to eventually just bleed out.
Here it is, Strider. Primal range now.
Zeb left the rest of the squad. He made it, but nobody else did.
Yeah, and Zeb obviously has a fair bit of durability, especially with the Terror Surge giving it another fortified buff. But Lethal gets caught there. That's the one thing Cassidy does not want, is the dive. Does not want those hands from Strider. A trade though, Stone has been taken down. This is actually about to get pretty messy. Jacob's been able to find their way to the Orisa and actually top Zeb up for the time being, with Magic Mayball falling to a pulse bomb. Citrus Nation want this kind of fight. They want a commitment from Pirates in Pajamas, and they just want to stick together, get good Lucio healing, and just push back these individual actors who are trying to come in with the Winston.
Man, Zeb gets separated, gets purple. They're somehow able to keep Zeb up throughout all of that as Lethal comes back on the legs, just trying to get back into the fight. So you'll have a Kitsune Rush here versus a Nano Boost.
Up goes Strider here with a Nano Boost now. Suzu already used there by the backline of Citrus Nation. Strider, though, can't advance any further. The Kitsune Rush makes it very dangerous territory for the Winston. But in the meantime, Stone, as Strider soaks up the aggro, has been able to get in there and find two. Lethal on the Soldier 76. Now still operating from that high ground. That card is very close to the next checkpoint, but another push required by Citrus Nation.
Yeah, as looks like they'll be able to probably get out with their lives. Yeah, we're just going to play a little bit closer, putting some pressure down on Strider. So it gets quite low. going to allow them to, like, breaking through here without any ultimates in the rally on the other side is going to be so tough. I mean, look at this. The Magic 8 Ball pops the rally. No way you want to push into this now, right?
Yeah, Lethal is hoping that Strider overextends to try and get to the Soldier, who can just escape the Winston. So far, Strider's been playing it very safe despite taking huge amounts of damage in short bursts. Well, that's pretty nice. Attack visor popped here. Zeb with the Terror Surge to make sure Annie had nowhere to go, but the crackback has been great. Stone has been instrumental here. Eats a Pulse Bomb that just knocks him back into Echo form. Not bothered at all by that. Good looks from the defenders once more. Citrus Nation is back to the drawing board again.
Yeah, and I don't think you really wanted to play that 76 for long. I think the 76 was really to kind of get back into that last fight, and then you kind of very close to the visor, so you stayed on it. Now going back to the Cassie, I think this is what they want to play for Citrus Nation. Maybe land that hinder on one of the 3 mobile targets, and then deal with them after that. The bad part is you're really late now, right? Below a minute, nano boost on the other side, pulse bomb as well. I think for Citrus Nation, you almost want to play for double support ult, probably your best path to victory.
And him staying safe, staying out of sight here as well. Nano on Stone means you can go that much more aggressive, but still doesn't favor the fight up against the Orisa. The focusing beam came out, but the Orisa was a little too healthy still. Wouldn't have been able to burst her off the map. Taedron here with another opportunity to disrupt Citrus Nation's formation. Targets though at long distance here, and I guess they don't mind as long as Citrus Nation aren't pushing the cart. So for now, you can wait. Pulse Bomb could have been good, but the knockback there from the Javelin spin actually made it impossible to stick any of that. Now Citrus Nation have a strong position. Kitsune rush up on the higher ground here, so they combine the haste buff with that high advantage. They should be good to make a cap here. Strider knocked out of the bubble, trying to get back inside, but disallowed by Zeb, forcing the Winston to play out in the open, out in the vulnerable part of the map. And Tap's going to be able to finish off the kill. I like the Doom here for Stone, but remember, you don't copy the health pool of the Orisa when you duplicate. So only 350 to work with, but with the mitigation cooldowns, Stone is going to be a nuisance still. Eventually getting taken low, and this fight just gets dragged out, allowing Citrus Nation to begin their next cycle of ult building.
I really like the way, though, that Citrus Nation played that, right? It took a very long time to develop, but they end up, like, wrapping all the way around and coming up on that high ground bridge that you see here to the left. And that forces, Pirates and Pajamas, like, back out, almost like where they were coming from the attacker side. So Citrus Nation moving away from the payload, Pirates and Pajamas forcing themselves, like, back into it, and then they drop the rush on the high ground, and they get that first kill on a Magic 8 Ball, and there is nothing they can do after that. So Deadeye here, speed boost, gonna buy some space. And you get a kill on this. Ooh, nice whip shot there.
Could have been something there, but Magic 8 Ball, he's on it. Lethal here as well now, obviously without the ability to create that space and the risk of being dropped on by the Winston. Opts to go for the high ground here, and you probably see a lot of fighting happening on this left-hand side of the map. And then that basketball ring. Yeah, just where Strider's diving here. They know they're about to hit Primal, so this could be devastating for the attackers. Zepto's a little bit of a scary prospect to dive. If they've tracked a Terror Surge here, that could be a huge problem. Zeb trying to back away, stunned up by the rally. Bash, but Magic 8 Ball goes too far. Gets in there, you feel invincible under rally, but you, my friend, are not. Zeb able to punish that now and find a key pick, but elsewhere, the Primal Rage. I mean, Citrus Nation need to play together, right, Matt? That Primal Rage is really antithetical to their strategy.
Yes, they're very close to getting a hold here. As it looks like Tap's trying to get a touch. Looks like at least going to trigger OT.
Jacob comes in, but too low. The whip shot's going to finish them off here. Kitsune Rush, you can play in this for a time. Lethal, able to stay alive. There'll have to be another touch pretty soon. And here comes Zeb. Oh, my goodness. Absolutely overcharged by the Kitsune Rush. Is able to take Taejon down. But Lethal is still susceptible to the dive. And Strider had a nano boost to boot. Deadeye here to cherry on top, and this will be Pirates in Pajamas on their map with probably their most preferred composition. Find success on defense.
Yeah, and that's, I think, the key, right? Is like it's a composition that they probably looked at the map pool as they will get a hold there as Paraiso is available, and we're like, hey, we can play this at an extremely high level. In what worst case scenario, you just mirror the Orisa, but they make this Winston dive work. And very strong, and I'm curious to see how they go about it on offense now. Just run it back?
Run it back. Against Citrus Nation, look, you have less choice in how you dive, because you kind of just have to go at some point, and you need to scout those high grounds sometimes with Winston just jumping up. Maybe there's more emphasis here on like like the other elements of your team comp, like the Tracer or even the Echo to some degree. It could be a little bit risky, right, trying to cross towards that first bridge as Echo against a Cassidy. I still want to see him try it.
The only thing I think I would worry about is, like, how do you get through the choke without, you know, a Lucio, right? If you're going to play that Brig again, but it looks like, you know, potentially Magic Maple hovering the Lucio. I think that would be, like, almost required. Like, I don't think you're getting through how close this choke is and how, you know, difficult it is with that one.
It's hard to heal Stone consistently, I think. Just because there's a travel time associated with Kiriko's Overda, and so against burst damage, it can be really hard to, like, get ahead of the incoming damage for the Echo. Taejong here, this is just going to be a peek. Yep, found it. Nice. All right, a bit of damage on Zeb there, and that'll be that. The switch off. So I do want to keep an eye on the Echo's health bar. I think that's like a little...
I feel like it's ceremonial at this point. Like, you know, it's like you kind of throw the first pitch out at like a baseball game. Like, it doesn't really mean...
Yeah,
it doesn't really mean anything, but you just do it anyway. I feel like it's just a... All right, well, here we go.
It's like one of those traditions that's been going for so long that no one knows how or why it started, but they just know that it's important. One of the forebears. Strider there. Well, this is the issue sometimes when you want to dive this. Just like a Orisa-based composition, right? If you don't get the engagement you're really looking for, if you just get speared, then it can be very, very hard to do anything. Just that one, like, stun window on the Winston can be the difference between life or death.
The Orisa doesn't have to engage, right? So the Orisa can kind of use the cooldowns. Like, Strider jumps in. Zeb can, like, spear spin out of the shield, right? Stun, like, you know, displace. And then, you know, with Winston, you're just kind of, like, stuck, right?
Oh, man, he got knocked off the bridge, Matt. All right, so Citrus Nation gives some ground, but there's no poke here for Pirates in Pajamas. So the fact that, like, Citrus Nation are playing out in the open it's not that exploitable, right? Stone can, tri-shot across the map a little bit here, but they can actually stand in the open and just let neutral farm and all, which they almost have.
Yeah, and then, like, if they dive in, right, you can drop the rush here. So they're just trying to keep Lethal alive. That's a Kitsune rush.
I think there might have been mechanical error there for Lethal. Maybe rolling forward, just getting caught on the low ground by some mechanism or another. Stone with a Orisa dupe here. Okay, enough links there for Tat to get back into the fight. This can be managed, though, and it is. They're really just giving plenty of distance there to Stone. Oh, the Terror Surge in response. Now, the Kitsune cleansed off the slow, so Strider was able to walk away, but Lethal chased them down. Maybe I'm regretting telling him to run this comp back because Citrus Nation have such a good defensive setup. I don't know how they break it. Where do you Kitsune rush to win
it did feel like it did feel like a lot there used, right, for the Citrus Nation. Now they're only left with their Pulse Bomb and Sound Barrier, where double support ult here available for Pirates in Pajamas, Pulse Bomb, and probably going to end up with their Primal Rage. So it feels like a lot used there for Citrus Nation, where even just having the Deadeye, right, as a little bit of like a defensive mechanism would have been nice.
Tap doesn't commit there. Allows Pirates onto that high ground. That's their first staging ground. They can jump across from there. But it's more about who follows the Winston, yeah. Straight away, Anion gets accosted as Tap sees her swift step over to the Winston. Citrus just give up the point. They will
just
be grouped up.
Yeah,
I don't like that they've given up the high ground here, though. It's a little bit scary, especially with the Echo able to purge there. Pulse, but Suzu is there. Sound Barrier now going to be used by Citrus Nation, but how do you use this aggressively, offensively? You've got the Primal out of Strider, but that's still going to be an issue now. You retreat again back into the bar.
Well, can you get a contest and then get a Kitsune rush? That's kind of the plan here, right? It's going to be a spear spin from Zeb onto the point just to get out.
Great Suzu. Okay. Somehow there might be a chance here. Lethal able to find Strider. Eventually the Winston's down. It's go time for the defenders. And all of a sudden, Pirates in Pajamas have got to respect the Deadeye. Look how low Stone is. Neutral doesn't need to rush. You're right, Matt. That's so big for the last fight. They're going to have that available. And maybe a Terror Surge.
And look at where these players are just stuck, right? So they're going to have to jump off the side. That's going to be a little bit of a later spawn for Magic Maple and Anion. Strider, what? Can it come back on the Sigma?
Yes. A lot of poke here for Citrus Nation, but they've given so much ground that the Sigma can get onto the point without taking that much poke. That's the one.
Yeah, but the Kitsune rush, you can just push past the shield.
That may be the plan here. Good poke. Oh, no!
Oh, wait.
No!
Hold up.
No! I did not see that at all.
All right. Well, we got an end to this map. Didn't expect that one. A little bit of a shocker there. As ultimates available, getting into OT. Sometimes you just forget. Or maybe there was a knockback we didn't see, you know? It's possible. Spear spin, little spear spin, and the Sigma goes that way.
Well, that sucks. Anyway, pretty tough there, I think, for Pirates in Pajamas to break through Citrus Nation because they gave a lot of ground. Pirates in Pajamas come back with the Sigma composition, which obviously just kind of needs to walk up. It's slow. They want to get to the point, but then even if they sort of touch point, Matt, like you kind of mentioned, they still have to play the low ground. They still have to play against a Kitsune rush that would allow the defenders to rush past the Sigma. So it still doesn't feel like the best option. And I kind of wonder, you could have come back with the Winston. It's just pretty hard to play against an Orisa, constantly just knocking you off course.
Yeah, I mean, the Sigma's going to come back and take loads of damage, can definitely be displaced, right? And then the Kitsune rush, you could have just ran right past it. So, ultimately, it doesn't really matter, right? Because they don't touch. So, you know, they could have been playing the Winston and not touched. I mean, that would have been fine as well.
I think they're heavily unfavored there. Look, on that attack side anyway, Citrus Nation looked very, very good at rotating those cooldowns. And Stone had some good echo plays, but could not afford to get too close, to take too many risks. Because the Cassidy of Lethal is just that. Very, very hard to challenge those wide expanses. Now, on the offense, it's a different story because you can go to where the defenders are. You can send Winston towards the weakest parts of their composition. But again, like, it really depends on the part of the map you play. Like, diving in a Orisa setup is never going to feel good. Defensively, they have to come to you, and you can sort of go, okay, well, there's a spot here in the backline that I can actually dive onto and be a problem. And the Orisa's constantly turning around. They have to turn around from the front line and actually peel. On the other side of the map, though, that's much less of an issue because everyone groups up on the Orisa. You just play around that defensive zone.
I feel like your level of play has to be so. It looks like Stray was going to the point there, and yep, this is a good highlight.
I mean,
you didn't even compliment me on my shirt. It has an astronaut on it.
I can't even see the whole thing though. Show me.
Well, it's pretty cool. It's got an astronaut.
Oh, it is an astronaut.
It's got like it looks like
Thanos.
A little alien
like a Thanos.
person over here.
I'm sorry, but like in deep space, like your blood is going to boil because that's not a closed suit. Yeah.
It's fine.
I don't know.
You just may not be up to date on the newest
astronaut
suit technology.
It's been a little while actually. I mean, since you got your NASA hat, I think you're actually ahead of me in sort of aerospace expertise, to be honest.
Do you know, I can't find my NASA hat. I'm convinced that Chelsea threw it away.
It doesn't look like anything to me, Matt. I had nothing to do with that at all. Yeah, not me with my random vendetta against people wearing NASA branding. Oh, those were good times. Anyway, let's look at this Tracer gap. Tap is kind of nasty with that 7.3 KD. Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Taejun comes in for Pirates in Pajamas after map number 1 here to play Paraiso, and I know Tap's picking up right where they left off after map number 1. I mean, only 3 deaths here on Paraiso.
Yeah.
Extremely difficult to do. Obviously, going to be a really high KD after that.
Citrus Nation are looking excellent. Making that timeless upset look like a little bit less of a fluke now, and they're 1 map away from not only advancing here in this lower bracket, but eliminating Pirates in Pajamas from stage 2 entirely.
Yeah, you can't take Chopper Rocket away from us and then just like bow out like round 1, right?
That's
like
true.
Be like, come on, man. So it's good to see Citrus Nation obviously taking that great performance that they had, right, and moving it forward.
All right, we're going to take a moment here, everybody, and we'll find out where Rose is hiding because she's obviously had an impact on the way this series has gone. Esperanza for our 3rd map coming up after the break.
Overwatch champion Serious. I love the sound of that.
And EXO against the wall, and Team Pets will full cap.
Where did Pelican come from? Straight on top of their heads.
Quartz won't let them stand much longer, kneecapping 3 in that fight.
The new kings of EU have been crowned. Toronto defiant in an absolute shutout. Some kings were born to rule. Welcome back to our first elimination match here in the OWCS Stage 2 main event. Right now, it's Pirates in Pajamas on the chopping block, losing their second consecutive map here to Citrus Nation to some odd circumstances at the end of Paraiso there, Matt.
Yeah, looked like potentially they got a touch and you know, obviously if you played Overwatch before, you get a touch, right? It triggers OT, but like there's like a window before, like let's say you can touch it with a few seconds and then it'll continue to touch OT, and potentially they just got it a little bit early. So we can see here
OT
from
in advance, right?
So this vantage point, the tracer touches there, right? And I think they probably believe that's enough to trigger the OT. And then maybe they, you know, it was just like a second off, right? So, they potentially realized, like, because the Sigma walks up, like, you know, pretty casually, right? Like, oh, okay, well, I'm just gonna get on. This is gonna trigger overtime, right? Where if you touch it within like 3 seconds of it going down to 0 or something like that, it goes into OT, where that was like just a slightly above.
It was a bit earlier. I think it was a tracer touch like 6 seconds beforehand, and they were forced off the point and had to recall away. And obviously they don't have that cooldown available again for their next touch, but slight miscalculation there. And that is why the map ends up getting given over. Look, to be clear, Citrus Nation were vastly favoured there. The defensive composition, featuring the Orisa Cassidy setup was very, very hard to break, and we'd really seen not a lot of progress made. We did see the Primal Rage for Citrus Nation off the point there. They had to give up quite a few ticks and almost the entire point itself, but they navigated that quite comfortably and were able to come back in and win the fight.
Yeah, they played it really well and really patiently. We heard when we did the listening with Citrus Nation, right? Like how calm and patient their comms were, right? So you imagine they kind of take the same type of approach there at the end of the game, even with like some pressure on the line, right? So Citrus Nation really kind of living up to some of our expectations here. And I think if you're Pirates and John was probably a little bit rattled here, right? You know, you started off awesome. The first point on Samoa, you were dominant. You end up dropping that map in the fashion. Then you go to Paraiso, and then you think, okay, well, this is a map where we can run our comp on and really want to play this. And then you end up losing that in the fashion you do. Now you're facing elimination. It's a pretty brutal stretch.
Yeah, like we kind of talked about it at the start of this game. I said, look, I'm expecting to see this Ana Brig composition, and you were like, well, it can be good, but it takes a lot of skill to actually execute this properly, especially against a team who's playing just like a very generally powerful Orisa comp that's like very robust, with good defensive cooldowns, good utility, have a lot to work with there.
Yeah, I think it was vastly easier to make work on offense, right? You know, I mean, on defense, right? Yes. When you can kind of like dictate the pace. On offense, where you're just diving constantly into the Orisa, not exactly the easiest way to make it work.
And they were calling like just walk up, don't even shoot them, just walk up, wait for the dive.
Yeah.
And then even on the attack side, like they were able to win
enough fights through that same mechanism in order to take the round here. Even if like playing that second point is really oppressive against like a comp that wants to sit up on the high ground all the time, and you're like walking around, having to set up, don't have the verticality, and a matter of time before their Tracer comes and tries to pin the pulse bomb on the Orisa, and you know, then you can lose a fight in that fashion, or there's like the burst cooldowns from a flanking Echo, for example. It's hard to make that work on attack, but you can see they did more than enough to set themselves up with a comfortable defense. We have a roster swap here. Players are yapping. They're yapping in the lobby right now. There's some serious... I don't know, but there's just a lot of yapping happening. So we are just a little bit delayed in jumping into our next map here. Taejong going to be subbed out, as will Onion. So Divinity in the roster alongside Chronic.
All right, so a bit of a change up here. For Pirates and Pajamas, going into potentially like their final map, right? Divinity comes in for Onion, where Onion has been playing really well. She's been in, as far as the games I've seen, a large quantity of them, and then Chronic coming in, on the hit scan. So Taejong moves out of the lineup. Probably going to see a little bit more, Cassidy Sojourn here.
Taejong also featured not so favorably in the head-to-head against Tap. Tap had a great Tracer game, and that was reflected in that head-to-head scoreline. I think like a 7-point-something KD, which is quite extraordinary. Very good sort of to come out of map feeling that level of confidence as we head into Esperanza, which is going to be Tracer dominated. Again, Sojourn is going to be the pick here. And I think with these substitutions, Matt, it confirms to us that we're not going to see a Winston composition here from this squad. It's very unlikely. Maybe you can still run it with the Lucio Kiriko, but it seems a little risky up against this Orisa comp. But plenty of teams have been running it. Plenty of teams are trying to make the Winston work here.
I think they'd be crazy to play the Winston.
Okay.
But, maybe they can, especially if you're going to play the Winston, you would probably Onion would just play, you can almost just run back the same lineup you had, right? Like, if you were going to play Winston, right? Most likely you're going to play like Echo Tracer, something along those lines, right? So probably could have just kept the same team in, where I think you have to play the Orisa here. I mean, it feels like if you don't, you're going to lose that first fight to Citrus Nation. You're going to have to swap just about everything, and then you're going to fall really far behind.
Because of the way our pick and ban or our map veto system works, you don't just get the map pick if you're the loser anymore. You actually alternate those map picks throughout the course of the series while banning one or more maps each from that category. So Citrus Nation, 2 maps up, win the pick of Pirates in Pajamas, get to go to Esperanza by, banning Coliseo. Coliseo was banned, so they choose out of a new Queen Street here. So they'll be feeling pretty good now, in a good position to close out the series, and there's no need to change anything. This comp has been working so well. Lethal is unleashed on any sort of hit scan. Both the Cassidy and Sojourn look great for them. Tap is gapping. And this backline looks very, very good. More than serviceable here. So Citrus Nation poised to advance in this lower bracket, eliminating Pirates in Pajamas from the competition if they don't find success on Esperanza.
Yeah, so it'll be Divinity actually just picking up the Kiriko, so maybe just a little bit of a change of pace here for Pirates in Pajamas with that substitution. We'll see how it kind of pans out, but like I expected, you're going to see both teams playing the Orisa at the start.
Divinity here, subbing in for the Kiriko play. So mirror comps here, Chronic on the Cassidy. Chronic's looking very good at DPS in general. But there's Lethal again. Warning shot fired over at Stone. Can't really one-shot anymore as the Soj. But Stone still has to respect that pressure from the railgun perched up on the safe environment of the bridge.
Yeah, and I think what they're trying to do, Citrus Nation, is just like bait them into pushing in, right? But hey, push into our Sojourn with this high ground control. Like, they don't really care that they've given up, X amount of percentage here on the bot, right? Citrus Nation, they're just playing the long game, right? They know that if they can get Pirates in Pajamas to push into this setup, win that fight, they're going to get, double this meterage back.
There's already any incentive, though, for Pirates to do that. They actually have a lead already.
There's none.
Just by advancing the bot a bit further. So it's unclear what Citrus Nation are waiting for. Sometimes you can just manufacture a pick opportunity off an Orisa Spear that hits, right? The Sojourn has a window to follow up on a relatively immobile target. That's usually a good chance. Like, and we see it on Coliseo a lot, right? Like, spear someone and get the Soj to hit him with a rail.
It's so wild that like this position and the way this is going is basically just dictated off of like two heroes, right?
Yep.
Like it's basically dictated off of Cassidy versus Sojourn. Like Pirates in Pajamas wants this fight to happen, right around this like kind of like door, cutout here in that medium to long range. Citrus Nation wants to have it be at long range, and just we're gonna, if I didn't have my contacts in, I would say this is a game of Coliseum, right? With how this is going right now.
Yeah, the concept is the same though, really. Just the environment a little different. Okay, Kitsune rush here. Looks like finally Pirates in Pajamas got close enough to Citrus Nation. Yeah, for everyone to feel like throwing their ultimates out. But it's going to be Lethal going down first. What a pick. The Sojourn out of the mix, and Jacob also going down now. Pirates in Pajamas starting to get another map from an advantage.
It's a huge fight win. I mean, they need something to go their way, right? I know drops the sound barrier in the Kitsune rush. Kitsune rush answer for Citrus Nation on the other side. This next fight will be the biggest probably for Pirates in Pajamas, at least early on here, right? How are you going to deal with potentially these 4 ultimates set up here for Citrus Nation? And then Lethal, if he gets set up on your high ground, look out.
Well, Chronic is up there. Mag grenade being thrown across. You see Zeb tentatively trying to contest the bridge, but taking way too much damage. We'll have to back away and try for it again. What are Citrus Nation looking for? They've got to be finding an opening here. They thought they might have had it there. Here comes the overclock now from Lethal. Draw everyone down from the bridge, trying to deny that high ground advantage. Magic 8-Ball lucky to be alive. Terror Surge, though, making it all too easy. And 2 kills coming off that for Zeb. And he's put them in the bloody blender. Unreal Orisa play here for Zeb. Damn. Call this guy a fruit ninja. That's filthy.
Yeah, the Orisa 5K there, the double kill with the Terror Surge into a double spear spin, and then a nice finish off there at the end. So,
bruh,
huge play there.
Will it
from
blend?
Zeb.
Yes.
Jacob actually holds on to the sound barrier throughout all of that, right? So, have that potentially to win this fight where not a lot available.
Still behind though by about 10 meters. So you want to leverage this high ground now into a bit more bot push. The Pirates in Pajamas are cycling their Tracer and Orisa onwards that bot to prevent that from occurring. Now want to rotate towards the bridge. Chronic with a speed boost now. Deadeye set up. Very open expanse here, but it's going to be interrupted by a beautiful spear. Zeb is all over this, but Jacob can't quite get away in time. That's another big pick at the start of the fight here for Pirates in Pajamas. It has to be converted into moving the bot back in their favor.
Oh my God. Really sick spear there from Zeb, but not able to capitalize on that as he's gonna die here. Yeah, so that's gonna be the rush use from Divinity here towards the end of this fight, which will kind of garner really nothing. Probably they didn't need to use it, but nope. Nonetheless, they'll continue to move that bot forward. It's like Pirates and Pajamas trying to push it, get a little bit of control, stop Citrus Nation from coming out with a Kitsune rush like right around this corner and stopping any progress.
The bot, though, is encroaching on that checkpoint, and Citrus Nation have to play the low ground now in order to stop this from happening. They're deeply disadvantaged, and now they'll be slurped in. Zeb very low. Sound barrier well timed from Jacob. Can they pivot off this? Somehow Stone gets picked up. Okay, Strider does well, but they overextend to get that Orisa kill. Citrus Nation navigate that fight really, I almost swore, really well. Despite having to play from the low ground and seeing Strider jump in and throw like a Terror Surge in, they recover beautifully off that sound barrier. That is fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, really good. And then now also Lethal has this overclock for the high ground. We thought that would be kind of like how the last fight would pan out, but didn't happen that way. Is now getting set up in this type of position with this overclock, that could be what allows Citrus Nation to take the lead.
Lethal has the position, forcing everybody from Pirates in Pajamas away. Sound barrier though, Lethal makes the correct choice to set back up in a safer vantage point, because now he's going to be disrespected with that extra overheal on his opponents. Stone again caught a pulse on a Tracer. Oh, tap. Very much making a fan out of me here. But it's Zeb going down. That hurts the Citrus Nation more than anything.
They lose him again early, and it's something that we talked about a little bit earlier in the series, where like Pirates in Pajamas would get Zeb quite low, but then not follow up those opportunities. Now, at least here on Esperanza, it seems like they are, as they get a kill on the tab. Nice shots there from Chronic. So Pirates in Pajamas waking up a little bit.
This is the checkpoint here. There's nothing Citrus Nation can really do about it. So for all the talk we've had about Citrus Nation playing very well from behind, they're having to play from behind in the first place. This time they don't have the opportunity to come out to the low ground and pull something ridiculous out of their rear end with a sound barrier. And now they're really behind. Their checkpoint scored against them. Pirates in Pajamas realizing this is their last chance to show what they're made of here in stage 2. And they're not going to give it up so easily, Matt.
Yeah, as Chronic with another kill here on the tap. So Cassidy here for Pirates in Pajamas from the high ground, just kind of controlling everything. Long range mag grenade there as they get the checkpoint, they move through. See how they decide to play this though, Mitch. Like a lot of teams we see like push a little bit, play a little bit further back, right? They want to like push directly through this choke. Be a Kitsune rush here for Pirates and Pajamas as they do want to push through the choke. I think kind of catches Citrus Nation off guard a little bit.
They turn that, they actually get Chronic picked off there, I think, but Stone chases Lethal down, trades the kill, and then they throw the rush in because they're at least on even numbers. This is excellent. Pirates and Pajamas have absolutely been dominating, I'd say like 80% of this map, and it shows now. That's manifested into a distinct lead on the scoreboard. Checkpoint gained, and now they're on the upper hill. Citrus Nation really need to get into the gear and awfully quick. Freaking hell, make some use of these ultimates, God. So far, those Zeb won't have a chance for the Terror Surge. They were trying to stall. They got brought down by Chronic.
I mean, Pirates and Pajamas, they make these subs, but it's really just, I think, Chronic starting to come alive here. I mean, they have so much to use here towards this final turn. It took a really long time for the game to like start, so to speak, right? You know, 3 minutes almost, like without really a fight. And then ever since that, it's just been Pirates and Pajamas.
If you use any more than the beat to win this fight, oh, that hurts. They're going for all of it. Kitsune Rush drop down now. Tap will hold the pulse. Yeah, what I was going to say is that you kind of just want to use the beat to win that fight if you can. But you have to dig that much deeper and sure a sigh of relief. But now all Citrus Nation get to do is play the low ground.
I mean, 70 meters, you know, to plus to make up, right? You know, 76 meters to kind of like take the lead. It's
statistically unlikely.
Looking great. Yeah, I mean, what? You have no support ult. They're going to have beat plus Kitsune Rush to work with. I mean, you know, you get Deadeye. Maybe something happens there. Something silly. Let's see.
Beat for beat. Lethal just reloads. Pulse bomb there. No connection. Tat trying to throw his out there, and they lost Lethal first. Pirates Pajamas are winning this map. 100%. They are the much better team on Esperanza. These are a lot of ults.
Yeah, I mean, they look clean. This does not look like what we saw, really. I mean, outside the first round on Samoa, this is not the same team that we saw, you know, last map or the one previously. So
it's wild, right? They're very good in the Orisa mirror. That's like, it makes you wonder why they're bothered with Winston. Yes, but also
I think it's just the aggression.
Well, Chronic's also hitting a ton of shots. Like, just there's so much heal pressure on you. If you're Citrus Nation here, you're desperately trying to top everyone back up. It's not easy with this comp, which is not like crazy high throughput. And the DPS passive makes, you know, Kiriko can only hit one target at a time, a little weaker. Deadeye. Nice there by Zeb, just creating some spacing popping out from the bus stop. But neutral's gone down. Oh, this is Omega over. This is Giga done. Over the bot here. Oh, that's nicely done by Strider, yeah. Tap. We knew they'd fall to that one, but Zeb also going down soon after here in Esperanza. Very one-sided affair here is Citrus Nation. Are held at bay for the time being. Pirates in Pajamas find some strength here with that Orisa composition that they opted against playing on Paraíso.
I'm not gonna lie, it's a little bit of a shocking result. I thought kind of Citrus Nation would finish this one off. Pirates in Pajamas would just kind of like, go on vacation, take a little bit of a break here. But they bounce back, like looking really strong. Where I think, like, especially after how the series is going, it's looked, quite poor at the moment for Pirates in Pajamas. In comparison to how we thought this would be. Where it's huge to bounce back here, and then you go to Surabasa, like Flashpoint, like now it's anybody's game. It feels like
it's up in the air, especially if Chronic is still able to deliver that kind of performance. We've seen like a pretty dominant Orisa mirror showing here on this map, and there were a couple of fights with Citrus Nation, like their protocols were sick. They used ultimates really effectively. They fought from behind in some cases, but all it did was put them on like maybe even footing against Pirates in Pajamas, and then all of a sudden when they have the high ground bridge, their opponent's high ground bridge, they can't push any further. They just get held back. And it might be because they're having a problem, like Lethal's having a problem, like abusing that high ground advantage in their favor. Here's a 5k from Zeb. This is astonishingly good, but all these high-flying moments, all they do is get Citrus Nation back in the game, back on even footing. It doesn't allow them to advance their game plan, advance the game state whatsoever. It would be nice to see, like, 2 fights in a row of this kind of play, but it was only ever one to get them back in the game, and the next one they get crushed in.
And it's kind of a little bit like how we've talked about with, like, the Sojourn versus the Cassidy, where they come out, Citrus Nation, at the start of this thing, right? With Chronic playing the Cassidy, Lethal on the other side, playing that Sojourn up on the high ground, and when you're not able to find those shots, right, then the Cassidy just can start to really kind of come alive, and that's exactly what happened there for Pirates in Pajamas.
Scoreboard tells you everything you need to know here. It's just the sheer weight of eliminations for Pirates in Pajamas. Way more won fights, and the fights they win by a significant number. For me, what really stands out is that they did less damage. But they're able to convert the damage they do into so many more kills. It is a bit of a tank gap. Okay, yes. I mean, Zeb was very, very good. But in general, look at Strider. I mean, that KD, unbelievable. Only 3 deaths, of course, for Strider, crucially. Zeb had some of these great moments, but it's the honest Overwatch. It's like I said, it's the shouldering the pickaxe. It's the clocking in, clocking out. It's Strider getting it done. Doesn't need to get these 5Ks to win the fight, because they're setting out for the rest of his team to do the work. And that takes us to a 4th map in this series.
Yeah, and I was going to be curious if we were actually going to see if there's any type of substitutions here for Pirates in Pajamas, but it seems like we have no subs, so it seems like it's just going to be the same lineup. Like, hey, look, you kind of inject some new players, some signs of life, all right? Maybe it just kind of need a little bit of a different, energy, in the team today, and we'll see if it kind of works here again on Serivasa.
I mean, look, don't fix it if it ain't broke, right? I think Divinity coming in on that Kiriko, for example, definitely able to make a difference here. Having Chronic and Stone back in the lineup has been important as well. Chronic is popping off. You don't sub them out there. Give it to me. Nice. That's stock steal. That is very impressive. That's what Crocs do, though. I guess that's a Croc. Serivasa, I guess.
Is it
Crocs or I don't know. I'm gonna say Crocs. Yeah.
You would probably know better than me.
What would I know about wildlife in India? I mean, just in general, I suppose I know more random stuff than you. Well, that's not even true. You know a lot of things. But maybe your geography not on.
That's actually true.
You don't really leave your house, so that is an issue. But
we need Jaws, right, for water creatures. I feel like
that is so true. Yeah, Jack would know. Damn, really sad he's not here. Anyway, on to the.
Call him up. I bet he'll answer.
Oh no, he's in the green room. He's hanging out. We're gonna play some Magic later, but yeah, you might be able to tell us. I don't know if his experience extends that far, but I tell you what, hard to see Pirates in Pajamas just letting go of this series now after such a big comeback in that 3rd map.
Thoughts on the Genji versus the Tracer here? So the Genji really good at like accessing that high ground. It just feels like just way less like solo kill potential, right?
I think Johnny was talking about it actually on the desk, and like, being able to like play this high ground, which is really plentiful actually on Serivasa. There are a ton of points where this is ultra relevant. Not just this first point, like the Palace one as well, like being able to play off the balconies and such. Also, you're very good at chasing in the Orisa Spear. If you see like a big one hit, that's pretty important. It gives you like another element to like the insta-pick potential off the Orisa, which kind of these fights are won and lost over at times. Consider Rush built already, and neutral gets absolutely pounded. What happened there? Stone just slapped them. Still, able to make use of that is Jacob now, dealing with Chronic, maybe even the more important target taken down there. Beat already built here. And look at this, 65% and counting for Pirates in Pajamas. They ain't letting this go. I smell a reverse sweep.
It just feels like there's so much higher damage output with the Tracer, right? Like, it's obviously you can control the high ground, like, pressure the Lucio or the Sojourn down from there, but it just feels like the amount of pressure on the back line, the amount of pressure on the tank is just so much more with the Tracer in the mix. And look, this might become a series there, as that's going to be the first point going over Pirates in Pajamas.
I think it's important that we look at Genji as much more than a vehicle for Nano Boost in this sort of era of Overwatch, especially in 5 versus 5. But you have to commit. Otherwise, you can't do the damage that Tracer does. Tracer's very good because she can get up close and like dump a clip and then be out and, Bob's your uncle. Whereas Tab kind of has to go in, and if you don't get an assist, you're stuck there. So you need to be more sure, which means that you spend more time poking at mid to long range, I feel. There you go, Tap gets brought down.
He's off on an angle, right? Just trying to put some damage down, but then the Lucio and the Tracer, you know, Stone and Magic Mayball just get right in his face, put pressure on him. We were watching from Jacob's POV. Jacob's like sees him kind of weep through the walls, tries to get all the way over there, but not able to make it, get the Genji out alive. So it's going to be the next flashpoint here, taken by Pirates in Pajamas pretty early. But now Blade is just going to get beaten, right?
Yeah, I mean, again, that's going to be pretty easy to negate here. Citrus Nation on the pacifist run. Maybe that's why they don't appear in Avatar, because the Fire Nation already got to them. Just a footnote on the annals of history in that world. Unlucky. They see they've sent their last representatives.
It's a thing.
Yeah, it's a thing. It's a whole thing. There's a Citrus Nation. You know about that? Yeah, they're juice spenders, bro. I'd love to be a juice spender. Okay. Make myself a beverage on demand. Tap, though, able to be a factor in this fight. The Dragon Blade, absolutely critical. You never heard of that?
Yeah, I have a better chance of telling you about the crocodiles than the Citrus Nation.
Yeah, you need to watch the second series of Avatar then. Eye-opening.
I mean, I probably got to watch the first one.
It didn't age well, but go for it. Better than the series. Okay. That was whew, not ideal.
Yeah, I'll watch it for tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah, that'll give you some much-needed lore, I think, on the origins of this team and their name. So, get on that. Stone there gets plugged one by Charge Rail. Citrus Nation about to get into the lead on this particular flashpoint, and they're playing ahead of it too. Pirates in Pajamas have to advance here through a veritable hail of poke damage in order to get within striking distance of the point. They've done so now. They've fought their way through, but they've given that lead up here. It's going to be a beat versus rush kind of fight. Chronic can open up now with the overclock. Some of that damage mitigated by Zeb with the javelin spin, and now as Chronic extends for a better sightline, they're instantly hit, and here comes the counter punch. Citrus Nation going in. It's going to be a match, though, of these Kitsune rushes, and Magic Mayball still hasn't used the beat. If they can hold on to this, Pirates in Pajamas are big chillin'.
And it is so difficult for Zeb to kind of like go back and retake the point, right? You have the damage that's coming down just from the overclock, right? All the pressure going down on that Orisa as they turn the corner. This tap goes on to the Tracer to just probably get a touch. And then it doesn't even matter if you have some of those ultimates, right? Continuing to rush around the corner, very difficult as Zeb will take out Stone.
Instantly trying.
I don't think you're going to be able to get a touch, so yeah, you can't get a touch, so this is going to be another point over to Pirates in Pajamas. They're a point away from forcing a game 5, which after Paraíso would have seemed unthinkable.
Legitimately. And this could be a very quick Saravasa in general, because Pirates in Pajamas could just basically take this point off the back of a sound barrier. And now Lethal, of course, you know, can be a factor with this overclock, but I don't see how they're supposed to take the high ground Citrus Nation with such a big support ult disadvantage. Lethal, can he find something? Not a whole lot, really.
You don't even have to use typically, sometimes we see the sound barrier in response to the overclock. You don't even have to do it there. Magic Mayball does get hit with a spear, though, so he's got to get a heal back up. They're going to use speed boost here, maybe use the beat to get on the point.
They gave up the flashpoint. Not the end of the world here, but you want to start this fight out quickly, and I think Zeb's going to make that a little bit harder to do. Trying to win up nothing more than to get the entirety of Citrus Nation grouped up in one of these ults, but they're playing now off the point itself. Here comes the cap. It's beginning. Magic Mayball. What a pick! Getting rid of Tap is so big. Zeb wants to push in towards the back line here, but Stone has the pulse, and Zeb's lost the armor. Lethal, though, finds a response. A beautiful railgun. But Chronic has one of his own. Yeah, very awkward as both of the Orisa players just looked at each other menacingly while standing like they're auditioning for a spot in the marching band. Pirates in Pajamas. They get the spot, and they get the point here. But look at how much they gave up just because they let the point get flipped to start.
Yeah, and Magic Mayball, a little celebratory sound barrier there at the end.
I love those.
The Terror Surge coming down.
Love those.
But they're probably just get a use of it now. Maybe set yourself up, but
oh yeah, no. Why use it in this fight when Jacob has one? You want to stay out of sync from the enemy Lucio. You know what I mean? So you can have that advantage fight every other.
I mean, honestly, they've been doing a perfectly fine job dealing with it.
Yeah. Jacob holding on to it though. We've seen a Kitsune rush down. That's found Strider. Yes, Pirates in Pajamas get into the lead here, but you can only really afford to give up 1.5 fights realistically to a team like Citrus Nation on a map like Saravasa. 72 and counting, though. Decent stall on the back there, but they're going to come in with no support ults, and Jacob hasn't found the need to use those. That celebratory sound barrier might come back to bite.
So you do have the overclock here to use for your Pirates in Pajamas. Maybe forces that sound barrier out, and even if you lose this point, right, you're going to be set up to pretty well for Pirates in Pajamas to take the next point first. So looks like the Pirates in Pajamas going to just have Chronic go on this outside here. Ooh, Tap has to be really careful.
What a conveniently located health pack, though. I want to pick that one back up and get back into the fight quickly.
That's
Tap
huge.
again. The first pick in another fight. Lethal. Found Magic Maple. That was a great correction to find the Lucio. Now a Lucio gap exacerbated by a sound barrier from Jacob. 99 and counting. Pirates in Pajamas can barely touch. It's going to be Strider off and up here. Thrown into the crater of Krakatoa as an offering to ungenerous gods, perhaps. And this is a good overclock for Chronic. Waited out the sound barrier, got good damage on Zeb and eventually able to pick them off. That pulse is illegal. That's illegal, Stone.
That is.
What a sick stick. But can he do more than this? You've got both supports still up for Citrus Nation, Matt.
Yeah, Citrus Nation's still very much here, right? Jacob in the mix, neutral as well. They add another player too. His Tap comes back off a spawn, as that's what allows him to get that point over the line. So Citrus Nation not out of it just yet. So they will take that flash point as we move across the map.
Okay, much better looks from Citrus Nation there. At least able to achieve their win cons and not get picked off a little early in some of these fights. The pulses from Stone have been great. Tap's been very quiet too. It's really been the backline of Citrus Nation that was able to hold on to those ultimates and deploy them exactly when they were required. What's Chronic looking for here? Isn't quite charged up on the rail, so would have to announce himself before he found an insta-kill. Well, that went quite well. Tap again, absolutely rinsed at the start of another fight.
Yeah, it doesn't have to announce himself too much, right? He goes on a little bit of an off angle, just puts down some shots. And even though, yeah, you're going to lose this point here first, you think you come back here, without the opposing team's Tracer in the mix, and you're great to take it back.
Neutral somewhere to escape this, but is in no position to help their team. And meanwhile, Citrus Nation are beaten soundly on the point itself. Huge part of that is that first pick from Chronic, taking out that sort of, the Tracer who can be such an important factor in those later fights where they can make multiple forays into the backline and build a pulse bomb.
Yeah, I mean, he got a second kill as well, right? I know once the kind of, they take a little bit of a breather, wait for the Kitsune Rush to, go away. He ends up picking up the first kill yet again as Tap. That's going to force recall. See if anybody gets aggressive trying to hunt him down. Looks like both Tracer's actually waiting for recall to come back.
No stick there for Stone. Still keeping an eye on Jake, who's just built that sound barrier. That would have been a huge pick on the Lucio if they were able to get it. But Strider's out of the picture. Oh no, Citrus Nation have lost their Orisa. That's rough. Keeping even in terms of these kills, but Zeb's a big factor. Without Jacob though, without the sound barrier yet, Neutral needs to stay alive. They must stay safe. And for the most part, Tapper and Co were able to push up there. That's stunning. Without the Lucio, they get control of the point, they keep themselves alive in the map, and they can bring a beat into the next fight too.
Yeah, and that was Chronic's overclock that he ended up trying to use there, right? I think it was like a little bit of a 3v3 scenario. I think he may have had one player with Chronic in Stone available for Pirates in Pajamas and thought, they could potentially clutch it as they had already picked up a few kills. And, basically as soon as he pops the overclock, both of his teammates die.
Strider leading this flanking attempt over towards the point. Some big so many ultimates up for Citrus Nation. Bit of a window here where they are stronger in that regard by far. And they're getting awfully close. Pirates in Pajamas don't have any time to wait for the scales to balance, and Lethal's found Stone. Beautiful headshot with the overclock, and now Pirates in Pajamas down to 2. Citrus Nation, they're looking to try and close out the series here. Shutting the door on this 4th flashpoint on Pirates in Pajamas and out of the decider.
And, if there's any tilt, this is probably where it sets in for Pirates in Pajamas, right? 2-0 up on Flashpoint. It looked like you're going to make a comeback for a Game 5, and now Citrus Nation, they bounce back in a big way. This fight might be huge, right? If both teams kind of dump these support ults in, the winner of this fight, very well may end up winning the map.
This is going to be extremely chaotic. And you're right, it's probably the most important fight of the entire map. Strider will be placed on point first to soak some damage. Here's a Kitsune Rush. Strider now gets back on the blue brick road, and it's going to be mirrored by Citrus Nation, but Tap got stunned briefly. I think it was a spear that allowed them to catch out the Tracer. Terror Surge now for Strider. Citrus Nation in trouble. Forced right on back, and they've used all of their key ultimates here. Pirates in Pajamas refused to go down without quite the fight. And what a fight it was. It allows them here to start with control of this flashpoint, and Citrus Nation, they burn it all.
Man, that is everything kind of thrown into this on both sides. And now you look, obviously these flashpoints tick up faster, right? An overclock available here probably for Pirates in Pajamas, you know, kind of far away from it there, where you're looking at like tap to get a big pulse bomb off. But man, not many more attempts here for Citrus Nation as they're trying to, you know, stop this from going to Game 5.
Oh, buddy. Citrus Nation trying to group for this now. They are feeling the pressure. There's been a pace increase from Pirates in Pajamas over the last fight or so, and they are struggling to keep up. He's on the point right now. I think they spot stoned there, but very quickly Strider reassumes the position. Huge! That's massive from Chronic. Neutral's out of the fight. The Kiriko heal the Suzu. It's all gone for now. And Pirates in Pajamas, they are headed for a decider map. Surely. Not much longer now for Citrus Nation, and they're being staggered out, Matt. They've got nothing to do here.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking to try and get some of these players down, right? And then you kind of have to double back and prevent a touch, right? It would be the Tracer and the Lucio that do it. That's going to be the Lucio gone. Looks like nobody here. Looks like it's just one here. It's actually going to be Tap there that gets the touch. They're going to send one player back to deal with them.
Pulse, no connect there. Frenetic fighting over on the point here, but ultimately Citrus Nation don't have the staying power. And they're going to take the map away. We are going all the way, folks. We are alive still for the reverse sweep. Finally, Pirates in Pajamas come back. They show us their mastery of this Orisa-based composition, and they're hanging in there.
I think it's just once they've ratcheted up the aggression, I mean, they have been so much better. We saw it on Esperanza. We saw it here. We saw it a little bit even in map number 1. But man, after how map number 1 and then the end of map number 1, right? So rounds 2 and 3, and then the second map went Paraiso. I did not expect this one to happen. So Shambali Monastery there for a Game 5. I mean, this is going to be a doozy.
I mean, look, we talked about it on the desk. The expectation was that this would be a much closer game than those we've seen thus far. It's all on the line for these two teams here. A large amount of circuit points and, of course, a big difference in prize money. We started on the Genji. Tap had, with great Tracer play through much of the series so far, actually a little bit quieter here on Suravasa at times. Zeb continuing to put up strong performances, and Citrus Nation do start looking fairly good, but it's 2-0 in flashpoints to Pirates in Pajamas before things start to get evened up.
I mean, look, yeah, it's obviously you want to be in for the circuit points and whatnot as well, but like, you know, both teams just full of competitors. Nobody wants to be, a round 1, right? I mean, you're gonna play through all the Swiss, you play through all the groups just to lose round 1. I mean, that kind of sucks. Go home day 1. So, I think and I think both of these teams have to look at it. It's like, hey, obviously all the favorites won in round number 1, right? Like you win here, you could find yourself, on the outside, or potentially even finishing like top 4, right? It's only going to take like one upset, so to speak.
Well, Citrus Nation were a team that weren't really considered to be knocking on the top 4 in North America, right? Up until that upset win against Timeless. And I mean, it wasn't even really close here. So these matches and all these group stage games where they are not getting out first in the group, they have to fight to get out of the group in second, if at all. Like their group, that was the group of death. There was no guarantee that they were going to get out. In fact, many expected that just wouldn't be the case and that Timeless would advance instead. But Citrus Nation are getting some seriously good reps at a seriously high level, and staying alive in the lower bracket allows them to continue to benefit from that. And we've seen tournament after tournament where teams have made these runs through the lower bracket that have improved drastically under those conditions and have had the opportunity to continue to play for their lives. That's what these two teams are doing now, but Pirates in Pajamas have awoken. They are on the brink of forcing a reverse sweep here.
And so does Pirates in Pajamas make any subs? I think probably not.
No way.
Right? I think there's, you ride the momentum, I think, here on out, right? Do you have to play anything other than the Orisa here? Like on Shambali, like do we see Ramatra? Do we see Sigma? Like there are some different kind of compositions we see on this map. Like is there some variation they have to go with?
You can play Ramatra, but I think that just gets countered by the Orisa, frankly. You know, I don't know if you want to play Sigma into what could be a Ramatra composition either, because he can get ahead of that shield under Nemesis form and put like a huge amount of pressure down on the Sig. The Sig is something you probably want to counterpick against a composition that's susceptible to a slower, you know, more like, you know, poke-centric setup here. So it really depends on like what team chooses defense. But from what we've seen from both these squads, I would expect to see an Orisa mirror from the get-go. And then a huge amount of the game will once more be predicated by how effective can the Traces be, being self-sufficient on these off angles. How are the picks from the Sojourns being generated? You can play Baptiste here, right? You don't have to play the Kiriko. Maybe you're able to manufacture big opportunities from behind these, you know, amplification matrices. So there's definitely a few options, but I'd be a little surprised to see us go away from the Orisa setup, especially given that that's been what Citrus Nation want to do all the time. That's just been their thing. And the only time we've seen Pirates of Pajamas trend away from that was when they played that Winston Dive setup, which was pretty fallible and exploitable and caused them to end up losing Pirate Izo in not so distinguished fashion. So that's already a long way of saying, play the Orisa mirror. Give it to me. I don't care. Give me the same €5.
I mean, the Orisa mirror is probably the safest. I think you can make it probably an argument for like the Ramatra, I think. Like if you wanted to come in here and just kind of like run it down a little bit, also gives some long range poke. So Junkertown, Route 66 are the maps that were gone, right? And this is a Citrus Nation map pick. So it also seems like Citrus Nation throughout the entire series, right? They've been wholly locked in on that Orisa based composition, right? So it would feel a little bit odd if they were going to just play the Orisa to kind of pick a map that potentially could steer them away from it.
I mean, yeah, Citrus Nation banned the poke map as well, importantly. So it tells me everything I need to know about like what kind of comp they're hoping to peddle out here. I've seen teams like kind of do this. They're just hovering the Zen here, but you can like run the Zen out of the gates, but normally the Orisa comp takes like can take a closer fight. The Ramatra comp definitely does. Plays right up in your grill. But yeah, like, there's no reason for Citrus Nation not to just operate on the high ground here and try and give Lethal the very best sight lines possible. And you'll probably see like Pirates of Pajamas go up that right-hand side, the stairway, try and force a fight there. Maybe, you know, Suzu early if they're taking too much poke damage and then just run in. So that's what I'm expecting. The Widowmaker is probably not going to come out of the gates, but it's okay for a first pick if, you know, there's not an actual shield tank here on the defense side.
Ceremonial shot.
Yes, the breaking of the bottle on the prow.
Yep.
And now to the Sojourn.
And there we go. We're off to the races.
They do. Okay, I was wondering if they would keep this end. I don't think it's a great reason because you don't have. They're not just going to stand out there and let you hit them with your balls. That's not going to happen.
Yeah, it definitely seems like just kind of more of a volley at the start. I would say probably the biggest, like, you know, kind of like head-to-head matchup. Like nobody's really kind of like 1v1ing here all the time. But I think Lethal and Chronic, right? I think Chronic has really good last two maps. I know Lethal's been pretty consistent throughout the series, but you see how like Magic Nightball was trying to go with Chronic there up on the high ground to make a play. I mean, look at that. I mean, they're sending everybody up there to try and deal with Lethal as they finally get him out of that room.
Trade of hit scan favors the attackers here. Chronic's going to be back in the fight earlier, and Citrus Nation now have to operate without their Sojourn. Strider, though, going to deal with tap. So this is going to be very much a Pirates in Pajamas push here. All of Citrus Nation actually have to regroup on the point itself. Tough for them because they can't contest this choke at all. That is actually pretty backbreaking for the defenders, who lose a whole part of the map to kind of buy upwards of a minute at times we've seen. They're going to play this corner instead. That sucks.
Yeah, I mean, this is brutal, right? You lose this, you're in a really bad spot if you were Citrus Nation, because there's still a lot of time on the clock. Is some long-range shots there across the point. See, it looks like it's just like kind of Zed getting in position, trying to make a play, but now kind of stuck in the middle of both teams.
Yeah, they've opened up the off angle for the attackers by contesting so far back is the problem. So Chronic has a sick little spot to play from, where Zeb is never truly safe, and if he wants to break line of sight from the hit scan, has to go inside the small room. That's not great. I mean, great pulse here to deal with Strider. He's going to allow maybe Citrus Nation to play a bit further forward, but based on where the card is, Matt.
I think so.
Yeah, they still give that off angle. Yeah. They've got to really control that, like, that coast part of the map there, just near the cliff face.
Oh, look at this. They're just trying to kind of stagger out Divinity. Not able to TP, but not able to TP out to safety there. It's, the kill on the Strider's huge, right? You mentioned it. Tap with a pulse bomb. onto the Orisa for Pirates in Pajamas, and even though you lost your own Lucio, right, which is usually pretty devastating, you're able to kind of hold on to the point, which is massive at that time, right? 2:30 on the clock. You know, you would have probably got across around then, so would have been a ton of time for the second stage of the map.
And armor, the way armor works now is different, right? It's flat damage reduction if you have it on. And once it's gone, your health pool just absolutely explodes. So that's why getting that burst damage in there is pretty darn important, especially if it's an unarmored Orisa. Ooh, okay, Chronic, big pick there on tap. That's a huge opener now. Now in the longer fight, Citrus Nation can't be expected to succeed, so they need to find his insta-kills, and Lethal seems to have the mechanism to generate them with beautiful 3K off that overclock, the sound barrier used by Citrus Nation in fairness, but it gets them another stop here, taking Pirates in Pajamas down to sub 1 minute territory.
And look how fast things turn on this point, right? We're talking about potentially, you know, Pirates in Pajamas doing a great job capping, and then, you know, having a decent amount of time there for that second point. I mean, it is just now you're below 40 seconds. You know, you have sound barrier to work with, right? Sound barrier overclock, that should be enough. But
yeah,
man,
well,
really scary. And you lose Divinity. Oh, that is a brutal kill.
And the gods just aren't smiling on Pirates in Pajamas, because that is just a kunai from the heavens, taking the head clean off Divinity. And now you can stagger that into some more ultimate generation here. Tap gets a pulse off that. Divinity, not again Divinity. That would not be kosher. Friend. One more fight.
I mean, that is a really brutal kill. I mean, look, you still are going to probably have an opportunity here to touch. Be Stone's chance to do so. Does get the touch. This will trigger OT.
Hey, they don't have that problem this time around. That's good. So we've dotted that I. Now to cross the T's, and that's probably to get this off-angle wrap here on the defenders. Here's that overclock from Chronic. It's got to be big. And everyone's staying out of line of sight here. You don't want to give up the point, though. You do need a contestant. Behind the Terra Surge, Zeb comes. Suzu instantly thrown on Chronic at least. The sound barrier here for the attackers. That will dissipate, but not before Zeb is claimed. That checkpoint's looking more likely by the second, and they've got it. A time extension for Pirates in Pajamas. They are still on the road.
And they decided to use the Kitsune Rush there towards the end, Citrus Nation. There was like... you would have lost your tank and at least another player there, so potentially they think they can win it, but nope, not having that's kind of huge, right? You're going to be able to come back for this next fight, Pirates in Pajamas, use that Kitsune Rush and get through probably one of the toughest parts of the map.
It's a speculative Kitsune Rush. I guess you look like an absolute genius if you win a 3v5 off that, but the odds of that happening are pretty slim. So, got to make the play. Now, of course, Kitsune Rush available for Pirates in Pajamas. They just seem to have the support ultimate when they need it in the last couple of fights. Citrus Nation letting theirs go a little frivolously, if we're honest. Here we go once more, though. Here comes a push from Zeb. Suzu here just to stop that displacement. What a pulse. Magic Maple absolutely dominated by that one. Some of these sticks on Lucio's have been so big. There's no great target because the Kiriko can just Suzu herself if she has the cooldown up, so there's no easy kills off those pulses.
I mean, just an incredible target to, you know, difficultly target to hit, right? I know we've seen, whether it be the Lucio or we've seen some pulse bombs today on like Sojourn's mid-slide, right? Very difficult to connect. Look at this. So it looks like Pirates in Pajamas potentially want to rotate around this outside, right? They want to kind of, you know, go up the kind of ramp and do that S turn. They want to kind of take this outside position.
But it feels like this almost never works. But within Orisa comp, like
big wrap.
Yeah, you're not disadvantaged. Like you want to play together anyway. So it's not like you're just splitting up your team and trying to. I don't know, man. Wallahi, man. Chronic, take him down. Yeah, look,
well, they take so much damage, like kind of walking up, right? That allows him to have a railgun, and what Lethal's probably has a railgun shot. Chronic kind of turns the corner, probably trying to build one, right? Just takes a railgun to the hit.
Okay. And look, it's fine because you group up together, so like I don't mind taking that off angle, but you've lost a lot of time. I think that's sort of what you're getting at there. A long wrap that ends up blowing up in their face. So now, they need to take a fight against the team with that extra support ultimate up, and they don't have time to build Magic Maples. Terra Surge, Strider wants to move up here through to Kitsune Rush. It's going to be a little bit dicey, though, because in his face is Zeb, who is desperately being kept alive. And, oh, Jacob, there was a pulse, but there was a sound barrier opportunity there for the Lucio Citrus Nation. I'm sorry, but you have just dropped the spaghetti in that last fight. Yikes.
I mean, yeah, I was going to say maybe there's an opportunity they touch, but no shot, man, as that is another fight win in overtime for Pirates in Pajamas as they will take the second checkpoint. So the Magic 8Ball able to build his beat up during that. Jacob has it, doesn't drop it. They end up trying to save Zeb, and then things fall apart after that.
I mean, Citrus Nation now, you've got to be starting to get tilted. You've kind of given things over on a couple of occasions on this map to your opponents. You've let them in. You've given them a chance here to strike for the very end of Shambali Monastery, which is a part of the map we rarely see traversed. I'll be moonlighting as a drywall demolisher if I lost this one. All right, here we go. Neutral punish there by Strider. This is momentum building for the Pirates in Pajamas. Sound barriers up here for Citrus Nation. Can they make use of it? No one's taking any bloody damage. There's the pulse. Does get Strider, but in the meantime, they've lost lethal, so still down in play. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. This one. This is a bit of a stinker.
I feel like we've seen this story before with teams where it's like, oh, now you're just throwing stuff at the wind there as sound barrier comes out after they lose neutral and then not able to win the fight. So luckily for Citrus Nation, I don't think you're going to be able to. You're not going to be able to move the card, I think, from here, right? It's going to be overclock. It's going to force them back. You're going to get a little bit of breathing room here.
Still, so much of the map pushed through here by the attackers. Jacob just unable to find a sound barrier that can save someone.
For Pirates in Pajamas.
Yeah, absolutely. Regardless of like the time that they had coming to this point, just like getting 80 meters and 2 checkpoints is great. Strider, good spear, neutral down again. Again, the Kiriko picked off. This is very dangerous. They've lost both supports, and now they're going to touch the car with what? Oh man, Zeb going to be brought to heel, and Chronic will not be under any pressure for the rest of this fight. Pirates in Pajamas looking to get the map done after almost being full held. Citrus Nation. That's when like a little trickle becomes an absolute stream of water, breaking the dam. And the attackers get all the way through. I'd be so mad.
That's a brutal one. Like, you know, the C9 obviously is like really terrible in terms of like that's how you lose a game like that. This one is like kind of up there in the sense that like you have them in OT on point A, you have them in OT on point B, you have them in OT at the end, and you can't get one stop. You know, you need one stop to prevent any crazy amount of progress, right? And they just kind of run it down all the way.
And not to mention, so that's obviously already going to take its own psychological toll, but this is all part of a greater reverse sweep that's happening here in this series. So that's in the back of your head. Crazy. You're saying, we can't get reverse sweep, and then you just give up 2 checkpoints for virtually free. Like, Jacob is just struggling to anticipate here where this burst damage is going to come from. They've been unable to keep, I think, what Zeb on one occasion and the neutral on another alive with that sound barrier. So in that second fight, it does get used, but only for 4 players. And they can't recover from that. So really, the beats in that round completely sort of failing to keep Citrus Nation, at full strength, which is so important.
What are the positives for Citrus Nation? I would say going into the offense is you played pretty good defense, right? In terms of like getting them to OT, you can look at it as like, hey, we just didn't win, the 3 fights we needed to, right? Another one would be is they finish with no time in the bank, right? So you finish with some time, right? You get a little bit of buffer there. But the series momentum seems to be now in favor of Pirates in Pajamas.
Certainly, but I mean, you've got a ton of things you could rely on here. Jacob goes pretty aggressive to find Magic 8Ball there and ends up, serving himself up, which is fine, right? Because for the attackers, like a 1-to-1 trade here obviously favors you. That's just like a concept we've been acquainted with since this game sort of came out. So you can go for some aggressive stuff here as an attacker, and the defenders, even if you trade evenly, will be unfavored. But still, Citrus Nation can definitely lean into just how effective their DPS have been, and Zeb is also the more aggressive Arisi here, I think, by a long shot. But that also means there's more pressure on neutral and Jacob to keep them up. Good Kunais.
Nice Kunais, yeah. There's some big damage cross map. Suzu trying to keep everybody up, and there you see Zeb, being that aggressive tank that you were mentioning, getting in the mix. Takes out 1, that's going to be 3 that fall there from Pirates in Pajamas. So you still have Chronic and Divinity here, but they will fall as well. So gets the cart moving here for Citrus Nation as will probably make its way slightly around this second corner as well. You probably can't find it. You probably got to get some players back in the mix though.
enough time, at least, for the defenders to have a decent crack at this. But once more, because they sort of don't just give ground and take a fight at that choke, they've got to now deal with the fact that there's like that off angle. Stone is now, you know, trying to keep that one shut down, but immediately, oh my god, that is so good, Jacob. Oh, there's not much you can do about that one, really. Just gonna pack it in and come back.
We've seen that now.
Yeah, on a Lucio. That is phenomenal stuff there. We've seen that from Tap, to be fair, throughout this series. But now, with the cart where it is, again, you still have to just play this corner, right?
Here's where I would definitely be worried, though, if I was Citrus Nation. Like, how heavy do you invest in these fights? Do you go all out? Do you kind of, like, save something? I mean, I think that is curious here going into, you know, potentially the last few fights.
All right, Citrus Nation have got a lot to do here, Matt, especially this first checkpoint with 90 seconds left. Let's listen in and see what the comms are like.
Fisher's gonna be shot out. Fisher try bad spot. Push through. I'm gonna need help, I need help.
I'm beating you. No more ults,
Live, no more ults. We can win. I'm shooting him.
Surge really on.
Surge. Fury left.
Stagger. She's surge full. Is she low?
She's full.
See no punching. Get 3 on before we just...
Let him heal up, I can move him again. They'll go fast. See you.
We can. Come now.
Alright, just go. Trinary. Nice, good stagger.
Yep, overclock.
Okay. Shut.
We need to go. We can actually make this last. Like...
Yeah, perfect 10. No notes there. Great stagger on a Kiriko at the end of the fight. You can see the call is no more ults. Really, Citrus Nation trying to save them. They have 3 for this next fight. Very good sign. It's all on the table for this team. The Juice Benders have a shot.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, getting a lot of progress here through the second part of this map, right? That stagger on the Divinity was sick. It's just a kill on the Magic Maple early that opens things up, and oh man, Chronic comes in with that overclock. Strider opening it up, get a kill onto Lethal is, and just a fast place there. You know, coming in, winning that fight is Citrus Nation. Didn't have much to work with there. Pirates and Pajamas used everything.
They had a Kitsune Rush. You know, and obviously they had those other 2 ultimates there. The thing about Kitsune, it's really easy to overestimate Kitsune Rush because it's the haste buff that is the most powerful part of it for like healing throughput purposes. But if your Kiriko isn't able to make use of it, then it's not that effective at all. It's an ultimate that requires you to be in it actually doing things that get empowered by it. So
yeah,
Citrus Nation get forced off that pretty quick, and it's like just a pick right off that overclock from Chronic. No pulse stick there for Stone, going to recall to roughly the same location, so has to spend his blinks to get away. That means the trace is neutralized for the next 3 to 5 seconds. Decent little timer, and there it is. Zeventap finally let go of their ultimates, and they find value big time. Magic Maple is down. Divinity went for the Kitsune Rush here. Deja vu I'm experiencing. And Citrus Nation have a go at this, and hey, decent amount of time to work with for this next point as well. You just have to be clean on those last couple of fights.
Yeah, you just do have that sick defender spawn advantage there towards the end of the map, right? So if you're Pirates in Pajamas, I think you try and push up, get as like earliest fight as possible, right? Just Windle clock, worst case scenario. And then at least have 2 fights there left after that. So you see that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to push up a little bit. This is going to get that overclock out as they do lose Magic Maypole. So not ideal. They went to go push up. It seems like he went a little bit further out, and then everybody else backed out.
Huge damage. Okay, they do not have to spend all that much for this, Matt. This is big. Coming around the bend with 2 support ultimates here. In a position to win the map with a decent amount of time bank. These are all very positive notes for Citrus Nation. After suffering great disappointment on their defense, they might be in a position to avert this reverse sweep. Very, very good looks for them now. They've just got to land the plane, Matt.
I mean, a few fights in a row, they lost Magic Maypole first, so it'll be Stone will get on, get a touch.
Here's the rush.
So you're going to have overclock here as well.
They're running. They're gunning. Citrus Nation here, push up ahead of the Kitsune Rush and still holding onto the beat. It's got to be now! Jacob, not again! No chance to use it! That was Strider just choosing the timing of that Terror Surge so that Jacob, maybe they tracked the beat, I'm not sure. Either way, losing a Lucio there. That's a hard reset. Now 90 seconds left.
Oh.
It was so close, Matt. So close.
Oh.
So close.
I mean, now what? You're going to be below a minute. double support ult overclock for Pirates in Pajamas.
At least he didn't Terrajax that, because it's not like Rabbinic Flux.
That would have been worse.
It's not like Rabbinic Flux where you can just get your ult off straight away because the game treats the ground as being right under you, even though you're up there. You get launched up into the air slowed, and you've got to touch the ground again after ulting. So it's super risky. Here's the beat though. Chronic though here with an overclock from the high ground is going to work through so much of this overshielding. It's going to be gone in a blink of an eye. Jacob barely alive, but one more shot gets the job done, and Strider steals that from Chronic, but hey, we'll take it. Magic May pulled down, Card very close, and now the fighting has to happen over there, but Tap is going wild. He's going nuts. He finds Chronic as well, and Strider's in no position to intervene here. The numbers favour Citrus Nation, but they lose Tap. Now towards the card, it's just Divinity trying to stall it out. Lethal finds 2, and around the corner comes the Lucio. It's Magic Mayball with a beat for 2, and it's going to have to be enough, but the Terror Surge comes out, and Lethal cleans up Divinity. Another one for Lethal, and in the dying seconds, Citrus Nation get it done. They finished the map, and they're staying alive in this one. My goodness, 34 seconds separate these two squads.
Oh, that is too close. I would have felt horrible for Jacob and Citrus Nation if it would have ended like that. They extend this game. There'll be just a minute on the clock for Pirates in Pajamas. Citrus Nation a little bit more time. But man, this series, we talked about how like close and evenly matched these teams are. I mean, they are going the distance here today.
Okay, Pirates in Pajamas. What are they talking about? What are the vibes like in the comms? They still have a chance to make this reverse sweep happen. Let's listen in and how they plan their attack.
Okay. I don't want nerfs here. We all need to be playing out our peak right now. This is very important. Don't get nervous. Just think about what you're doing. Active thinkers.
Yep.
Downward clock comms. But making first place is the way to win this for sure.
Okay.
I'm gonna start right side. Looking for spears early. Forcing card. I think last time. Chronic, what happened last time when you tried to go top? Did you like get caught out?
I slipped top with Maple. It was my bad. I should have dropped when you guys went top.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
4, 3, 2.
We got these guys.
Let's go, let's go. Alright. Surprise, surprise.
Okay.
There's Zen. Wait, are they Zen? I don't think so. Did I hear my own orbs? What the fuck?
Yeah.
Cast.
Cast.
That's weird.
I think play same way. I think we still play same way. You okay, Strider?
It wasn't that. I'm
casting.
Try to get to 1.
I have 4-0.
We have car fast corner. Where's the job? Top.
Going top.
I have spin and full speed.
They're going top side, as you've heard, very quickly. Look at this. Pirates in Pajamas see an opening. They're going to try to exploit it here. Clear comms was the call, and then Divinity's just like stream of consciousness talking about there's another Zen in play. That's funny. The Pirates in Pajamas here. They're in trouble. Strider, I think, popped all his cooldowns and got no value from them, so Zeb just walks up, saves his for later. 10 seconds left. Pirates in Pajamas, they let that one get away from them.
And I don't think they're going to be able to make it back towards the card. It looks like if anybody would be Stone. Hinder in the mix, though. So the Strider does get a touch, will fall.
Very quickly, Stone able to make his way towards the card. Chronic with a switch over towards Sombra here. They're going to be forced away. Recall has to be used by Stone to touch, and they're going to be brought down. Zeb creating so much spacing right now. And Citrus Nation are all over this one. Juice Benders, baby. You'll have to see it. And they've got 90 seconds to equal that total of 42.22 meters.
Yeah, I think the Cassidy is like an interesting pick there. It seems like maybe that's kind of like what kind of threw Pirates in Pajamas off, because they were like, oh, well, it's Cass. They kind of like tried to rush and knock them off that high ground. But then you just kind of get stuck in this mid-range battle, right? Where like if your Sojourn doesn't nail the shots, that's where the Cassidy is just putting out so much damage, right?
It's the Hogs,
in that close quarter area.
There's Orisa cooldowns as well. I mean, like, talking to Jake and Johnny about it, it's like they're so crucial. You can really exploit an Orisa that pops those cooldowns early and isn't able to get value from it. Like if you disengage away from like a fortifying spear spinning Orisa, come back in with your own speed. They've already used their speed boost. They've already used their fortify. They've already used all of that stuff. You can just slam the Orisa. So if you get too ahead of yourself, you're going to lose out in these engagements by just overheating. Let's listen to Citrus Nation, Matt. They've got a now game plan. They know exactly what they have to do to win this entire series here and now.
Get a random pick. If we get a random pick in the middle of the fight, just chill. Just live. We just live, okay?
Yes.
They're gonna panic, try to trade 100%. You just chill.
mean, jeez, they make you sound like you're verbose, Matt. That's crazy.
No, they were just focused. They're locked in.
But again,
you know, some people don't need to just bust out a dictionary and just read from it. You know,
no one does
say
that.
Crazy stuff.
No one actually does that. I mean, the only person I've ever seen hold a book while casting was Monty in season 1, and we gave him so much flack for that. So much. Lethal pushing up.
I don't even know if I have a book I can go grab right now.
No, that checks out, Matt, honestly. Lethal giving a bit of space here, and Citrus Nation are chilling as they put it in the calls because they just have to win the one fight. They've advanced so far here with the card. It's those Orisa cooldowns. We've seen the spear spin. Here comes Strider. Lethal a little bit low core. The front line is just able to fold away. Suzu, though, had to be used there. Zeb with the fortified. Made use of that. Going to be pushing Strider away. Stunned up by the spear. Zeb low, and Chronic's able to find a headshot with the railgun to find the kill. Can they convert? Pirates in Pajamas, a hold here would be massive, but Lethal's able to respond. The Lucio's out of the mix here, and Chronic isn't in a great position to continue to punish this. Citrus Nation have been able to regroup. They've been able to reset now, and their Orisa's coming back, and they've got both support ults.
Yes, and Magic Maple is going to be able to make it back into the fight here for Pirates in Pajamas. It's really low. They got to do everything to keep him up.
Citrus Nation moving up now. Chronic was able to equalize, but again, Magic Maple goes down. The hindrance grenade is good. Divinity has to Suzu himself there, but it's not a lot of health given over by that ability. Citrus Nation are in there, but Chronic finds another king pick, and no one's looking at him quite yet. They're about to, because he's the last player standing, and Citrus Nation avert the reverse sweep, conquer the Pirates, and secure their advancement here in the lower brackets.
Oh, that was way too close for comfort at the end, man, where it looked like potentially Pirates in Pajamas was going to put together a crazy hold. They did such a great job, though, of like pressuring out Strider there at the end. If they don't get that kill on him, or even if he's a little bit healthier at the time than that Kitsune Rush drops, I mean, they are in serious trouble where this series, considering how game 1 and game 2 went, really nice comeback there from Pirates in Pajamas, just not enough at the end.
They do recognize that, like, even a lost fight, if you take a kill or two, you're inherently advantaged because of your spawn, proximity. So get scrappy, trade those kills, come out with numbers, and they weren't even focusing Chronic down, or still able to win the fight there. Chronic tried a couple of big Sojourn kills, but not enough. Some fantastic play here. And there's a lot to talk about, a lot to break down, and for all that, we're going to head over to our desk. What a slobber knocker!
Yeah,
what
a match! I mean, closest series we got to see so far today, and what a series it was. Pip almost getting that reverse sweep, but it shall not be. Some heroics from the other side. Tap and Lethal, like, stepping it up right there at the very end. That was a close call, though. Citrus Nation were not the favorite heading into this matchup.
Yeah, I think it was too close to call, but I think, for Citrus, right, to go up 0-2, or 2-0 rather, in the series, and then Pip almost bringing it back, many teams would have already fallen by that point, right? Like, your mental is just not there, but Citrus, they stayed locked into the very end here, winning on overtime on map 5 nonetheless, so great performance from them. Arguably, it's an upset, but I really think these teams are pretty evenly matched, and I think that series we saw today is a reflection of this.
Chronic can't do more.
No.
Chronic can't do more. Like, he just completely went off. This C9 was absolutely brutal, but like Pariso, off map, off comp, obviously it's something different. They've been practicing. They brought out dive instead, but it didn't work out. Got first point held, whatever. Go next. I think you're kicking yourself. You lost that map, but like really it came down to the Orisa compositions, and this second half is really when Chronic just like went off on the hit scan. And Citrus Nation, they struggled to close it out, honestly. Look, I'm the biggest Jacob fan out there. #1 Jacob fan. So, some of the beats, and sometimes you gotta get the beats out, Maybe need a little bit more better sunberry usage going into the next round.
Honestly, he's more patient than some people I've seen. I feel like the beats are not that bad.
On it with the Lucio.
I mean, I've been watching Lucio's. They aggro beat. You guys, you don't want to push in with beat. It's not that good unless it's very certain scenario, very, very close range. Enemy can't retreat. You need a lot of conditions. Here, though, I think he should beat. If he beats this, I think they win that fight.
Oof, he's been secretly rating every single beat happening backstage. Like, it's actually...
And most of them are weak. Average is below 5. Is that fair to say?
He may or may not have said that he should be playing Lucio. He would do better.
Put me in.
Oh, Jake has been sitting in the green room just like, oh, let me play Lucio.
The thing is, I can't play Lucio. Let me just like take over your brain when you have sound barrier, and I will be for you.
He'll take your job, just like he took other people's jobs in Outlaw.
Tap getting that player of the match. Yes, Chronic popped off, but Tap definitely pulled so much weight, and it's so very crucial in this current meta for your Tracer to have those performances.
Yeah, totally. Tracer's manipulating the angles and, being really important in the flankers. That ensures you get more damage onto the enemy Orisa as well. And really, in this meta, like that's what it comes down to. You're finding picks as your primary hit scan, but then Tracer's doing work on the off angles as well, securing pulse bomb kills, securing pulse bomb damage. It's going to be really effective. If you can bait out Susus, I mean, that is going to give an amazing advantage to your team, right? So it comes down to these small details. I think that the final round on Shambali needs to be talked about, but like, you just gotta be kicking yourself. You have 1 minute and really one push, one kind of like ability rotation, and
one chance,
pajamas,
one opportunity.
They pushed top, they pushed deep top, and then they didn't get any value, and Citrus Nation just comes back and pushes them over with their own abilities. It's a brutal meta because like you just cycle one Orisa, cycle some Orisa ultimates, one hit scan, get a pick, and that could be it.
Yeah. And if you have good hit scans on the map, that will happen, especially if you have people like Tap or Lethal, who is now joining us for a winner's interview. I hope he's with us right now. It starts like the beginning of a seance.
Hello?
He can hear us. He can hear us. We can hear you too. Lethal, congratulations on the dub. Let's talk about how you got it done, because you and your team went up 2-0, but then Pip almost brought it back. So heading into that 5th map, what did you guys want to focus on?
The biggest thing was I told the team, like, what's worse than getting reverse sweep? Failing the reverse sweep. So the pressure was back onto them at the end of that map. So I got that Unk experience, so
I love
talking to my younglings.
That's true, actually. That's a deep lore. When if the enemy thinks they're gonna reverse sweep you and you take it all away from them, you were just toying with them really on maps 3 and 4.
Yeah. What were your thoughts going into map 5? You've been up 2-0, but then they come back 2-2. What was the talk going into Shambali Monastery?
I noticed that they were just winning those last 2 maps we lost just on ults. So I said, like, listen, we're only losing this because of ult disadvantages. Focus on that and we literally just win. And then we did it. I mean, we kind of whiffed ults on this Shambali. That's why we didn't, full held and full cap. But I just said work on our ults and we will win like 1,000%. And I do like some cheese creep pick as well, just to put salt in the wounds.
Yeah, I like the cast though in the overtime, right? Like most of the map, Soj probably looks better, but here on first point, this is like nice arena for you on the Cassidy. So I'm curious how you see those 2 heroes in the meta right now. We've seen a lot of teams, maybe more than we saw in any previous stage where Sojourn was almost always locked in. Now the Cassidy is seeing serious playtime competing with Sojourn. How do you see the 2 heroes in the meta? And for the players at home, how should they think about Cassidy versus Sojourn?
I think it's a lot of comfort. Like, there's no real meta between those 2. It's like, okay, do you guys feel comfortable with Kree? They say, yeah, go for it. Then okay, just go Kree. I mean, it's more in depth than that, to be honest. But in my humble opinion, I think Kree is better on every map than Soj. But Soj is just easier in officials because, like, I'm just gonna pre-fire everyone,
Well, you're looking clean on either of them, and we can't wait to see more of that. Congratulations once again, and best of luck in your next match.
I have a question though.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah.
Shoot.
How come I didn't get MVP for dropping a 50 bomb? Oh my goodness, I dropped 50. You guys saw that?
That's not on us. I don't make those decisions.
Not to throw anything out.
I'll talk with the higher ups.
We give you like
next time I go for 100.
Yeah, you got to do 100, but you don't get an MVP unless you get a hundo bomb.
Okay. Maybe next
30k damage.
I'll see you later.
But you know what? I love that you're advocating for yourself. That's how it should be. Thank you so much for joining us here. That's a first.
All right,
I like
thank you for having me, guys.
I like a real conversation. Thank you, Lethal. It's good.
He did put up a big series. I think it's fair to say. I think Tap also performed admirably now.
And also a bit of a leader. You see the flanks, you see the engages, and like Lethal said, fix their ultimates a little bit. I like a hit scan that isn't just quiet and like mutes Mike in ranked, then it's just like, oh, I just shoot heads. Like, no. What do you want to do with your overclock? How can we set you up to succeed?
Also, the newest member of that team heading into this stage, right? Like he's the new piece to the puzzle, was he not? He was not with them stage.
Yeah. So,
That's
I mean,
right.
Lethal and Tap have played together for years. They've been like friends for years, as I
And
recall.
yet,
So
he's not happy for Tap.
that's the thing.
wants-
It makes you question. It makes you question. Tap, you got to ask yourself, Lethal wants your MVP? Like, is that how it is?
Yeah.
He won't let you just have the MVP and be happy for you?
None of that. It's not about that. It's all about the winnings of everything. Well, they got the dub in this series, and that means that they are staying alive. It was a very, very close match. And we now get to look at our bracket once again. So this is where we're currently at.
LGM80. I am ready. I'm so excited.
It's another big match. Bodies are ready for this one.
It's going to be a big one.
Yeah, this unfortunately means, of course, that Pip are eliminated from the main event. Any last words to see them off?
Didn't even get to see Strider Wrecking Ball.
A disappointing result, but I mean, this has kind of been the story of Pip so far for me in OWCS is just so close, but not quite enough. So I want to see more from them. They've been a team together for a long time, and so they've, really gelled, but I think they, still need to take it to the next level, right? Citrus Nation is a tough opponent, but there's even much more tough teams, right? Like going on further into the bracket. So if Pip wants to really make it to that next level, they'll need to be able to win matches like this with ease.
That's right. Well, we do have another elimination match coming up right after a quick break, so don't go anywhere. one and all. This is stage 2 of our main event, day 1, in fact, and we are down to one last match. It's going to be an elimination match fought out between FMCL and who is Goldfish. So let's chat about this last matchup. What's that grin about, Jake?
Just thinking about For My Cherished Lover, my favorite team here.
FMCL. Let's talk about them. Let's bring up the roster once more. They've already had a game, of course. There were other 2 today. They are still alive and kicking. A very interesting roster, of course. A lot of name value on your screen here.
Yeah. Got to talk about Seeker. I mean, in that last match against M80, Seeker was carrying tons and tons of picks from the hit scan. The rest of the team, I don't think, was able to shine as brightly. The matchup looked pretty rough. So I think we need to see a little bit more out of the rest of them, especially eyes on the core. Like, I want to see this team play a little bit more aggressively, perhaps. Like, can they get in there a little bit quicker with this Lucio BAP? Lots of heals to be used. Maybe you can deploy those with a strong push.
Is Renko still smiling? Anyway.
I hope so. Renko better never stop.
Yeah, we should get Renko cam.
Renko cam.
Just
only Renko cam. Now on the other side, who's Goldfish?
Yeah.
What do we know about them?
Well, I was going to talk about Dust Winston, but it seemed like Goldfish selected Winston, which I don't know.
Those are some of the most troll player hero selections I've seen. They have 3 tanks.
Yeah.
They'd be vibing. I think that's just like whoever you like best. That doesn't have to be rooted in any.
But I like SSG. They've got a legit comp up there. You know, it's like Cass, May, Ryan, BAP, Lucio. It's like, let's go. These things, they fit together.
Except Christopher picked Wrecking Ball. I've only seen Christopher's Reinhardt.
He's not gonna. He can get silly.
Hey, yo, me and Christopher, we went head to head back in the day. Yeah.
Those days are long. Like that's been a hot minute. Now it's time for the new guns, the new kids. Who is Goldfish? Lots of new faces, lots of questions being raised, of course. Who is Goldfish?
Very existential.
Who is Goldfish? What's your best guess?
Jonak.
Oh, okay, reaching high. I like it.
Yeah. What is Goldfish? I mean, like, is this just a person named Goldfish, or is there more? Exactly. Well, exactly. Is this just a concept, or is this a proper noun?
Where are you going?
I mean, is this a proper noun or a common noun?
I think it's a good question to. I think the best question to ask here is, how is Goldfish? Because.
Which one?
Well, that one. Because we may or may not find out. There it is. This is Goldfish. That is Goldfish.
With the Arnold poster? I love it.
Winning
That's amazing.
already. Okay, so you are Goldfish. Your identity, for whatever reason, has been kept a secret. Is there any rhyme or reason to this, or why are you keeping everyone in suspense? Sleepless nights on my side, all group stage long.
Well, the reason that I kind of kept it, like a secret for a bit is that I played competitively previously, and I kind of was like trying to like move away from playing, and I was just asked to play with my friends, and I figured that I would just play under a different alias than what I went under before.
Oh. So is it your team? Like, are you team captain Goldfish on who is Goldfish? Like, what's going on here?
It's a power play.
No, I'm not really a team captain, I don't think. I would say that it's more of a. I mean, it was a team that was put together at the last second by Debit. He's a manager for a few teams in the scene at the last minute, because a couple of the players on this team wanted to play an OWCS and didn't have a team at the end of it, or like towards roster lock. So we decided to throw a team together. So it's just kind of a friend team. I wouldn't say it's anyone's team specifically.
All right, and how is the team feeling about making it to the main event? I think a lot of people may have been surprised to see you guys up there as well.
Yeah, it was pretty surprising to make top 8. We didn't really have a ton of expectations going into WCS, I don't think. But we tried really hard, and we had a good time, and it feels great to have made top 8. So really, really exciting.
Well, you had a good time, and it definitely translated into the matches we got to see so far from you. So I let your head get back into the game. You have one more coming up to stay alive. Best of luck to you and your team, and thank you so much for taking the time.
All right, thank you.
Good luck.
So now we know the secret has been revealed. This is Goldfish.
Here we go.
I can sleep again.
It's great to see the team make it this far. I just learned from production. They're the only 16th seed qualifier to make it to a main event, which may be not surprising. They're the only 16th seed to win a map in the group stage.
A map?
Yeah, the other 16 seeds not looking so good. Not looking so good.
Wow.
This makes me feel better about being 17 seed.
Does it though?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, I love that for you.
You know?
I'm not going to take that away from you. Well, now they have to go up against FMCL, which of course have to be considered the favorite heading into this match. But we had biggest surprises in Overwatch history.
Have we?
Well, I think so. I think we've seen some pretty big surprises.
We literally saw Citrus Nation beat up Timeless 3-0.
That is true. That was a pretty big surprise. The 3-0. All right, you're right. This is fair.
Yeah.
What do they need to do? Key to victory going up against FMCL.
Just
be good.
Just kill them. Just shoot them.
Just, hit those Lucioles at the right time and you'll be good to go.
Oh.
And
That's the hourly right there. That's the hourly.
In 5 seconds, I'm going to explain to you how to play the whole meta, all right?
Oh, boy.
Just get ready.
Yeah.
It'll be great.
But that's going to be locked behind a paywall.
Analysts.
We're not going to give out any freebies for now. Of course, chat very much clearly in favor of FMCL. Hate that. But,
For my cherished lover.
For the cherished
Call them by their full name.
They
For
now
my cherished
have
lover.
to fight for survival against who is Goldfish. Let's see who is going to come out on top of this one. So once more, we're going to send it over to the lovely gentlemen, Mr. X and Mitch.
We never asked who was Goldfish, though. Because he said that he played under a different name.
Yeah, he used to be somebody else.
I didn't want to put him on the spot like that. I just felt it was a bit rude.
Home Slice got on camera, though.
I thought everyone knew, and I was too scared to ask. I didn't want to seem knowledgeable.
You all just nodded like, oh, yeah, true, yeah.
Who was Goldfish? I mean, that's the...
So the secret stuff.
Yeah, I'm kind of
Someone
wondering.
in chat will know.
So we haven't solved anything, actually.
No.
Nothing actually got solved.
We got a face now, so detectives are on it.
God, no, don't.
Oh, yeah.
The guy. I mean,
we raised the issue. We raised the issue
let
up
my
the
boy frag here. I mean, I guess that's less important. The past, not nearly as important as the present, Matt. You know what I mean? It's a gift. That's why it's called the present, big son. Don't you reckon?
I'm trying to log into Jake's Patreon so I can figure out what he actually thinks about the series.
It's a great advertisement for his supplementary content, isn't it? It's like, I'll give you a little teaser. We love Jack. He's given us plenty to ruminate on so far in this series. No different here. Look, who's Goldfish are a team that sort of say, hey, we kind of didn't even expect to be here. So from this point onwards, it's a bonus. FMCL, however, are the kind of team that have been in the mix already in stage one. Definitely expect to advance here. Now, there's always some upset potential, but I think, to be clear, there probably is a little bit of a mismatch on paper here. Especially with some of the names on this FMCL roster, they're powerhouses, Matt. I think that's a safe way of putting it.
Yeah, it would be a huge upset. I think that is a very fair statement, but I also think for who is Goldfish, you kind of heard a little bit of the backstory of the team. It's awesome that they made it this far, right?
This is the point.
Seed, they kind of come in.
This is the point of opening up opening up the circuit, right? That you have opportunities like this to make top 8.
That's where you look at teams like, Timeless and, EXO and whatnot, right? Just because you placed good for 3 weeks doesn't mean you're automatically guaranteed the next time, right? Let's run it back and see who the best teams are. So, who is Goldfish come out with the Orisa-based composition? They'll have a Kariko in the mix as FMCL will play a Genji here with a Baptiste, so a little bit of a different look.
Good kill there from Reverse, getting Maimon off of Azruf, which made a bit of a problem for the Sojourn. Also, that immortality for Forenko cleared up, and no immediate pressure being put on FMCL here, as they definitely have a stronger position. Who is Goldfish kind of forced off at the point entirely. Should be an early cap for our side on blue.
Yeah, early point control. I also think that once you get the Genji in this close quarters, so the damage that Seeker's putting down, it looks like Maimon can go to town. Looks like you're going to lose Dust here as well. That's a deflect with a dash as some more kills come down. So FMCL, even when they try and wrap to the point for who is Goldfish, they meet them right there at the spot, and they take advantage with their comp.
We're making use of the Baptiste comp, instead of a Kiriko, which is definitely a point of difference here. And you'd think even harder to keep a Genji topped up without that Kiriko, right? I mean, Maimon has to play off health packs and some of the ambient healing provided by Lep. Still, they were able to find a decent amount of value in that previous fight. Goldfish had a good off angle just to pump heals into Dust, and it wasn't enough. We'll have the recontest here as FMCL drop off the high ground now to take the fight. And Matrix, Seeker forced away from it, but not entirely. He'll still try and play around it, but Dust has to force their way through it, which puts him in a vulnerable spot. Immortality Field, not going to be enough to save Seeker there as Azra finishes the job, and a sound barrier here for who is Goldfish. Maimone's Dragon Blade considerably blunted by this sound barrier, but still able to find two. That's a big play. That fight was headed south awful quick there for FMCL. At least salvaged it.
Yeah, and Ariel has the Terror Surge, but it may not even be needed, right? As Renko's going to help finish off Goldfish there, has the Immortality Field keeping himself alive. So that is a chaotic fight, but it's FMCL that comes out on top yet again. Is going to see a Tracer swap here to get back towards the point.
That's the round, though, right there. I mean, who is Goldfish? They spent both their support ultimates in that fight. So they are extremely unfavored here. Maimone switching obviously to the Tracer, like you mentioned. They're in trouble. To the high ground they want to push here. Mad Terror Surge is going to be pretty darn perfect, and Seeker gets caught in the poke damage. Hang on. There might be something here.
That is quite odd, as usually don't see the Lucio getting the pick at range, as Azra gets a kill there. Nice railgun shot. Everybody else will fall for FMCL. So who is Goldfish will get the flip, give themselves a chance here in round number one.
I mean, credit here to who is Goldfish. I kind of call that over just based on the stronger positioning of FMCL and the ultimate sort of parity between the two. But they were able to find some picks without ultimates. That's really promising for this team. Standing on even footing with FMCL in a fight like that is crucial. Now, they have that high ground control. Can play around Dust, of course. And they've almost built another Kitsune rush here.
Yeah, as Renko and Kodo wants to push this out and then maybe get an Ant Matrix up on the high ground. So look how aggressive Dust is going in there. He's got an Immortality Field, but goes so deep.
Healed up, though. Somehow they keep him alive. Kitsune Rush, healing. That's big. Renko, though, has an Ant Matrix now, and if who was Goldfish can be kept out in the open, it could be devastating. Renko, though, just after getting the Ant Matrix down, is blown up. Goldfish found a kunai, but the spear from Dust was surely a big part of that. And FMCL can't make any use of that Ant Matrix at all. It's in a weird spot to start with. And then they lost Renko, has to switch to the Kiriko now. The gloves are off.
Yeah, so who is Goldfish putting up a much better fight now, right? Looking really strong, pushing up, right? Renko drops that Ant Matrix, and then he just gets taken out instantly. Now forces the Kiriko swap, as this will be Maimon just trying to get a touch here, trying to drag these players down from the high ground.
Fizz here.
This pulse bomb could be sick.
Yeah, lining up. Ariel there, trying to make sure we can get rid of the Orisa at the start of the fight. It doesn't quite pay out, though. Pulse bomb here for Maimone available. Right? Good sound barrier. Biz doesn't benefit from it at all, but they're going to stay out of the fray for the time being. FMCL have one of their own. Still no eliminations until finally Dusty's brought down. That took a lot of work, though, to get rid of the Orisa. And after that, who is Goldfish will utterly capitulate and crumble.
Pretty close round, though, right? Just to remind everybody, like, this is a 16 seed. And who is Goldfish? Obviously making it all the way here to the main event. It's like a huge accomplishment, right? Going up against FMCL, who's players who we've seen on, top level pro teams and contenders teams, in the past, right? The very recent past,
I mean,
right? So
literally 3 Overwatch League players on this squad, and like representatives of, World Cup teams.
Right. So keeping it close there, round number one. Pretty good sign for who is Goldfish for potentially the remainder of the series. We'll see how things pan out, as Seeker looks like to be hovering over the Ashe here. So Ashe Sigma could play from like that, longer kind of like, almost bridge-like side.
Here we go. Out of the gates. Ariel with the Seagull. Yeah, that makes sense to see the Ashe paired with this now. Who is Goldfish, though? If they sort of read this composition, they know they want to close the gap early and often. At least get into
They need to play fast.
Yeah, at least get into the right side position. Why are they...
Are they going to swap?
They might be. Yes! The Ramatra composition to counter the Sigma. I mean, that's a great pick. That is going to answer this quite adequately. More than, in fact. Especially once they close the gap enough for Dust to walk up on Ariel, excuse me.
Dynamite nails onto the Ramatra here, so not going to be able to kind of close that gap just yet. Nah, nobody is actually taking the point. Okay, now as I say that, that'll be Renko and Co.
You can't play Sigma against this. You cannot do that. They just push. I mean, the first kill I think was Renko, for God's sake. Dust able to push up very, very close. Cleanup though decent. I say you can't play this because FMC would much rather be a more even footing, and yeah, switch to the Orisa here. This is going to be able to punish any sort of encroachment by the Ramatra, and oh my god, they are counterpicking the Orisa setup with a poke comp of their own. I don't know. I'm not sure about this one, because they don't switch DP. Well, they still have the Sojourn to play with, so this is fine, but I want to see what Aerial does about this. What?
That's a disruptor shot kill that we get there on the Seeker. So do you think we see maybe Seeker switch to like a... Does he play a Cassidy or Sojourn? It looks like still continue to play this Ashe.
Sojourn
just not going to be
better.
as one together, right?
Yeah, I mean, you farm the Sigma Shield for that charge with your Sojourn, right? If you play around the Kinetic Grasp, like your Disruptor shots are still very impactful. You can force them back a little bit. But you ostensibly, you want to close the gap here with this Orisa setup, so... See how long Seeker wants to stay on this. But there it is, straight away. Gap closed there. Dust under pressure. Forced off that sort of neutral position. We have an overclock here from Azra, playing an off angle now. All of FMCL have to hide behind this, but Biz gets him with the pulse, at least gets rid of the immortality field from Renko. And Aerial goes down. Poke damage is working out. Who is Goldfish? Angling for the counter comps, Matt, are finding great success.
Yeah, I mean they are taking it to FMCL at the moment, right? Holding on to both support ultimates here for that as they're still staying on the Ashe. So you'll have
Don't you come the raw prawn with me. Don't you come the raw prawn with me.
Oh my god, sorry. The headset was on mute. Wondering what was happening. Oh, hello. Yeah, that was a good match. We could have won at the end, but right in the middle of my last ult of our last combat, I tapped the Windows key. And it kicked me to my desktop. And by the time I switched back to Overwatch, the match was done. I was like, no! I could have maybe helped, but stupid computers. You know, I've had keyboards where you can disable it. What if the Microsoft